Vice, Dark Mafia Romance. Crowned in Vice Duet, Volume 1. Alessa Steele. Published by House of Thorns Publishing, 2026.
MILA. My father thought he was settling a debt. He was handing me to the devil. Azlan Zharkov is not a man you bargain with. He's a weapon in a tailored suit, a butcher with beautiful manners and a record full of blood. I was supposed to be temporary, an arrangement, a signature at the bottom of my father's ruin. Instead, I became the one thing he didn't plan for. He stripped away my silk, my music, my name. He taught me how to kneel without breaking, and how to burn without screaming. Every order from his mouth feels like a blade against my skin, and God help me, I don't always want to move away from it. He calls me property. He took my freedom, my dignity, and now he's reaching for the one thing I swore he'd never have. The worst part? I might let him take that too. But the more he tightens his grip, the more I realize something dangerous. Every time those frozen eyes find mine, something wicked and hungry stirs beneath my skin. Collateral can turn into a weapon. This is the first book in the Ledger of Blood and Silk series. Reading order.
Azlan. She was supposed to be a transaction. A pretty piece of power, to bleed her corrupt father dry and nothing more. Then MILA Montclair looked at me like she wanted to carve my heart out with her bare hands, and every cold, calculated thing inside me went to war with itself. The senator's daughter looks fragile, in ruined silk, but there is venom behind those hazel eyes, and I tasted it the moment she tried to defy me. She trembles under my rules, under my hands, under my shadow, and still she glares at me like she wants to set my empire on fire. Good. I don't want a doll. I want something that fights back. She belongs to me now, every breath, every bruise, every whispered protest in the dark, and she has no idea that she stopped being just debt the moment I decided she was mine. I will break her old life, crush her father's illusions, and teach her exactly what she is worth in my world. And if she thinks this is captivity, she hasn't understood the game yet. Because once she stops fighting me, she might start fighting beside me. And that will be the moment this city learns to fear us both. This is the first book in the Crowned in Vice Duet. Reading order, Vice Ruin. Fan of dark mafia romances? Find more at alessasteelebooks.com and get a special discount on your next purchase. Use code ALESSA45 at checkout to read more and save 45% on your first purchase. Any product. Discover ebooks, audiobooks with dual narration, many bundles, so you get the most for your money, and news about upcoming releases.
Chapter 1. MILA POV. The Wipers are fighting a losing battle against the rain, thumping back and forth like a chaotic heartbeat that matches the one trying to bruise its way out of my chest. I'm staring at the back of my father's head, fixated on the way his sweat has started to soak through the collar of his starch-stiff white shirt. It's disgusting. He smells like fear and expensive cologne, a combination that's quickly becoming my least favorite scent in the world. He keeps adjusting the volume on the radio. Some classical station. The violins are screeching, grating against my nerves. He won't look at me. He hasn't looked at me since we left the estate. I dig my manicured nails into the leather armrest, until I hear the distinct pop of a seam giving way. Good. Ruin the car. It's the least I can do. Don't look at me like that, MILA, he says to the windshield. His voice is tight, strained. I'm doing this to save the family name. You're selling me to a ghost, Dad? A fucking fixer. My voice is ice, sharp enough to cut. Do you even hear yourself? It's not a sale, he snaps, finally glancing at the rearview mirror but focusing on my forehead, not my eyes. Coward. It's a temporary arrangement. A gesture of good faith. Liar? He flinches. He actually flinches. It's complicated. You don't understand the politics of. I understand that you gambled away money we didn't have on horses that didn't win, and now you're using your only daughter as a meat shield. He turns the radio up. The violins get louder, drowning out the sound of my breathing, which is coming too fast, too shallow. We're passing stacks of rusted shipping containers now. They look like iron coffins stacked 4 high against a gray bleeding sky. This is where the city goes to die. The shipyard. The place where things disappear. Sit still, he mutters as the car slows. It's almost over. You're a coward. You know that? A goddamn coward. He hits the brakes. The Lincoln slides on the wet concrete before coming to a stop at the end of a pier that stretches out into the black water. A single set of LED headlights cuts through the mist ahead of us, illuminating the falling rain like shards of glass. Arthur kills the engine. The silence that follows is heavier than the noise. The heater dies, and the temperature inside the cabin drops instantly. He finally turns in his seat, his face pale, eyes watery. He reaches out to touch my hair. I jerk my head back, baring my teeth at him. Don't you fucking touch me. Do what he says, he whispers. Don't make this harder on me. On you? I laugh, and it sounds jagged. Whose debt is it, Arthur? Yours or mine? Behave, MILA. For once in your life, think of someone other than yourself. The audacity. The absolute unmitigated gall of this man. I'm about to scream, to really let him have it, but he's already opening his door. The wind howls in, wet and smelling of diesel and old dead fish. He rounds the car and yanks my door open. Get out. I don't move. He grabs my elbow and hauls me out. My heel catches on the door frame, and I stumble into the downpour. The wind catches my silk dress, plastering it to my skin instantly. It's freezing. I slip on a patch of oil, my heels skidding on the concrete. Arthur's grip tightens on my bicep, bruising the skin. Crack. My right heel snaps off. I stumble, going down on one knee into a puddle of brackish water. Get up, Arthur hisses, trying to pull me upright. Don't embarrass me. I kick the other shoe off, standing up barefoot on the gritty, freezing concrete. Let go of me, you bastard. Move. He shoves me forward. And then I see him. Azlan Zharkov isn't standing in the rain, he's part of it. He's leaning against a black SUV that looks like a tank disguised as a luxury vehicle. He's wearing a charcoal suit that seems to absorb the light, fitting him in a way that suggests he has a tailor on retainer who specializes in hiding weapons. He doesn't move. He just waits. Beside him, another man, huge, blonde, built like a brick wall, stands with his hands folded in front of him. Vigo. The brother. The dog. Arthur stops a few feet away, practically shoving me toward them. Azlan doesn't even acknowledge the senator. His gaze is a physical weight, heavy and intrusive, scanning me from my messy wet hair down to my bare mud-stained feet. He looks bored. That scares me more than anger would. He looks like he's picking out a lobster for dinner. He takes a slow drag of a cigarette, the cherry glowing bright orange in the dark, before dropping it into a puddle. It hisses and dies. You're late, Senator, Azlan says. His voice is a low growl, vibrating through the rain. The weather, Zharkov, it was. Arthur stammers. I don't give a fuck about the weather. Azlan pushes off the car. He moves with a predatory grace, like a big cat that knows the cage door is open. Here she is, Arthur says, voice wobbling. Exactly as we agreed. Azlan steps closer. The heat coming off him is the only warm thing on this godforsaken pier, but it feels dangerous, like standing too close to a furnace door. She's smaller than the photos. She's a Montclair, Arthur says quickly, like he's selling a purebred poodle. The blood is pure. Azlan ignores him. He stops inches from me, his height forcing me to crane my neck back. I can smell him now, sandalwood, rain-soaked wool, and something metallic like gun oil. I clench my fists so hard my nails cut crescents into my palms. I won't step back. I refuse to give him the satisfaction. Look at me, collateral, he says. My name is MILA. Your name is whatever I decide it is. I want to spit in his face. I want to run, but my legs feel like lead. His gloved hand shoots out, clamping onto my jaw. The leather is dry and textured against my wet skin. His grip is firm, not painful yet, but promising pain if I resist. He tilts my head to the left, then the right, inspecting the line of my throat. Hold still, he commands. Take your hands off me, you bastard. Language, little bird, he murmurs, his thumb brushing over my lower lip, pulling it down slightly. We haven't even started yet. I try to jerk away, but his grip tightens, locking my head in place. With a move that drains the last of my dignity, he uses his thumb to peel back my upper lip, then my lower, inspecting my teeth and gums. It's humiliating. It's something you do to livestock. I try to bite him. I snap my teeth shut, but he's faster. He presses his fingers into the hinge of my jaw, forcing my mouth to stay open. Straight. White. Good, he says, as if he's checking the specs on a used car. Go to hell, I slur around his fingers. I'm already there, sweetheart. You're just joining me. He releases my jaw, but keeps his hand hovering near my throat. Open. The command is quiet, but it hits me like a slap. He wants to see my tongue. My throat. No, I whisper. Open. Now. Please. Please doesn't pay the bills, Mila. Open. My knees buckle. He catches me by the back of the neck, holding me upright with a single hand. My body betrays me. My mouth opens. He glances inside, satisfied, then drops his hand to my arms. He jerks my forearms upward, shoving back the delicate ruined silk sleeves of my dress. He's looking for track marks. He thinks I'm a junkie. He traces a small, faint white scar on my inner wrist, a souvenir from a broken cello string when I was 12. His touch lingers for a second too long. Clean? No needles. That's a start. I don't do drugs, I snap, yanking my arm back. I play the cello. You don't play anything anymore, he says, his gray eyes locking onto mine. They're empty. Dead. You're the instrument now. Arthur clears his throat. Now, about the timeline, Zharkov. Cunt, Azlan says, not even looking at him. Arthur blinks. Excuse me? You heard me, Arthur. You lost the right to speak when you handed me your daughter, to cover your shite gambling debts. Vigo steps forward, his hand resting visibly on the holster at his hip. Arthur takes 3 rapid steps back, his shoes splashing in the oil-slicked puddles. Transfer confirmed, Vigo says, handing a ruggedized tablet to Azlan. Azlan swipes a few times, the blue light illuminating the sharp angles of his face. He taps a final button. A second later, Arthur's phone pings in his pocket. The sound is so small. So insignificant. Ding. That's it. That's the sound of my life ending. Azlan hands the tablet back without looking, then reaches into his pocket and pulls out a heavy iron key. He turns it over in his gloved fingers. The debt is settled, Senator. Get out of my sight before I change my mind about letting you keep your head. Arthur doesn't hesitate. He doesn't say goodbye. He doesn't look at me. He turns his back, shoulders hunched against the rain, and scuttles back to the safety of his town car. The engine roars to life. Dad. I scream. Look at me. The headlights swing away, leaving us in the dark. Don't look back, Senator, Azlan says to the empty air. It's bad for the heart. Panic overrides everything. My brain shuts off. I lunge after the disappearing car, my bare feet slapping against the wet concrete. Let me go. Dad. I don't get 2 steps. Aslan's hand snaps around my bicep like a vice. He jerks me back so hard my head snaps and I collide with his chest. It's like hitting a brick wall. He can't hear you, Mila, he says, his voice flat. No one can. You're a monster. I scream, clawing at the leather on his hands. My nails scratch uselessly against the material. I'm the man who owns you. Learn the difference. I kick him in the shin. Hard. He doesn't even flinch. He just watches me struggle with a look of mild boredom, as if I'm a bird flapping its wings in a cage he built. Get your hands off me? Are you done? He asks. Fuck you. Not today, little bird. With a sudden violent grace, he spins me around. He forces me back against the side of his SUV, his body looming over mine, pinning me between the cold metal and his solid frame. He leans in until his nose brushes mine. Look at me, he growls. Really look at me. I'm shaking. I can't stop shaking. I see a butcher. Good. Then you know exactly what I'll do if you try to run again. He leans down, his lips brushing against the shell of my ear. The vibration of his voice sends a traitorous shiver down my spine. Cry all you want, little bird. It won't buy you back. I hate you. Hate is a useful emotion. Hold on to it. You're going to need it. Vigo opens the rear door. Azlan doesn't guide me in, he shoves me. I sprawl across the expensive cream leather interior, my hands catching on the plush floor mats. The door slams shut behind me with a heavy muffled thud. I scramble across the seat, clawing for the handle on the other side. I pull it. Nothing. Thunk. The sound of the electronic child locks engaging echoes through the cabin. Damn it. I hit the window with my palm. The driver's side door opens and Azlan slides in beside me, filling the space with his presence. He buckles his seatbelt calmly, like we're going for a Sunday drive. It's locked, Mila. Don't waste your energy. Let me out. I'll give you whatever you want. He looks at me then, a slow, assessing look that makes me feel naked even in my sodden dress. I already have everything I want from you. Vigo starts the car. The engine purrs, a low, powerful vibration that hums through the floorboards. I huddle against the door, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. I try to pull the hem of my wet dress down over my legs. Aslan's gaze follows the movement, but he says nothing. Comfortable? He asks. Go to hell. We're going to my penthouse first. Hell comes later. The car pulls away from the pier. I watch the shipyard lights fade into the distance, blurring through the rain on the window. My fear is starting to harden into something else. Something sharp and jagged. I stare at my reflection in the tinted glass. I look like a wreck. Mascara running, hair matted. But I'm still here. Azlan reaches into his jacket and pulls out a silver flask. He unscrews the cap with one hand, a show of casual strength that isn't lost on me, and takes a slow, measured drink. The smell of peaty scotch fills the small space. He offers it to me. Drink? It's better than the salt water you've been swallowing. I look at the flask. God, I want it. I want to numb this. But I shake my head. I don't want anything from you. He smirks and takes another sip. You will. Eventually, you'll beg me for a drop. We enter the city. Neon signs reflect off the wet pavement in a riot of blue and pink. The world outside looks normal. People are walking under umbrellas. Cars are stopping at red lights. They have no idea that a girl is being trafficked in the luxury SUV right next to them. Where are we going? I ask, my voice sounding small. To the only place you exist now. My shadow. I have a life, I argue, though it feels flimsy. I have friends. People will look for me. Azlan laughs, a dry, humorless sound. No one looks for collateral, Mila. They just hope the debt doesn't come for them next. The SUV slows down, turning sharply into a private underground garage. A heavy steel gate rolls down behind us with a final echoing boom, sealing the world away. The car stops. The interior lights flare on, blinding me for a second. Azlan unbuckles his seatbelt. He turns to me, his expression unreadable, his face a mask of hard angles and scars. Welcome home. This isn't a home, I spit. It's a cage. He leans across me to open my door, his arm brushing against my chest. Every home is a cage, Mila. At least mine has a view. He pushes the door open. Out. Now.
Chapter 2. Azlan POV. The wipers thudded against the windshield, a rhythmic dull slap that was starting to grate on my last nerve. Rain in this city isn't clean. It's gray, smelling of sulfur and diesel, and right now it was trying to drown the armored SUV. I checked the rearview mirror. MILA Montclair was a heap of ruined silk and mahogany hair in the back seat, clinging to the door handle like she was contemplating tucking and rolling at 60 miles per hour. She was shivering so hard I could almost feel the vibration through the chassis. "Stop shaking," I said, my voice cutting through the hum of the tires. "You're fogging the goddamn glass." She didn't stop. If anything, she curled tighter into herself, a wet, miserable knot of expensive fabric and bad decisions. Her father hadn't cried when he signed the papers. He hadn't even blinked when he handed her over in that shipyard, trading his own flesh and blood to wipe a slate clean that was blacker than the asphalt under my wheels. I cranked the climate control up. Not for her comfort. I just didn't want the leather to warp from the dampness. "Your father didn't shed a tear," I muttered, mostly to myself, though I saw her hazel eyes snap to my reflection in the glass. "Don't start now." She said nothing. Smart girl. Or maybe just paralyzed. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles bleaching white. My mind was already running the numbers, a habit I couldn't break. Liabilities. Assets. The senator's debt was a sprawling, cancerous thing. Gambling losses, blackmail payments to the Russians, construction kickbacks that never materialized. MILA was the final entry. The line item that balanced the books. But looking at her, smelling the river muck and the faint, dying floral perfume she wore, I knew she was going to be a headache. A stack of bearer bonds doesn't shiver. A ledger doesn't look at you with eyes that want to set you on fire. "Shite," I breathed out. "This is going to be a long night." I took the exit ramp fast, the heavy SUV leaning into the curve. The tires bit into the wet road with a growl. We were heading to the spire, the glass needle where I kept my life separated from the filth of the streets. I pulled into the underground garage. It was a sterile concrete box, lit by harsh white LEDs that buzzed like trapped insects. I killed the engine. The silence slammed down immediately, heavy and suffocating. I got out, the door echoing as it shut. I didn't wait for her. I walked around to the back, wrenched her door open, and stood there. "Out. Now." She hesitated. Her legs were locked, bare feet tucked under the hem of that destroyed dress. She looked at the concrete floor like it was lava. "I don't have the patience to carry you," I snarled, leaning in, "and I certainly don't have the inclination." She scrambled out then, stumbling as her feet hit the oil-stained ground. She tried to smooth her hair back, her hand shaking so bad she just smeared a streak of shipyard grease across her forehead. It made her look feral. Broken. I jerked my chin toward the elevator bank. "Move." The elevator was a mirrored coffin of brushed steel. As we rose, the numbers ticking up toward the penthouse, the lighting did us no favors. It highlighted everything. The mud caked on her calves, the jagged white line of the scar across my throat, the way the air between us felt pressurized enough to blow the doors off. I stood perfectly still, watching her reflection watch me. She was trying to shrink into the corner, making herself small. Prey instinct. I reached out and hit the close door button again, just to hear the mechanical click. She flinched. "The mirrors don't lie, MILA," I said, my voice low, bouncing off the steel walls. "Look at yourself." She didn't. Her eyes were fixed on my throat. On the scar. "You're staring," I said. "Want to know who gave it to me?" Her gaze snapped up to my eyes, hazel colliding with ice gray. Panic, pure and uncut. "Eyes on the numbers," I commanded. "Not me." She looked away, focusing on the digital display. 38. 39. 40. I shifted my weight, my shoulder brushing hers. She jumped like I'd put a cattle prod to her spine. 42 floors, I said, watching her pulse hammer in her neck. "That's how far you'd have to fall to get away from me." The doors slid open. The penthouse foyer was a cavern. Charcoal stone floors, walls of glass, and the city sprawling below like a carpet of electric vomit. It was cold, smelling of cedarwood and money. MILA froze at the threshold. Her muddy feet hovered over the pristine dark wood. "Welcome home, MILA," I said, stepping past her. I tossed my keys into the crystal bowl on the console table. The crash was loud, violent in the quiet space. "Try not to bleed on the rugs." She didn't move. "Step inside," I said, not looking back. "The door won't close until you're across the line." She stepped in. The elevator doors hissed shut behind her, sealing the tomb. I peeled off my overcoat, the wet wool heavy, and threw it onto a leather chair. My holster was visible now, the gun strapped tight against my ribs. I pointed to a specific slate tile in the center of the living area. "Stand there. Don't fucking move." She walked to the spot, her movements stiff like a marionette with tangled strings. She stood there, dripping river water onto my stone floor. "If you move so much as an inch," I said, walking to the wet bar, "we're going to have a very unpleasant conversation." I ignored her then. I needed the burn of alcohol to wash the taste of the shipyard out of my mouth. I poured a double of Macallan, neat. The amber liquid swirled in the heavy glass. I could hear her teeth chattering from across the room. It was a rhythmic, clicking sound that scraped against my eardrums. I took a sip, letting the peat and fire coat my throat. I turned, leaning back against the bar, and just watched her. "Do you want a drink?" I asked, lifting the glass. Her eyes tracked the movement, thirsty and desperate. "Too bad." I took another drink. "You're shivering, MILA. It's distracting." "Stop it." She wrapped her arms around herself, digging her fingers into her bare arms, but the trembling didn't stop. It couldn't. She was in shock, hypothermic, and terrified. I didn't care. I pushed off the bar and walked a slow circle around her. A buyer inspecting a horse. My eyes raked over the ruins of the dress. It had been red, I think. Now it was just dark, wet rage clinging to her skin. I reached out and flicked a piece of dried mud off her shoulder with my fingernail. "The silk is ruined," I said flatly. "Waste of good money. Your father told me you were a prodigy. Cellist, right? I don't see it. I just see a mess." Something snapped in her then. The Montclair blood. It was tainted, but it was proud. "What are you going to do with me?" Her voice was thin, cracked, but sharp enough to draw blood. I stopped circling. The silence of the room shattered. "Whatever I want," I said, my voice dropping to a gravelly low. "That's the nature of a debt, isn't it?" She bit her lip. Hard. A tiny bead of blood welled up, bright red against the pale skin. "You have a voice," I noted, stepping closer. I was beginning to wonder. She backed up. Instinctive. Her heels clicked frantically on the stone until her back hit the floor-to-ceiling window. There was nowhere left to go. Just me, and 42 floors of nothing behind her. I didn't stop until I was looming over her, crowding her space, stealing her air. I slammed one hand against the glass beside her head. The window vibrated. "I didn't give you permission to speak, little bird." She stared up at me, trapped. I could smell the rain on her, the fear, and underneath it all, that expensive, defiant perfume. "Look at me," I ordered. "All the way up." She lifted her chin, her eyes burning. "Rule number 1, I whispered, leaning down until my mouth was inches from her ear. "Silence. You don't speak unless I ask a question. You don't ask for things. You don't complain. You don't even fucking whisper to yourself in the dark. Do you understand?" She glared at me. A flash of hatred. Good. Hatred I could work with. Fear was boring. I reached out and gripped her chin, my fingers digging into her jaw. I forced her head back, exposing the long white line of her throat. "Don't give me that look," I said. "It's the same look your father gave me before he sold you." I brushed my thumb over the corner of her mouth. Her breath hitched, a jagged sound. "Open your mouth," I said. "Let me see what else he's been hiding." She kept her jaw locked for a second, defiance flaring before self-preservation kicked in. She parted her lips. I stared at her, not seeing a woman but an acquisition. Obedience is your only currency now, MILA, I said, letting go of her chin but keeping my body pressed close enough that she could feel the heat radiating off me. Your father sold you. Every breath you take in this house belongs to the debt he couldn't pay. I let my thumb drag over her lower lip, catching the swell. It was soft. Too soft for a world like this. It annoyed me. You're nothing but collateral, I said, stepping back abruptly. The loss of heat made her gasp. Remember that when you're tempted to act out. You're a ledger entry. Nothing more. I walked back to the sofa and picked up my drink, swirling the ice. I don't like to repeat myself. Don't make me, I said, taking a sip. The consequences of disobedience are visceral. You wouldn't like them. She was breathing hard, her chest heaving against the wet silk. She looked like she wanted to scream, or kill me, or maybe both. I pointed a finger toward the dark hallway that led to the residential wing. Follow. Stay 2 steps behind me. I turned and walked. I didn't check to see if she was moving. I heard the scuff of her feet, the uneven rhythm of her following. Don't make me tell you again. Move. We passed down the hallway, lined with abstract art that looked like bruises on canvas. I felt her slow down, her gaze snagging on a splash of red paint. Keep your eyes forward, MILA, I barked without turning around. You're here to exist, not to critique the decor. I stopped at the end of the hall and threw open the door to the guest suite. It was a cold room. Gray walls, white linens, minimalist furniture. It looked like a cell in a very expensive asylum. I gestured inside. Your new cage, I said. Try not to rattle the bars too loud. She walked in, gripping the doorframe as she passed me. Her knuckles were white. She looked around the empty space, the reality of it settling in. No lock on the door. No phone. No way out. It's more than your father would have given you if you'd stayed in that shipyard, I said, standing in the doorway, blocking the exit. I looked her over one last time. From the mud-streaked feet to the tangled hair. You smell like the shipyard, I said, curling my lip. Like a cunt who's been thrown out with the trash. You're pathetic, MILA. A fallen princess in a ruined dress. She wrapped her arms tighter around her torso, trying to hold herself together. Get out of those clothes. Now, I commanded. I'll be back with something appropriate for property. Don't be dressed when I return. I stepped back and pulled the door shut. The heavy thud was final. I walked back down the hall toward my office, my boots silent on the carpet. My blood was humming, a low-frequency buzz of adrenaline and something darker I refused to name. I stopped by the bar and downed the rest of the scotch in one burning gulp. Goddamn senator, I muttered, slamming the glass down. Goddamn girl. This was business. Just fucking business. I had the collateral. Now I just had to make sure it didn't burn the house down.
Chapter 3. MILA POV. The silence in this place costs money. You can feel it. It's not just the absence of noise, it's a product manufactured by thick glass, insulated walls, and being 50 floors above the shit and rot of the city. I stood on the charcoal marble floor of the foyer, shivering like a wet dog. The transition from the shipyard to this penthouse was violent. 1 minute I was standing in freezing rain, listening to the ocean slam against the docks while my father sold me off like a bad investment. Now I was in a climate-controlled box that smelled like ozone and sandalwood. My feet were numb, but I could feel the grit of the shipyard paste against my soles. I shifted my weight, and the wet slap of my skin against the stone echoed like a gunshot in a library. It was humiliating. I tried to scrape a patch of dried mud off my ankle with my big toe, wobbling a little, just trying to feel less like trash in a museum. Azlan Zharkov didn't say a word. He just loomed there, a dark shape against the light of the city skyline, watching me. He wasn't looking at me like a person. He was looking at me like I was a delivery, he hadn't bothered to unbox yet. "Don't move," he said. His voice was a low grind, like gravel in a mixer. "You're tracking filth onto my floor." The audacity. I wanted to laugh, but my throat was too tight. I'm literally collateral damage in a multi-million-dollar debt deal, and he's worried about his floor tiles. "Stand straight," he added, not even raising his voice. I straightened my spine, fighting the urge to slump. I'm a Montclair. We don't slump. Even when we're being traded for gambling debts. He jerked his chin toward a darkened hallway on the left. "Walk." I hesitated. Just for a second. My jaw locked tight, grinding my molars together until they hurt. I wanted to scream. I wanted to demand to know where my things were, where my cello was, where the hell my life had gone in the last 2 hours. But the look in his eyes stopped me cold. They were gray dead things. Sharpened flint. The air between us vibrated with a sudden, heavy threat. "I won't tell you twice," he said. "The debt is growing, MILA." I walked. The hallway was long and shadowed, lined with art that probably cost more than my entire education. I focused on the ground. A tiny pebble from the shipyard had stuck to my heel, digging into the tender skin with every step. It hurt, a sharp, biting pain that traveled up my calf, but I refused to stop. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of seeing me limp. My dress, a bespoke silk slip that had been perfect for the gala earlier tonight, was ruined. It was soaked through, clinging to my thighs like a second skin, smelling of diesel fumes and salt water. It made a soft shush-shush sound as I walked, a whisper of friction in the dead silence. Behind me, I could hear the heavy thud of his shoes. Slow. Deliberate. He wasn't hurrying me. He was hurting me. We stopped at a heavy, soundproof door at the end of the hall. He reached past me to open it, his arm brushing against my shoulder. I flinched. I couldn't help it. His suit jacket was dry and warm, and the heat radiating off him felt like an insult when I was freezing to death. He ushered me inside and let the door seal shut behind us with a heavy hydraulic hiss. The lock engaged with a thunk that I felt in my chest. It wasn't a bedroom. It was a dressing suite, but that word felt too soft for this. It was a lab. Glass steel black lacquer. Mirrors everywhere. "Center of the rug," Azlan ordered. He walked to a panel on the wall and twisted a dial. Overhead LED lights flared to life, harsh and clinical. I squeezed my eyes shut against the sudden glare, then forced them open. The light was unforgiving. It caught every smudge of dirt on my skin, every shiver, every drop of dirty rainwater dripping from the hem of my ruined dress. I looked like a drowned rat in a sterile operating theater. "Don't look at the mirrors," he said, stepping into the circle of light with me. "Look at me." I fixed my eyes on the knot of his tie. I wasn't going to look him in the face. If I did, I might spit at him, and I had a feeling that would end with me bleeding. He stepped closer, invading my personal space until the scent of expensive tobacco and rain filled my nose. He reached out. My breath hitched, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, presto agitato. His hand didn't strike. It brushed the strap of my dress. His fingers were rough, calloused, working hands, not politician hands. He rubbed the silk between his thumb and forefinger, testing the weave. "Is this what he bought you to keep you quiet?" he asked. His tone was bored. "Trash. All of it." My hands twitched at my sides. I reached for the phantom neck of my cello, a nervous tic I'd had since I was 6. My fingers curled around empty air. "It's silk," I snapped, my voice cracking. "It's a rag?" He didn't unzip it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small matte black blade. The metal caught the harsh light, a sliver of darkness. My stomach dropped. "What are you?" "Don't tremble," he cut in. He hooked the tip of the blade into the top of the zipper at the back of my dress. He didn't even hesitate. He yanked his hand down. RSSP. The sound of the metal teeth tearing apart was jagged and ugly. The tension in the bodice vanished instantly. Cold air hit my bare back. He had literally cut me out of my clothes like he was skinning a deer. A steady hand is required for this, Mila, he murmured close to my ear. See that you have one. The dress began to slide. Instinct kicked in. I grabbed the front of the silk, clutching it to my chest to keep it from pooling around my ankles. A low growl vibrated from his chest. It was a primal sound, deep and warning. He tapped the flat of the blade against his palm. Tap. 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 Drop it, he said. I gripped the fabric tighter, my knuckles turning white. No. I said, hands down, Mila. He stepped around to face me, his gray eyes boring into mine. You have no secrets from me. You are the payment. I don't unwrap my property halfway. I'm not property, I hissed. Check your bank account. Or your father's. He pointed the blade at the floor. Drop it. I stood there for 5 seconds, calculating. If I fought, he'd just take it. If I ran, there was nowhere to go. The hydraulic lock on the door was engaged. I let my fingers open. The silk fell with a wet, heavy plap onto the floor. I stood there in my underwear. Cream lace. Expensive. Now stained gray with shipyard grime. I felt small. I'm not a small woman. I have an athlete's build from hours of holding a heavy instrument and hauling cases, but under those lights, with him fully dressed in a charcoal suit, I felt microscopic. Look at the mess you're in, he said, shaking his head. Filthy lace for a filthy debt. He made a circle motion with his finger. All of it. I looked at the scar on his throat. It was jagged, ugly, pink against his tan skin. A reminder that someone had tried to kill him once. I wish they'd tried harder. I reached back and unhooked my bra. My fingers were shaking so bad, I almost couldn't do it. I shoved the panties down. Then I stood straight, shoulders back, chin up. Naked. Good, he said, his eyes scanning me not with lust but with inventory. Now don't move a muscle. He began the inspection. He walked around me slowly. I felt like a statue in a gallery being critiqued by a man who hated art. He stopped in front of me again. His hand came up, and before I could flinch, he hooked a thick finger into the corner of my mouth. Open, he ordered. He pulled my lip down, checking my teeth and gums. His thumb was rough against the sensitive skin of my inner lip, dragging hard enough to sting. It was invasive. It was clinical. It was something you did to a horse. No rot, he muttered, tilting my head back and forth by the jaw. Your father took care of his assets, at least. I tried to pull away, but his grip tightened on my jaw. Keep your mouth shut unless I'm in it, he said, letting go abruptly. I staggered back a step, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. The taste of salt and soap lingered on my tongue. I wanted to vomit. He grabbed my left arm next, gripping the forearm hard. He turned it over, checking the veins in my wrist, then the inner elbow. He rubbed his thumb over the pale skin, hard, like he was trying to rub off a stain. Clean skin, he noted. Strong hands. The cello, I suppose. Yes, I breathed, the word slipping out. You won't be playing that again for a long time. He dropped my arm. My heart skipped a beat. Won't be playing? That wasn't part of the deal. That couldn't be part of the deal. He moved to my side. His eyes narrowed. He reached out and pressed his thumb directly into my hip bone. I gasped, flinching away. Ow! There was a bruise there. A dark purple bloom spreading across my skin, where one of my father's security goons had shoved me into the SUV. Azlan's face darkened. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. He marked what belongs to me. He traced the edge of the bruise, his touch lighter now but still possessive. Shite. I should have taken his other hand for this. It hurts, I said stupidly. I don't like damaged goods, Mila. He looked me in the eye. Next time you don't let anyone put hands on you. You break their fingers. Understood? I didn't answer. He didn't wait. He turned away, and walked to a sleek wall of cabinetry. He kicked my ruined dress into a bin in the corner like it was garbage. Then he pulled open a hidden drawer. It slid out on silent rails. Inside there was black silk. Neatly folded. Minimalist. "Nothing from that house stays on your body," he said, running the tactical blade along the edge of the drawer. "Zip. Everything you were is in that bin." He picked up a slip. It was barely anything. A whisper of fabric. "This is your new skin." I reached for it. My skin felt too exposed, too raw. I needed coverage. He lifted it higher, just out of my reach. I froze, standing on my tiptoes, hand outstretched like a beggar. "Did I say you could dress?" he asked softly. My face burned. "Give it to me. I'm not done looking." He let his gaze travel down my body again. Slowly. He started at my throat, went down to my breasts, my stomach, the flare of my hips, my legs. He took his time. He was making a point. He owned the view. He owned the eyes that were looking. "Patience is a virtue you'll learn quickly here," he said. He tossed the silk at me. I caught it, fumbling. It was cool to the touch, slippery like oil. I pulled it over my head frantically. It slid down my body, clinging to every curve, stopping just below my ass. It offered zero warmth and barely any modesty. "Fits like a glove," he observed. "Black suits you better than that politician's gold." I smoothed the fabric down my thighs, trying to stretch it. It wouldn't go any lower. "You look like a proper little secret now," he said. The heat in the room shifted. It wasn't just clinical anymore. There was a current running underneath it, something dark and hungry. He took a step closer. "Don't get used to wearing even that much." I swallowed hard. "Where are my bags?" I asked, my voice trembling but defiant. "My cello case. It was in the trunk of the car. Did your men bring it up?" Azlan stopped. He looked at me with flat, unblinking eyes. "Your instruments are gone, MILA." The world tilted. "What?" "I told you. Nothing from that house enters this room." "But..." Panic clawed at my throat. "It's a Garneri. It's my life. You can't just..." "I am the only thing you have to listen to now," he interrupted. "Zero. Do you understand? You start at zero." "You bastard." The scream ripped out of me before I could stop it. "You can't take my..." He moved faster than I could track. 1 second he was 3 feet away, the next he was on me. He slammed me back against the floor-to-ceiling mirror. My head cracked against the glass, thwack. He pressed a thick finger against my lips, hard, crushing the soft tissue against my teeth. I tasted copper. Blood. "Rules, MILA," he snarled, his face inches from mine. "Your voice belongs to me. You don't use it without permission. Don't make me remind you again." I stared up at him, my chest heaving. The pain in my lip was sharp, hot. I wanted to bite his finger off. I wanted to smash the mirror and use the shards to cut that arrogance out of him. But I saw the look in his eyes. He was waiting for it. He wanted me to fight so he could break me down further. I swallowed the blood. I forced my breathing to slow. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. I nodded. Once. A jerk of the chin. He stepped back, looking satisfied. He wiped a smear of my blood from his thumb onto his pants. "That's a good girl," he said. "Keep that fire. It'll make breaking you more interesting." He gestured to the glass partition that separated the dressing area from the bedroom. "Move." I walked into the bedroom. It was massive, dominated by a bed that looked like a black slab of granite. The view of the city was incredible. Millions of lights, people living their lives, completely unaware that up here a woman was being erased. "Sit," he commanded. "Edge of the mattress." I sat. The sheets were impossibly soft, a cruel contrast to the situation. I curled my toes into the thick carpet, trying to ground myself. He stood in the doorway, a silhouette framed by the darkness of the hall. He dragged his thumb across the scar on his throat, watching me. "This is your world now," he said. "Don't leave that mattress. I'll know if you do." "I need to sleep," I said, my voice dull. "Sleep, Mila," he agreed. "Tomorrow, the real work begins." He paused, his gaze lingering on the way the black silk rode up my thigh. "Fuck, you're going to be a problem, aren't you?" He didn't wait for an answer. He hit a switch on the wall. The amber lights faded. The room plunged into darkness. The door clicked shut. The lock engaged. Click. I sat there in the dark, listening to the silence. My lip throbbed. My cello was gone. My name felt like it belonged to a stranger. I pulled my knees up to my chest and wrapped my arms around them. I didn't cry. I was done crying. I stared at the door, plotting the exact trajectory of a bullet through a heavy oak panel. 0. He said I was starting at 0. Fine. I can count. Let's see how high the numbers go before one of us breaks.
Chapter 4. Azlan POV. The ice in my glass was melting, diluting the 18-year-old Lefroy until it looked like piss water. I swirled it anyway, listening to the cubes clack against the crystal. The sound was annoying. Everything was fucking annoying tonight. I sat in the dark of my private study, the only light bleeding from the bank of monitors spanning the far wall. The air conditioner hummed, a low-frequency drone that usually helped me think, but right now it felt like a drill against my temple. On the center screen, lines of code cascaded in a waterfall of neon green and white. The ledger. The digital blackmail file Senator Montclair had used to strangle half the city's underworld. I'd spent the last hour trying to parse the encryption, but the characters might as well have been ancient fucking Greek. I couldn't focus. My brain was a scratched record, skipping over the same 3 seconds. The rain in the shipyard, the cold slap of water against the docks, and the way MILA Montclair hadn't blinked when her father handed me her leash. "Focus, Zharkov," I muttered, the words scraping out of a throat that felt like it had swallowed broken glass. "She's just a line item." But line items didn't breathe. They didn't have heat signatures that messed with the temperature of my penthouse. I shoved the keyboard away and grabbed the mouse, minimizing the code. I didn't want to look at it. I wanted to look at the problem. I clicked on the feed for the guest suite. Prison cell, whatever you wanted to call a room that cost more than most people made in a decade. The image flickered into high resolution. She was there, frozen like a statue on the edge of the oversized bed. She hadn't touched the Egyptian cotton sheets. She hadn't turned on the TV. She sat with her back straight, hands folded in her lap, staring at nothing. The room was a minefield to her. Good. I took a sip of the watered-down scotch. It burned on the way down, a familiar medicinal heat. I watched her. I was looking for a crack, a tear in that stoic aristocrat mask. I wanted to see her shake. I wanted to see her cry. Anything to prove she was just a spoiled political pawn and not whatever the fuck this was. I zoomed the camera in. Her hands were interlaced so tightly her knuckles were bone white. There it was. The tension. She was holding herself together with sheer fucking will. "Still as a grave, aren't you, little bird?" I whispered to the empty room. "Show me a flinch. Just one." She was wearing the new skin I'd had Vigo drop off. A charcoal gray silk slip. Minimalist. It was meant to be a uniform, something to strip away the senator's daughter and leave only the collateral. But on her, it didn't look like a uniform. It looked like high fashion. It clung to her frame, highlighting the lithe, athletic grace of a cellist who spent hours wrestling a massive instrument. The dark silk made her skin look impossibly pale, like cream waiting to be spoiled. A thin strap had fallen off her shoulder, resting halfway down her arm. It was a chaotic detail in a perfectly composed picture. It annoyed me. It made me want to reach through the screen and fix it. Or rip it off. Shite. I slammed the glass down on the coaster. I should have given her a burlap sack. The visual of her as my literal property, sitting in my room wearing my clothes, waiting for my command, was fueling a primal ugly lust that I considered a professional liability. It was a weakness. Kovac would laugh his Russian ass off if he knew I was sitting here, hard as a rock, watching a girl on a security feed like a pervert. Look at that. My name is practically written on her skin. I reached up, my fingers brushing the jagged scar that ran across my throat. Old instinct. The ridges of keloid tissue were rough against my fingertips, a permanent reminder of a deal gone south 10 years ago. A blade meant to silence me. The man who paid for that blade was probably the same man who just sold me his daughter. She's a Montclair, I reminded myself, tracing the scar until the sensation grounded me in the hate I needed. They bleed lies. She's a payment. Nothing more. Fucking nothing. On the screen, MILA moved. She stood up abruptly, the silk rippling around her thighs. She began to pace. It wasn't a nervous pace, it was rhythmic. Measured. Like a metronome. She walked the length of the room, turned, walked back. Then, right in the center of the rug, she stopped. She looked up. Directly at the smoke detector. Directly at the hidden lens. My breath hitched. She couldn't see me, it was impossible, but her hazel eyes burned through the pixels, sharp and defiant. She wasn't looking at a piece of plastic on the ceiling. She was looking at me. She slowly raised her hand. With deliberate, agonizing slowness, she hooked her thumb under the fallen strap of her slip and slid it back onto her shoulder. She smoothed the fabric over her chest, her eyes never leaving the lens. You think you see me, Zharkov? The challenge was practically screaming through the silence. Don't blink, I growled, leaning forward in my leather chair. I'm right here. She didn't blink. She stared until my skin felt too tight for my body. It wasn't the look of a victim. It was an invitation to a duel. Fuck this. I stood up so fast my chair screeched across the hardwood floor, tipping backward and hitting the desk with a heavy thud. I didn't bother to pick it up. I grabbed the scotch glass, downed the rest of it in one burn, and stormed out of the study. The hallway was sterile, silent, and cold. My boots made heavy, rhythmic clicks on the polished marble. Click. 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 Like a countdown. I passed the server room, the hum of the cooling fans fading behind me as I zeroed in on the double doors at the end of the corridor. Vigo had the guards on the perimeter, which meant the floor was empty. Just me and her. I stopped at her door. My hand hovered over the biometric scanner. I could feel the heat radiating off my own skin, a stark contrast to the air-conditioned chill of the penthouse. My palm was damp. I wiped it on my trousers, disgusted with myself. My heart was doing something it hadn't done in years. It was racing. Not from fear. From anticipation. One word, I muttered, staring at the red light on the lock. Give me one goddamn reason to break you. I pressed my thumb to the sensor. The light turned green. The lock disengaged with a sharp chirp click. She wants a monster? I'll show her the one she bought. The door slid open with a whisper. I stepped inside. The room was set to 68 degrees, but the tension hit me like a physical wall of heat. It smelled like her, something clean like vanilla and salt, cutting through the antiseptic scent of the luxury hotel soap. MILA was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. The city was a sprawling grid of wrought and neon behind her, framing her silhouette like a dark halo. She didn't turn around. She knew I was there. She probably heard the blood rushing in my ears. I let the silence stretch. I wanted her to sweat. I stayed in the shadows of the doorway, letting the weight of my presence fill the room before I moved. You're working overtime on that stair, MILA, I said, my voice low. The view is expensive. Don't get used to it. She didn't answer. Rule number 1, silence. She was good at it. Almost too good. I walked into the room, moving in a slow, predatory circle around her. I inspected her like I was checking a car for scratches. The charcoal silk fit her better than I wanted to admit. It clung to the curve of her hip, the dip of her waist. Her mahogany hair was messy, wild strands catching the light from the city below. She refused to track me with her head. She kept her eyes on the glass, watching my reflection instead of me. I stopped close enough to feel the heat coming off her shoulders. I reached out, my hand hovering for a second before I flicked a stray hair off her bare skin. My knuckles lingered, just for a heartbeat, against the softness of her shoulder. She flinched. Tiny, microscopic, but it was there. "The silk suits you," I said, dropping my hand. "Better than that senator's daughter bullshit. You look like property now. Do you feel like it?" She turned then. Slowly. Her face was composed, but her chest was rising and falling too fast. "The first rule was silence," I continued, taking a step closer, forcing her to tilt her head back to look me in the eye. "You've done well so far. Tell me, Mila, do you remember what happens when you speak without permission?" I adjusted my cufflinks, the metal clicking sharply in the quiet room. A casual gesture. A threat. She stared at me, her lips pressed into a thin line. Her eyes were hazel fire. She wasn't scared. She was furious. Then she did something stupid. Something brave. She took a step forward. She closed the distance until her chest was inches from my suit jacket. She was invading my space. Her bare toe bumped against the tip of my polished Oxford shoe. A tiny electric point of contact that sent a shockwave straight to my groin. "Are you going to hit me, or just keep pacing like a dog?" I sneered, trying to regain the high ground. "You talk a lot for a man who bought a mute." Her eyes narrowed. She was baiting me. "Do it," I whispered. "Say something." My hand shot out, striking like a cobra. I gripped her chin, my fingers digging into her jaw. I wasn't gentle. I tilted her head back, forcing her neck to arch, exposing the vulnerable column of her throat. I leaned down, bringing my face close to hers, so she had no choice but to look at the jagged scar that ruined the skin of my neck. "Look at it," I hissed. "That's what a debt looks like when it's paid in blood. Your father did this. Not with his hands, but with his silence. He let it happen." The cold gold of my signet ring pressed into her cheek. I waited for her to look away. I waited for the disgust. Mila didn't look away. Her eyes traced the silver line of scar tissue, analyzing it. Then she looked back up into my eyes, and for a second I thought she was going to spit in my face. She wrapped her hand around my wrist. Her grip was surprisingly strong, her fingers digging into my tendons. She didn't try to pull my hand away. She just held it there, anchoring me to her. She parted her lips. "Bastard." The word was raspy, unused, but it hit me harder than a fist. She broke the rule. She threw the first punch. "Bastard," she said again, stronger this time. "Is that all you have? Scars and threats?" Something inside me snapped. The thin tether of professional discipline I'd been holding onto frayed and broke. "Silence was your only asset," I growled, tightening my grip on her jaw until her breath hitched. "You just spent it." I shoved her backward. She stumbled, her back hitting the floor-to-ceiling glass with a heavy thud. The window shuddered against the frame, a low, ominous vibration that echoed through the soles of my feet. "You wanted to play, little bird." I closed the distance before she could recover, slamming my body against hers, pinning her to the view. I grabbed her wrists, hauling them up above her head and pinning them against the cold glass with one massive hand. My body was a solid wall, pressing her into the skyline. "Look at the city," I snarled, leaning into her. "It's watching you belong to me." She struggled, twisting her body, her hips grinding against mine in a way that was meant to be fighting, but felt a hell of a lot like friction. "Get off me," she gasped. "No." I buried my face in the crook of her neck. She smelled like heaven and hell mixed together. I inhaled, dragging my nose along the sensitive skin behind her ear. My stubble grazed her like sandpaper. I felt her shiver, a full-body tremor that had nothing to do with the cold. "I should break you right here," I muttered against her skin. "Goddamn you for being this soft." "Azlan." I didn't let her finish. I crashed my mouth against hers. It wasn't a kiss. It was a collision. A violent, desperate silencing. I ground my lips against hers, forcing them apart, my tongue sweeping in to taste her. She tasted like smoke and desperation. I tilted her head back with my forearm, deepening the angle, taking everything she had. Take it, I growled into her mouth. Mine. You are fucking mine. She fought me for a second, her body rigid, her hands clawing at the hand pinning her wrists. She kicked out, her bare foot wrapping around my calf, trying to find purchase. Then the switch flipped. She made a noise, a low, frustrated sound in her throat, and kissed me back. It was savage. She bit my lip hard. I tasted copper. Then do it, bastard, she mumbled against my mouth. Don't stop. Goddamn you, don't stop. The adrenaline spiked, turning the blood in my veins to gasoline. I released her wrists, letting them drop, and immediately slid my hand to her throat. I didn't squeeze to choke, just enough to own the airflow. My thumb pressed into her pulse point. It was hammering. A frantic staccato beat against my skin. Your heart is racing, I said, pulling back just enough to look at her. Her lips were swollen, red and wet. Her eyes were blown wide, pupils swallowing the hazel. Why is that, MILA? Tell me you hate this. Lie to me. She couldn't speak. She just gasped, her chest heaving against mine. I moved my other hand down, bunching the thin fabric of the charcoal slip in my fist. I hiked it up, the silk sliding over her skin like water. I didn't stop until my hand found the warmth of her bare thigh. I gripped it hard. My fingers dug into the soft flesh, marking her. You're just silken debt, I whispered, watching her eyes flutter and roll back. Marked. You're going to have my fingerprints on you for a week. My signet ring caught on the delicate fabric, making a sharp zip sound, but I didn't care if I tore it. I needed to feel her. I leaned in and bit her lower lip, hard enough to draw a tiny bead of blood. I licked it away instantly, tasting the iron. Tastes like payment, I murmured, dragging my teeth across the swollen flesh. You're bleeding for me now. She let out a broken moan, her head falling back against the glass with a thump. Her hands found the lapels of my suit jacket, gripping the expensive wool like she was trying to tear her way inside my chest. A button popped off my shirt, skittering across the wooden floor. Click-clack spin. Fuck. Azlan. Her voice was wrecked. Goddamn you to hell. Hearing my name on her lips, breathless, desperate, was a drug I hadn't known I was addicted to. I moved my hand higher between her legs. I didn't go inside, just pressed the heel of my hand against her, grinding firmly through the last layer of silk. She arched off the glass, a sharp cry tearing from her throat. You like this, don't you? I taunted, watching her face unravel. Being handled like the prize you are. Don't look away. Look at what I'm doing to you. She was shaking. Vibrating. I hate you, she gasped, but her hips were pushing back against my hand, seeking the pressure. Good. I squeezed, one hard, possessive claim that made her knees buckle. I had to hold her up with my body, pinning her tight. The steam from our breath was fogging up the window behind her, obscuring the city. We were in a bubble of sweat and violence. I looked at her. Really looked at her. Her hair was a mess, her mouth was bruised, her dress was ruched up around her hips. She looked ruined. She looked perfect. And that was the problem. If I took her now, against this window with the city watching, I wouldn't stop. I would consume her. And then I'd belong to her, just as much as she belonged to me. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. You're compromised, Zharkov. I froze. My hand stilled on her thigh. My heavy breathing filled the space between us, harsh and ragged. You're bankrupt, MILA, I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. Hoarse. And I'm the only one who can bail you out. She blinked, dazed, trying to focus on my face. Azlan. I wrenched myself away. The loss of contact was physical. The cold air of the room rushed into the space between us, chilling the sweat on my skin. I took a step back, my boots heavy on the floor. I reached up and straightened my tie, though I knew my shirt was missing a button. I smoothed the front of my jacket, forcing the professional mask back into place. It felt heavy. It felt fake. MILA slumped against the glass, sliding down an inch, looking at me like I'd just slapped her. Her chest was heaving. Her hand was still raised, reaching for where I used to be. "Clean yourself up," I said. My voice was flat. Dead. "I expect you in my office at dawn." I turned toward the door. I didn't look back. I couldn't. "And MILA." I paused, my hand on the frame. "Don't speak again. I won't be so gentle next time." The door slid shut behind me with a mechanical whir, sealing her in. I stood in the hallway for a second, staring at the opposite wall. My hands were shaking. I shoved them into my pockets so the cameras wouldn't see. I needed a cold shower. Or a bottle of gin. Or a bullet. Probably all three. Chapter 5. Azlan. The numbers on the screen were bleeding together. I'd been staring at the digital ledger for an hour, but my brain wasn't processing the cascading columns of debt and interest. The blue light flickered against the dark wood of the office, cold and sterile, but I felt like the room was on fire. I looked away from the spreadsheet. My eyes drifted, traitorous and heavy, to the secondary monitor on the left. The security feed. Specifically, the camera inside the guest suite. Or the cell. Depending on how you wanted to spin the legalities of a human being traded for a gambling debt. MILA was pacing. I watched her. 10 minutes straight. I didn't blink. She moved like a caged panther, agitated and sleek, her silhouette cutting back and forth across the grainy black and white feed. She'd stop, look at the door, clench her hands into fists, and then start walking again. I swirled the ice in my glass of scotch. Clink. 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 I used the little silver pick to stab at the cube, chipping away shards that melted instantly in the amber liquid. Fuck me. I shouldn't be watching her. I should be figuring out how to launder the 3 million Arthur Montclair had just washed his hands of. I should be securing the perimeter against Kovac's inevitable encroachment. But the memory of the hallway was still loud in my head. The way she'd tasted. The way she'd fought me, all fire and sharp edges, until her body betrayed her and softened against the wall. If I break her tonight, she'll never look at me with that fire again. But if I don't break her, she'll think she still has a choice. And she doesn't. That's the gig. That's the deal. I finished the scotch in one burn, slamming the glass down on a coaster. Focus, Zharkov. She's a debt, not a fucking prize. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the key. The iron was heavy, cold enough to bite into my palm. An old shipyard key. Rusted, ugly, brutal. Just like the place where her father had handed her over. I rolled it across my knuckles. Back and forth. The metal scraped against my skin, grounding me. This was the transaction. This physical piece of iron represented the ownership. She wasn't a girl with mahogany hair and eyes that could cut glass. She was an asset. A liability I had acquired. My hand slipped. The key hit the mahogany desk with a dull, heavy thud that echoed in the silent room like a gunshot. I stared at it. Bought and paid for. $3 million. Plus interest. Plus the headache of keeping her alive while half the city wanted to use her to get to the senator. Your father gave me the leash, MILA, I muttered to the empty room, my voice sounding rough like gravel in a blender. I'm just deciding how hard to pull it. I looked back at the screen. She had stopped pacing. She was standing in the middle of the room, looking up at the camera as if she knew I was there. As if she could feel my gaze crawling over her skin. Defiant little shit. I reached for the intercom. My thumb hovered over the button. The smart play was to leave her alone. Let her stew. Let the silence do the work. But I wasn't feeling smart tonight. I was feeling hungry. And angry. A dangerous fucking combination. I pressed the button. The static crackled. Office. Now. I didn't wait for an answer. I released the button. Don't make me come and get you, MILA, I said to the air. I stood up and adjusted my cufflinks. Silver. Hard angles. A habit from the old days, before a sit-down or a beat-down. Straighten the suit. Fix the tie. Make sure the monster looks like a gentleman before he opens his mouth. I waited. The silence stretched. I could hear the hum of the server rack in the corner. The rain was still lashing against the floor-to-ceiling windows, blurring the city lights into streaks of neon blood. Then the click of the latch. The door swung open. MILA stepped inside. She shut the door behind her, the latch clicking into place with finality. She stood there, spine straight, chin tilted up. I'd picked the silk slip. It was minimal. Gunmetal gray. It clung to her like a second skin, showing every curve, every dip, the frantic rise and fall of her chest. She looked like a ghost in that silk. A ghost haunting my office. She stayed by the door, refusing to come closer. Gripping the hem of the slip so hard her knuckles were white. A tell. She was terrified. Good. I didn't tell you to stand there, I said, my voice low. I told you to come here. She swallowed. I saw the movement of her throat. But she walked. Her bare feet were silent on the plush rug. She stopped 3 feet from the desk. You look like you're walking to the gallows, I said. Feels like it, she shot back. Her voice was steady but thin. I walked around the desk. Slow. Deliberate. I wanted her to hear the heavy thud of my shoes. I circled her. She tried to track me, turning her head, but I moved behind her. I stopped. Close. Too close. My chest was inches from her back. I could smell her. Floral soap and rain, and that distinct metallic scent of fear. She shivered. A visible ripple that started at her neck and ran down her arms. I reached out and brushed a single stray hair off her shoulder. My finger grazed her skin. She flinched. You're trembling, little prodigy, I whispered. I leaned down, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. I felt the heat coming off her in waves. She was burning up. Does the office scare you, or is it just the man inside it? She bit her inner cheek. I saw her jaw work. You're not scary, Azlan. You're just loud. Liar. The cello didn't lie for you, I murmured, stepping closer, pressing my chest against her back, forcing her to feel the wall of muscle she was up against. And neither does your pulse. It's hammering against your skin like it wants out. I put my hand on her shoulder. Heavy. I pressed down just slightly. A reminder of gravity. A reminder of who was standing. Look at me when I'm breaking you. She turned. Fast. Whipping around to face me. Her hazel eyes were wide, dark pupils swallowing the iris. Defiance. Fear. Lust. It was all there, a chaotic mess. I didn't give her space. I hooked my thumb under her jaw, digging in, forcing her head back until her neck was exposed, until she had no choice but to drown in my gaze. You're a line item, MILA. Nothing more. I tightened my grip, watching a faint red mark bloom under my thumb. Tonight, I'm collecting the interest. And I want it in full. You think you own everything, she spat, her hands coming up to push at my chest. It was like pushing a boulder. I think I own what I paid for. I let go of her jaw and turned to the desk. It was covered in bullshit. Invoices. Files. A heavy crystal paperweight. A gold pen set. The clutter of a legitimate business, masking the rot underneath. I swept my arm across the surface. Violent. Fast. Crash. The crystal paperweight hit the floor and shattered. Papers fluttered through the air like wounded birds, drifting into the shadows. The pen clattered against the baseboards. The sound was jarring, a sudden explosion of noise that left the silence afterward feeling heavier. MILA jumped back, her hand flying to her mouth. Clear enough for you? I asked, looking at the empty expanse of mahogany. This is the only place that matters now. I pointed to the wood. Up. Now. She hesitated. Her eyes darted to the door. Don't make me ask a third time, I warned, stepping into her space again. You won't like the third time. She glared at me, hateful and beautiful, and then she moved. She hoisted herself onto the high desk. Her toes curled against the edge, gripping the wood. I stepped between her knees. The silk of her slip rode up. My suit trousers, rough wool, brushed against the soft skin of her inner thighs. I gripped her hips. My fingers dug in, anchoring her. I leaned in until our foreheads touched. We were breathing the same frantic air. Watch me, Mila, I growled. I want you to see exactly who's taking what your father sold. She tried to look away. I didn't let her. I held her gaze while I reached for my buttons. No more games, Mila, I said, undoing the waistcoat. I tossed it onto a nearby chair without looking. You're not a guest here. You're mine. The professional mask was on the floor with the crystal shards. There was only the hunger now. My hand slid up her thighs. I didn't differ my touch. I wasn't gentle. I pressed my thumbs into the soft flesh, enough to bruise. I was marking the territory. Soft, I muttered, shaking my head. Too soft for this world. I'm going to leave marks you can't hide, Mila. Her heels drummed a frantic rhythm against the side of the desk. Thump, thump, thump. I grabbed the hem of the silk slip. No hiding. I yanked it up. Over her head, in one fluid motion. The static crackled. I tossed the gray silk aside like it was trash. She sat there. Naked. Shivering, under the harsh office lights. She tried to cross her arms over her chest, a pitiful attempt at modesty. I caught her wrists. Pinned them to her sides. I paid for every inch, I said, my voice dropping to a gravelly rasp. I intend to see it. I looked. I audited her. From the pulse in her throat, to the curve of her breasts, down to the flat plane of her stomach, and the dark curls between her legs. I reached for the iron key. It was sitting on the edge of the desk, where I dropped it earlier. I picked it up. Mila gasped when the cold, jagged metal touched the hollow of her throat. This is the key to your life now, I said, tracing a line down. Over her collarbone. Between her breasts. Her skin bumped up in a trail following the metal. Do you feel that, Mila? That's me owning you. I dragged the key lower. Over her stomach. She flinched, her breath hitching. Stop, she whispered. But she didn't pull away. Make me. I dropped the key. It clattered on the wood next to her hip. I crashed my mouth onto hers. It wasn't a kiss. It was a raid. I took her mouth, my tongue sweeping in, demanding everything. I tasted scotch and salt. She made a noise in her throat, a protest that died halfway up and turned into a moan. I tangled my hand in her hair, yanking her head back to deepen the angle. Shush. Take it, I mumbled against her lips. Give me your breath. It's mine anyway. She was fighting me, her hands gripping my shoulders, nails digging into the fabric of my shirt, but her mouth was opening. She was letting me in. I broke the kiss and spun her around. I pressed her chest down against the mahogany. This is where you belong, I said, leaning over her, pinning her with my weight. Her cheek pressed against the cold brass base of the desk lamp. Under me. Under my hand. The smell of lemon polish and sex filled my nose. I reached between us. My hand was rough. Efficient. I didn't waste time with foreplay. The adrenaline was the foreplay. The fear was the lubricant. I touched her. She was slick. You're wet for a man you hate, I said, my voice thick with satisfaction. I used my knee to shove her legs further apart. Tell me how much you want to stay like this. I hate you, she gasped, her fingers scratching at the wood. Body doesn't lie, I said. I freed myself. I was hard enough to cut diamonds. The pressure was painful. I needed to be inside her. I needed to fill the void that the ledger couldn't fix. I lined up. I pushed in. Slow. She cried out. A sharp high sound. She was tight. Unforgiving. You were made for this, MILA, I groaned, leaning down to bite the sensitive skin where her neck met her shoulder. Mine. All fucking mine. I sank to the hilt. The sensation was blinding. It was like plugging into a live wire. I held still for a second, letting her adjust, letting the reality of it sink into her bones. Then I began to move. Thud. The desk creaked. Thud. I pulled back and drove in again. Harder. Take it all, I commanded. Don't you dare close your eyes. I saw her reflection in the darkened window in front of us. Her face was twisted, eyes squeezed shut, mouth open in a silent scream of pleasure or pain or both. Look at me, I shouted, my hand slapping down on the desk next to her head. Her eyes flew open in the reflection. She met my gaze in the glass. You like the monster, don't you? I sneered, thrusting deep, hitting a spot that made her back arch violently. Look at what I've turned the senator's daughter into. She was clawing at the desk now, desperate for purchase. A stray pen rolled off the edge and hit the floor. Click. She was reaching for me. Even now. I threaded my fingers through hers, pinning her hands to the wood. Such a good girl for me, I whispered, the praise dark and degrading. Take it for me, MILA. Show me how much you can take. She sobbed. A broken, wet sound. Azlan. Hearing my name on her lips, breathless and wrecked, snapped the last tether of control I had. I let go. I pounded into her. Fast. Brutal. The desk groaned under us, a rhythmic protest. I gripped her hips so hard I knew my fingerprints would be there tomorrow. Purple. Black. Fuck. MILA? I gritted out. The release hit me like a physical blow. White hot. Violent. I poured myself into her, emptying every ounce of rage and obsession I'd been carrying since the shipyard. Mine, I roared. You're fucking mine. She came a second later, her body clamping down on me, her head falling back against my shoulder with a high, keen wail that echoed off the walls. We stayed there, panting, sweat cooling on our skin. The silence rushed back in, filling the corners of the room. But it was different now. It was heavy. Dense. I stayed buried in her. I wasn't done claiming her. Not yet. I smoothed a hand down her back. It was slick with sweat. My hand looked massive against her spine. Don't move, I said, my breathing ragged. She didn't. She couldn't. She was limp, destroyed, draped over my desk like the collateral she was. The debt is paid for today, I said, pulling out slowly, feeling the loss of friction immediately. I adjusted my clothes, buttoning the shirt over the damp skin. I grabbed her chin and turned her face toward me. Her eyes were glazed, lips swollen. But tomorrow, I wiped a smudge of mascara from under her eye with my thumb. Tomorrow I'll want more. I walked to the sideboard and poured another scotch. My hand was steady now. I didn't look back at her. I didn't need to. I knew exactly where she was. Right where I put her.
Chapter 6. MILA. The sheets cost more than my first cello. That's the first thought that bleeds into my brain when I wake up. Egyptian cotton, high thread count, feeling like cool water against skin that feels like it's been dragged over asphalt. I don't move. I lay there in the gray, unforgiving light filtering through the heavy curtains of the guest suite, listening to the silence of the penthouse. It's a heavy, expensive silence. The kind that hums with HVAC systems and high-altitude wind, completely detached from the grit of the city 40 floors down. I'm still here. Goddamn him. My body feels like a crime scene someone forgot to tape off. There's a dull throbbing ache in my inner thighs that flares into a sharp sting when I try to shift my legs. My lower back feels stiff, the muscles seized up from being arched over the hard edge of mahogany for however long it was. An hour? 20 minutes? Time had dissolved into a haze of adrenaline and humiliation. "Move, you coward," I whisper to the empty room. My voice sounds wrecked, like I've been screaming. Which I was. I force myself up. It's an ugly process. I grip the edge of the mattress until my knuckles turn white, hissing as gravity reacquaints itself with my soreness. It's just muscle, MILA. Just meat. It repairs itself. That's what bodies do. They break, they mend, they keep going until they can't. I drag myself out of the bed and toward the vanity mirror on the far wall. The floor is marble, cold enough to bite the soles of my feet. Good. I need the cold. I need to feel something that isn't the phantom heat of his hands. I drop the twisted silk slip to the floor and look at the damage. There are bruises blooming on my hips, faint yellowish-purple fingerprints where he anchored me. They look like a brand. Like he signed his name on my skin in violence. My lower lip is swollen, a tiny dark scab marking the spot where his teeth broke the skin. Who the fuck is this? I touch the glass, staring at the woman staring back. The polished, disciplined cellist who played Rachmaninoff at Carnegie Hall is gone. She's dead. She died the second Arthur Montclair handed my leash over in that rainy shipyard. This creature in the mirror looks feral. Her eyes are too bright, her hair a tangled mahogany mess, her skin mapped with evidence of a transaction. He didn't just take the debt. He took the face. A wave of nausea rolls through me, followed instantly by a spike of rage so hot it almost burns the sickness away. Arthur? My father. The man who sold me for a ledger and some political leverage. I hope he's sitting in his office right now, choking on the silence I left behind. I hope he rots. But hating Arthur is easy. It's safe. It's a moral absolute. Hating Azlan Zharkov is complicated. I kick a decorative pillow across the room. It hits the wall with a soft, pathetic thud that changes absolutely nothing. Scrub it off, I mutter, turning toward the bathroom. Just get clean. I turn the shower on full blast, twisting the chrome handle until it stops. I want it scalding. I step into the massive glass enclosure, not waiting for the steam to build, and let the water hit me. It stings. It bites into the bruises and the scratches, and I welcome it. I grab the bar of soap, something that smells like expensive eucalyptus and cold money, and start scrubbing. I scrub my arms, my chest, the curve of my neck. I want to wash the scent of scotch and leather off me. I want to wash the memory of his weight off my bones. But the water acts like a conductor. The heat hitting my skin doesn't erase him, it amplifies him. I lean my forehead against the cool marble tile, gasping as the water sluices down my back. The steam is rising, thick and suffocating, closing me in. And in the white noise of the spray, my brain betrays me. I remember the pressure. The way his hand wrapped around my throat, not to crush but to control. The absolute terrifying focus in his ice-gray eyes. He looked at me like I was a problem he was solving with friction and force. My pulse jumps in my throat. Don't you dare, I warn myself. You're a Montclair. Have some fucking dignity. But my body isn't listening to logic. It's listening to the residual dopamine hit from last night. The adrenaline crash left me hollow, and now my nervous system is screaming for a fix. It's a betrayal of the highest order. I should be traumatized. I should be curled in a ball weeping. Instead, my hand drifts down, trembling, hovering over the ache between my legs. The water beats against my chest, heavy and rhythmic. I close my eyes, and there he is. Azlan. The monster who bought me. I can feel the ghost of his suit jacket scratching against my bare stomach. The roughness of his calloused palms. Bastard, I hiss, the word vibrating against the wet tile. I slide my hand down. The touch is frantic, angry. I'm not being gentle with myself. I'm punishing the nerves that dared to enjoy his dominance. I press hard, the friction slick with water and soap, my breath hitching in a ragged gasp. The shame is there, heavy and suffocating, but it's mixed with something darker. A need to reclaim the sensation. If I do it, it's mine. If I finish it, I win. That's the lie I tell myself as I slide down the wall to the floor, the water pounding on top of my head. I grit my teeth, my fingers working in a desperate rhythm. I conjure him up in the darkness behind my eyelids. I make him watch. In my head, he's not winning, he's just the instrument. Look at me, I whisper to the empty shower, imagining his voice. Do it again. My hips buck off the tile. The tension coils tight in my belly, a physical wire being pulled until it hums. It's the same tension as a cello string right before it snaps. It hurts. It hurts so good. You fucking animal, I sob, the pleasure spiking sharp and sudden. I imagine his hand on my throat again. The threat of him. The way he made me feel small and vast all at once. More, I gasp, my head falling back against the marble. Please. The climax hits me like a car crash. Violent. Jarring. It rips a cry from my throat that I have to smother with my own hand. My body shudders, muscles locking and then releasing in waves that leave me dizzy and gasping for air in the steam-choked stall. Then the drop. I sit there on the floor, the water running cold, my knees pulled up to my chest. The pleasure evaporates, leaving behind a residue of self-loathing that feels heavier than lead. What have I done? I stare at my own knees, red from the heat. I feel pathetic. I just got off to the memory of the man who owns me. I'm not fighting him. I'm metabolizing him. I'm letting him into the wiring. You're his now, the voice in my head whispers. The debt is inside you. I stand up slowly, my legs shaking, and turn off the water. The silence rushes back in, judgmental and cold. I wipe a patch of fog from the glass door, and look at my distorted reflection one more time. I look exactly like a woman who is losing her mind. I step out, wrapping myself in a towel that feels too thick, too heavy. I walk back into the bedroom, dripping on the expensive rug. That's when I see it. On the valet stand by the door, a garment bag has appeared. I didn't hear anyone come in. The lock didn't click. They move like ghosts in this place. I unzip the bag. Inside is a gown of emerald silk, dark and liquid. It's stunning. It's the kind of dress you wear to start a war or end a marriage. The back plunges so low it's practically indecent, and the fabric is cool to the touch. Green for envy. Or green for money. Pinned to the sleeve is a card. Cream cardstock, heavyweight. The handwriting is sharp, slanted, efficient. It looks like it was carved into the paper rather than written. Be ready by 7. Don't make me come fetch you. No signature. He doesn't need one. I crumble the note in my fist, squeezing it until the edges bite into my palm. Fetch me. I whisper. Like a goddamn dog. I smooth the paper back out, staring at the ink. The threat is obvious. But the worst part, the part that makes me want to scream, is the tiny shiver that runs down my spine at the idea of him coming to get me. I need coffee. I need caffeine before I analyze that feeling, or I'm going to jump off the balcony. I dress quickly in slacks and a silk blouse I brought from my old life, armor that feels flimsy now, and walk out into the main living area. The penthouse is open concept, a sprawling expanse of glass and steel and minimalist furniture that costs more than most people's houses. The view is panoramic. The city is a gray smudge below, choked with smog and secrets. Vigo is at the kitchen island. Azlan's brother. The younger, slightly less terrifying version of the Zharkov bloodline. He's got his sleeves rolled up, and he's methodically cleaning a disassembled handgun on a placemat. The smell of gun oil mixes with the scent of fresh espresso. He doesn't look up as I walk in. Coffee's in the pot, he says, his voice rough. If you can walk that far. I freeze. My face heats up. Fuck you, Vigo. He huffs a laugh, snapping the slide back onto the frame of the weapon with a metallic clack. He's in a mood. I'd stay out of his way until tonight if I were you. I walk to the coffee maker, my hand shaking slightly as I pour the dark liquid into a mug. I'm not afraid of him, Vigo. You should be, he says casually, sighting down the barrel of the gun. He's not a man who handles new toys gently. I slam the mug down on the counter. Coffee sloshes over the rim. I am not a toy. I am the collateral. Vigo finally looks at me. His eyes are lighter than Azlan's, but they have the same predatory stillness. Keep telling yourself there's a difference, Mila. Might help you sleep. I grab my coffee and walk away from him, toward the massive windows. I press my forehead against the glass. It's cold. Down below, people are moving like ants. Going to jobs. Paying taxes. Living lives where their fathers didn't trade them to the mob to cover a blackmail debt. How many floors down to the truth? I murmur. Up here, I'm just a ghost. I've been edited out of the real world. I turn around, intending to go back to my room, but my feet betray me again. They carry me toward the double oak doors of the office. Azlan's office. The doors are slightly ajar. Don't go in there, I tell myself. You don't want to see it. But I do. I have to see. I have to know if the wreckage is still there. I need to see the physical proof that last night happened, that I didn't hallucinate the violence and the heat. I push the door open with one finger. The office is silent. The air smells of old paper and that lingering peat smoke scent of his scotch. I look at the desk. It's pristine. The mahogany shines under the recessed lighting, polished to a mirror finish. There are no smudges. No swept-aside papers. No evidence of my heels dragging across the wood, no sign of where he gripped me. The leather chair is tucked in perfectly. It's like it never happened. He erased it. I feel a strange hollow thud in my chest. The erasure feels worse than the act. It means I was just a transaction. A line item he processed and then filed away. He cleaned the desk, wiped away my sweat and my shame, and went back to work. I walk closer, my steps silent on the plush carpet. I scan the floor. There. Tucked near the leg of the desk, half hidden by the shadow of the rug. I crouch down and pick it up. My black hair tie. It snapped, the elastic broken. I hold it in my palm, staring at the frayed ends. It's the only proof left that I existed in this room. That he lost control, even for a second. Like it never happened, I whisper, closing my fist around the broken elastic. You're nothing but a line item, Mila. But as I stand up, clutching that piece of cheap rubber like a talisman, I know it's a lie. He didn't clean the office because I mean nothing. He cleaned it because he's meticulous. He's a predator who covers his tracks. But he missed this. I pocket the hair tie. Tonight, I have to wear the green dress. I have to play the part. I have to let him parade me in front of the city. But I'm keeping this. A reminder that even monsters leave a mess if you look close enough. Chapter 7. MILA POV. I stood under the clinical hum of the recessed lighting and traced the yellowing edge of a fingerprint bruise on my hip. It looked like a smudge of old tea against my skin. A souvenir. A receipt. The mirror in the guest suite was floor to ceiling, designed to catch every flaw, but right now it was just cataloging the damage. My shoulder still had the faint, reddish outline of teeth. I pressed a cold, damp cloth against it, watching my reflection flinch. The sting wasn't the problem. The problem was the way my stomach tightened in response, a sick, traitorous lurch of heat that had nothing to do with pain and everything to do with the man who'd put his mouth there. I hated my body for it. I hated the way my skin felt hypersensitized, like it was waiting for the next impact. Stop looking at it, I whispered to the glass. You're a map of his goddamn anger. That's it. The door to the dressing room opened, but I didn't turn. The maid entered like a ghost in starch. She didn't speak, didn't offer a sympathetic glance. She just held up the dress. Emerald silk. Heavy. Expensive. She wrestled me into it with clinical indifference. The corset style back required a second set of hands, and she yanked the laces with a brutality that forced the air from my lungs. My spine snapped straight. My breasts were pushed up, offered on a platter. "Tighten it," I muttered, gripping the edge of the vanity until my knuckles popped. "Make sure I can't breathe. That's how he likes it, right?" The maid didn't answer. She just pulled harder. Click click. The stays locked into place. I felt like a doll. A very expensive, very breakable doll packaged for resale. The silk rasped against my legs, the slit high enough to make walking a negotiation with gravity. The door clicked again. This time, the atmosphere in the room shifted. The air grew heavier, charged with a static that made the hair on my arms stand up. Azlan. He didn't knock. He never knocked. He walked in like he owned the oxygen in the room. He was wearing a tuxedo, bespoke charcoal, cut to hide the violence mapped across his own body. He looked like civilized money, until you saw the eyes. Ice gray and dead flat. He stopped behind me, his reflection towering over mine in the mirror. He didn't say a word. He just dissected me. He looked at the dress, the hair, the exposed skin of my throat. It wasn't a look of admiration. It was an appraisal. He was checking the merchandise for scratches before the show. "Turn around," he said. His voice was a low growl, vibrating through the floorboards. I turned slowly, fighting the urge to cross my arms over my chest. "I'm ready. Let's get this over with." He stepped into my space, smelling of sandalwood and that distinct metallic scent of rain. He reached out, his rough thumb brushing a stray hair from my temple. My pulse jumped in my neck. He saw it. His eyes narrowed, satisfied. "You look like a queen, MILA," he said, his voice mocking. "It's a shame you're just collateral." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a velvet box. He flipped it open. Inside sat a necklace that probably cost more than my entire musical education. Emeralds and diamonds, heavy and cold. "Turn," he ordered. I spun back around. The metal hit my skin like ice. He draped it around my neck, the stones resting exactly where his teeth had been the night before. He fastened the clasp with a finality that made my stomach drop. He leaned down, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. Hot breath. Sharp contrast to the cold gems. A diamond leash for a senator's daughter. Fitting. "I hate you," I breathed, staring at our joined reflection. "Don't speak unless I give you the nod," he whispered, ignoring me. "Smile like you're happy to be my shite payment. If you embarrass me tonight, MILA, we won't wait until we get home to settle the account." The limo ride was a vacuum. I huddled against the door, watching the rain streak the tinted glass. The city was a blur of neon and gray, distorted and weeping. Azlan sat in the center of the leather bench, legs spread, taking up space like it was his birthright. He wasn't looking at me. He was checking something on his phone, scrolling with a bored expression. But his left hand rested on my knee. It wasn't a caress. It was a paperweight. A reminder. Every time the car hit a bump, his hand shifted slightly higher up my thigh. Just an inch. Just enough to make me hold my breath. I picked at a loose thread on the seam of my silk glove. My heart was hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, loud enough that I was sure he could hear it. "Stop fidgeting," he said without looking up. "I'm not fidgeting. I'm breathing." "You're radiating panic. It stinks." He locked his phone and slid it into his jacket pocket. Finally, he looked at me. "If you try to run, I'll break your legs before you hit the pavement. You know that, right?" "I know," I said, my voice hollow. "I know exactly what you are." "Good." The car slowed. "Then look at me, MILA. I'm the only world you have now." The door opened. Flashbulbs detonated like grenades. A wall of white light blinded me instantly. The roar of the crowd behind the velvet ropes washed over us, shouts, names, the frantic hunger of the press. Aslan's arm clamped around my waist. His fingers dug into my hip bone, bruisingly tight. He pulled me flush against his side, forcing me into his stride. "Chin up, little cello," he murmured against my hair, smiling for the cameras. They can smell the fear. Smile for the bastards. Make them jealous. I plastered a plastic smile on my face, blinking away the spots in my vision. I walked because he walked. I stopped when he stopped. Inside the ballroom was a sea of black ties and hidden agendas. The air smelled of expensive lilies, floor wax, and desperation. We moved through the crowd like sharks. Or rather, he was the shark, I was the bait trailing behind him. He introduced me to a group of bloated bankers and city officials. He never let go of my waist. His thumb traced the line of my spine, a slow, repetitive motion that felt less like affection and more like he was testing the structural integrity of a building he planned to demolish. MILA is a unique asset I've recently brought under management, Azlan said to a man with gin blossoms on his nose. An acquisition? The banker leered. A settlement, Azlan corrected, his voice smooth as oil. I stood there mute, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks. I was a line item. A balance sheet entry in a silk dress. Then I saw him. Across the room, near the marble bar, standing under a massive crystal chandelier. Arthur Montclair. My father looked tan. Relaxed. He was laughing at something a lobbyist was whispering, holding a tumbler of scotch like he hadn't a care in the world. The air left my lungs in a rush. He looked fine. He looked unburdened. The man who had handed me over in a rainy shipyard to settle his gambling debts was currently enjoying a cocktail. He turned, his gaze sweeping the room. His eyes locked on mine. For a second, I waited for the guilt. The shame. The fatherly instinct to kick in. Nothing. He gave me a cold, transactional nod, the kind you give a former colleague you don't particularly like, and turned back to his drink. My hand flew to the diamond necklace, fingers clawing at the stones. I couldn't breathe. He sold me. He actually fucking sold me, and he didn't even have the decency to look sad about it. He didn't even blink, did he, MILA? Aslan's voice was right at my ear. Cruel and accurate. Take me home, I whispered, shaking. Please. No. Azlan tightened his grip until it hurt. Don't look at that bastard. Look at me. I'm the one who owns you now. We have dinner to attend. The banquet hall was a cavern of gold leaf and pretension. We were ushered to the head table, seated between a lecherous judge and a city councilwoman who looked like she chewed glass for fun. Azlan pulled out my chair. I sat, my legs shaking. He sat next to me, a dark wall eclipsing the rest of the room. Waiters swarmed, placing bowls of soup and pouring wine. The conversation turned to port authorities and shipping lanes. Azlan engaged immediately, his voice dropping into that professional, bored baritone he used when discussing business. The logistics of the North Docks are demanding, he said, picking up his spoon. We need assurances on the zoning. Under the table, the heavy velvet cloth moved. Aslan's hand landed on my knee. I froze. I stared straight ahead at the floral centerpiece, my spoon hovering halfway to my mouth. His hand didn't stay on my knee. It slid upward. Slow. Deliberate. The heat of his palm seared through the silk of my dress. He was caressing my inner thigh with the casual familiarity of a lover, while above the table, he was discussing interest rates. It's all about resource management, wouldn't you agree, Judge? Azlan asked. Quite right, the judge mumbled through a mouthful of bisque. Aslan's fingers found the tender skin of my inner thigh. He pressed down on a bruise he'd left there yesterday. He circled it with his thumb. I bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted copper. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. He was doing this on purpose. He wanted to see if I would break. Is the lamb not to your liking, Ms. Montclair? The judge asked, wiping his mouth. She's just finding her appetite, Azlan answered for me. Under the table, his hand moved higher. He bunched the emerald silk upward, inch by inch. The cool air of the ballroom hit my skin. I clamped my legs together reflexively. Azlan turned to me, his face a mask of polite concern, but his eyes were dancing with malice. The expansion of the docks is inevitable. Don't close your legs, Mila. I didn't give you permission. He whispered the last part so softly only I heard it. My thighs loosened. Not because I wanted them to, but because I was terrified of what he'd do if I disobeyed. His hand slid between my legs. He hooked a finger into the lace of my panties and tugged it aside. The Port Authority has seen a 12% increase in traffic, Azlan said to the table. He touched me. A jolt of electricity shot up my spine. I gasped, dropping my napkin. Careful, Azlan murmured. He caught my wrist before I could reach for it. Leave it. He began a slow, rhythmic stroke against my clitoris. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles turning white. It was insane. It was madness. We were in public. My father was 3 tables away. The judge was eating soup 2 feet from me. And Azlan Zharkov was fingering me under the tablecloth, like we were in the back of a dark club. Interest rates are a matter of persistence, Azlan said, his thumb circling relentlessly. My breath hitched. The problem wasn't just the fear. The problem was the betrayal of my own body. Despite the fear, despite the hatred, I was slick. I was wet. My hips twitched, wanting to move against his hand. You're getting wet for them, aren't you? He whispered, leaning in to grab his wine glass. For all these powerful men. Stop, I breathed, staring at the tablecloth. Is it warm in here? Ms. Montclair looks a bit flushed, the judge noted. The climate control in these old buildings is shite, Judge, Azlan said. He added a second finger. He pushed inside me. My vision blurred. A drop of sweat rolled down my temple. He was stretching me, filling me, claiming the inside of me while talking about infrastructure. Tell the judge about your technique, Mila, Azlan prompted, thrusting his fingers upward in a sharp, hooked motion. My voice cracked. I cleared my throat, desperate to sound normal. I find that the lower notes have more resonance. She's a sensitive soul, Judge. Music does that to a woman, Azlan said. He picked up the pace. His movements became brutal. Efficient. He wasn't making love to me, he was operating machinery. My body was reacting violently, spiraling toward a peak I didn't want but couldn't stop. I was gripping the table so hard, I thought the wood might splinter. A waiter appeared over my shoulder. More water, ma'am? I stopped breathing. Azlan didn't stop. He thrust deep, his knuckles brushing my clit, while the waiter poured ice water into my glass. Thank you, Michael, Azlan said pleasantly. The service is impeccable tonight. He leaned closer to me. Look at the waiter, Mila. Imagine if he knew. I squeezed my eyes shut. The shame was a hot, heavy blanket. I wanted to die. I wanted to come. The duality was tearing my mind apart. The infrastructure is leaking potential, Azlan said, his voice thick with a double meaning that made my toes curl. I'm going to. I started to whisper. Don't you dare scream, little cello, he hissed. Finish it. Right now. Show me how well you can hold your breath. He hit my sweet spot. Hard. Fast. Relentless. The climax hit me like a physical blow. My back arched off the chair. My world narrowed down to the friction of his hand and the thunder in my ears. I bit my lips so hard I tasted blood, stifling the moan that tried to rip its way out of my throat. I shook, vibrating with the force of it, while the room around me clinked silverware and drank wine. Azlan held me there, right on the edge, keeping his hand firm as I pulsed around his fingers. He owned every spasm. He owned the relief and the shame. Then abruptly he stopped. He withdrew his hand, leaving me empty and gasping. A wonderful speech, he said as the guest speaker concluded a toast I hadn't even heard. He reached for his silk napkin and wiped his hand. Then with a cold, dismissing look, he reached under the table and wiped the remaining slickness onto the lining of my own dress. Clean yourself up, Mila, he murmured, patting my thigh. You're a mess. Go to the bar. You need to cool off. I stumbled away from the table. My legs felt like jelly. The damp silk of my dress clung to my thighs, a cold, wet brand of what had just happened. I needed alcohol. I needed to scrub my skin off. I made it to the marble bar and gripped the edge, staring at my reflection. My eyes were wild, pupils blown wide. My lips were swollen. I looked exactly like what I was, a woman who had just been ravished in public. I ordered a vodka. Neat. My hand shook as I reached for the glass. Someone bumped into me. Hard. Watch it, I snapped, adrenaline still spiking. A man in a cheap tuxedo stood there. He didn't apologize. He leaned in, his breath smelling of stale tobacco and rot. He wasn't looking at my face. He was looking at the bruises Azlan had left on my arm. Zharkov thinks he can buy his way out of a Russian debt, the man whispered. His voice was like grinding gears. Tell your master the ledger doesn't forget, princess. Debts aren't always settled with silk. I recoiled, my back hitting the bar. What? He winked, a grotesque, twitchy movement, and vanished into the crowd like smoke. My heart stopped. Kovac. The rival syndicate. Azlan appeared at my side a second later, his presence instant and overwhelming. He scanned the room, his body tense. He'd sensed my distress across the ballroom. Who was that? He demanded. A man, I stammered, gripping his sleeve. He said debts aren't settled with silk. He mentioned the ledger. Aslan's face hardened. He looked around, but the man was gone. He looked back at me, his eyes cold and dismissive. It was just some drunk, MILA. Focus. He wasn't drunk. He threatened you. Don't start seeing ghosts now. We have 2 more hours of this shite. He pulled my hand off his arm. You're overwrought. It's the adrenaline. He knows, Azlan. He knows we're vulnerable. I'm not vulnerable, he snarled softly. And neither are you, as long as you stand where I tell you to stand. He didn't believe me. He thought I was hysterical. He thought I was just reacting to what he'd done to me at the table. The band started playing a waltz. A dark minor key thing that sounded like a funeral march. Dance, Azlan ordered. He didn't ask. He dragged me onto the floor. His hand splayed wide across the small of my back, pulling me so close our belt buckles clicked together. He moved with a predator's grace, sweeping me through the turns. Follow my lead, MILA. You've always been good at following orders. I hate you, I whispered against his lapel. Keep telling yourself that. He spun me around. Over his shoulder, I saw my father again. Arthur Montclair raised his glass in a mock salute. A toast to the happy couple. A toast to the man who bought his daughter and cleared his debt. Aslan's grip on my hand tightened until his wedding ring dug into my knuckles. He saw it too. He thinks he's still in control, Azlan murmured, his voice lethal. He's wrong. That bastard is going to watch me take everything he loves. Starting with you. I looked from my father's smiling face to Aslan's hard jaw. I wasn't a person here. I wasn't a musician. I wasn't a daughter. I was just the board they were playing on. And I was the only one who was going to bleed.
Chapter 8. Azlan. The gin tastes like expensive pine needles and regret. I'm nursing it, letting the ice melt, watching the room through the reflection in the mirror behind the bar. The Emerald Room. A place where the city's parasites come to jerk each other off while wearing $5,000 tuxedos. 3 paces away, MILA is vibrating. She's standing there in that green silk dress I bought her, looking like a bird that just realized the cage door is welded shut. She's clutching a glass of water like it's a lifeline. Every time she shifts her weight, the silk catches the light clinging to her hips, her waist. It's a fucking distraction. I should be watching the exits. I should be tracking the security detail near the senator's table. Instead, I'm counting the breaths she takes. I trace the scar on my throat with my thumb, a habit I can't break. My eyes sweep the room. Vultures. Every single one of them. Senators, judges, CEOs. They're all looking at her. They don't see a person. They see Arthur Montclair's daughter, the fallen princess. They see a piece of meat on the market. I see the way their eyes linger on her neckline, on the exposé of her back, and I feel the urge to start breaking fingers. It's a static hum in my brain. White noise. Mine. I hate it. She was supposed to be a ledger entry. A debt settled in flesh and silence. But standing here, watching the way her hair falls over her shoulder, I feel a pull in my gut that has nothing to do with money. It's primal. It's the instinct of a dog guarding a bone. I tighten my grip on the crystal glass until it creaks. If one of these soft-handed pricks touches her, I'm going to make a scene that will be on the front page of tomorrow's papers. Don't move more than 3 feet from me, I say, my voice low, barely carrying over the sound of the string quartet murdering Mozart in the corner. MILA flinches. She doesn't look at me. She stares straight ahead, her knuckles white. I'm not going anywhere, Azlan. Where would I go? Drink your water, MILA. You look like you're about to faint. I'm fine. You're shaking. I drain the rest of my gin and step into her space. I don't ask. I just move. I put my hand on the small of her back, splaying my fingers wide. The heat of her skin burns through the silk. She stiffens, her breath hitching, but she doesn't pull away. She knows better. Or maybe she just knows that right now, I'm the only thing standing between her and the wolves. Breathe, MILA, I mutter near her ear. Use that sharp tongue of yours and breathe. I've got you. Don't forget who owns you. She looks up at me then. Her hazel eyes are wide, terrified, but there's a spark there. Defiance. She bites her lower lip until a tiny bead of red appears. Fuck. That sight hits me straight in the groin. She hates me, and I'm the only safety she has. It's a twisted dynamic, and it's making me hard in the middle of a ballroom. Then the air changes. It gets heavy. Thicker. The ambient chatter near the bar dies down, replaced by a nervous shuffling of feet. I don't have to look to know who it is. I can smell him. Cheap cologne trying to pass as designer, masking the scent of stale tobacco and old blood. Kovac. The Russian saunters in like he owns the place. He's got 2 of his dogs with him, meatheads in suits cut too wide to hide the hardware on their hips. The crowd parts like the Red Sea, but instead of Moses, it's a fat slide of grease in a gold watch. He's not here for the gala. He's here for me. He's here to see if the rumors are true. To see if the fixer has gone soft. I set my glass down on the mahogany bar. I don't slam it. I place it with a deliberate, terrifying gentleness. Kovac stops a few feet away, a grin plastering his face that doesn't reach his dead, oily eyes. He looks at me, then he slides his gaze to MILA. He looks her up and down, slow and wet, like he's inspecting a horse at an auction. Zharkov, he drawls, his voice grating like gravel in a blender. I heard you were keeping a pet. I don't move. I don't blink. The Emerald Room is for gentlemen, Kovac. What are you doing here? He laughs, a wet sound that makes my skin crawl. He steps closer, invading the perimeter I've set. He leans an elbow on the bar, clicking his tongue. Business, naturally. The city is full of opportunities tonight. He gestures vaguely at MILA with a thick, ringed hand. She's a delicate little thing, isn't she? Does the senator know his daughter has been downgraded? My jaw muscles cord. I'm grinding my teeth so hard I'm surprised they don't crack. Say one more word about her, you prick, I think, and I'll paint this floor with your teeth. But I stay silent. Stone. Kovac takes the silence for weakness. He turns his full attention to MILA. He leans in, inches from her face. MILA doesn't shrink back. She holds her ground, her chin lifting. Good girl. I like the fire in this one, Zharkov, Kovac says, ignoring me now. You look like you need a man who knows how to handle a thoroughbred. Not a stray dog like Azlan here. MILA's voice is ice. I'd rather belong to a stray dog than a pig. The silence that follows is absolute. Even the bartender stops polishing a glass. Kovac's grin falters, then returns, sharper this time. Meaner. Feisty, he says to me. I like that. You know, a debt like the one her father owes, that's heavy for one man to carry. Maybe we could come to an arrangement. A partnership. I don't have partners, I say. My voice is a growl now. Don't be a greedy bastard, Azlan, Kovac sneers. Why keep all that for yourself? I have a suite upstairs. We could settle this debt properly tonight. Share the wealth. The red haze in my vision starts to tunnel. He's talking about her like she's a bag of flour. Like she's street meat. He's insulting me, insulting my claim, and insulting the woman who currently has my hand printed on her back. She's not for sale, Kovac. And she's definitely not for rent. Everyone has a price. Kovac reaches out. His hand moves slow, deliberate. He's testing me. He's reaching for a loose curl of mahogany hair resting on her bare shoulder. So soft, he murmurs. Does she feel like silk all over? The world narrows down to that hand. That thick, sweating hand moving toward my property. Touch her, I think. I dare you. I'll rip your fucking arm off at the shoulder. MILA flinches backward, her eyes flashing to me. Before his fingers can graze her skin, I move. I don't think. I snap. My hand shoots out, clamping around Kovac's wrist like a steel trap. The sound of flesh slapping flesh is loud, sharp, echoing off the high ceilings. You've got 5 seconds to find your hand back on your own side of the bar, Kovac. His eyes widen. He tries to pull back, but I've got him. I squeeze. I feel the bones in his wrist grind together. He gasps, his knees buckling slightly. Let go, Zharkov, he hisses. No. With a low snarl, I slam his hand down onto the mahogany bar. A martini glass next to us topples, splashing gin and vermouth over his expensive sleeve. I lean my full weight into his wrist, pinning him. I step into him, getting right in his face. Look at me, you fat shite, I whisper. His men take a step forward, hands reaching for their jackets. I wouldn't, a voice drawls from the shadows. Vigo. My brother materializes from the crowd like a ghost. He's leaning against a marble pillar, looking bored, but his hand is inside his tuxedo jacket, pointing something very specific at the chest of the biggest Russian. Easy, boys, Vigo says, winking at the enforcer. My brother's having a moment. Don't make me ruin this suit. It's new. The Russians freeze. Kovac is sweating now, his face pale, his eyes darting between me and Vigo. I turn back to him. I lean down, bringing my lips close to his ear so only he and MILA can hear the promise I'm about to make. She's not a payment, you cunt, I hiss, the words vibrating with violence. She's mine. If I see your face near her again, I'll bury you in a hole so deep the devil won't find you. Do you understand me? Kovac wheezes, nodding frantically. I get it. I get it. Get out. Now. I release him, shoving his arm back toward him. He stumbles, clutching his wrist, nearly tripping over a velvet stool. He looks at me with pure venom, but the fear is louder. This isn't over, Zharkov, he spits, backing away. It was over the second you thought you could touch her, Kovac. He retreats, his men falling in behind him like whipped dogs. The bar area is silent. People are staring. I don't give a fuck. I turn to MILA. My chest is heaving. The adrenaline is spiking so high my hands are shaking. I look at her, and the violence I just held back feels like it's vibrating between us. I reach out and thumb a smudge of spilled martini off her cheek. My touch is rougher than I intend. Are you hurt? I demand. Look at me, MILA. Did he touch you? She looks up at me. Her pupils are blown wide. She's breathing hard, her chest rising and falling rapidly against the silk. She doesn't look scared of me. She looks like she's seeing me for the first time. You almost broke his arm, she whispers. I should have broken his fucking neck. She reaches out, her hand hovering near my chest like she wants to feel the heart hammering against my ribs. Azlan. We're leaving. I grab her arm. My grip is firm, bruising. I don't care about the gala. I don't care about the senator. I care about getting her behind a locked door before I lose my mind and start shooting everyone in this room who looked at her. Azlan, wait. Don't argue, MILA. Just walk. I haul her toward the side exit, moving fast. I knock a silver tray out of a waiter's hands as we pass, the crash of metal covering the sound of her heels clicking on the marble. We hit the lobby, the air conditioning cold against my sweat. Stay close, I snap, scanning the room. If I tell you to run, you run toward the black sedan. God damn it, keep your head down. You're hurting me, she says, but she's running to keep up with my strides. I'm saving your life. There's a difference. We reach the elevators. I jam the button. The doors slide open, and I shove her inside, following her in and slamming my hand on the button for the garage. As the doors hiss shut, sealing us in the mirrored box, I corner her. I crowd her against the back wall, my large frame swallowing her. I slam a hand on either side of her head, trapping her. My shadow drapes over her like a shroud. The silence in the elevator is deafening, broken only by the hum of the motor and our ragged breathing. You have no idea what you've just done, do you? I growl, staring down at her. Me? You're the one who assaulted a Mafia boss in the middle of the Emerald Room. He touched you. I roar, kicking the bottom of the elevator wall. The metal booms. You're a walking target now, MILA. Kovac isn't going to let that slide. He's going to come for me, and he's going to go through you to do it. I didn't ask you to do that. I didn't do it for you. I did it because you're mine. The words hang there, heavy and suffocating. I lower my head, my face inches from hers. I can smell the jasmine perfume on her neck, mixed with the sharp scent of her fear and the metallic tang of my own rage. I look at her lips. I want to bite them. I want to taste the defiance right out of her mouth. You think this is a game? I whisper, my voice dropping to that dangerous rumble. You're mine, MILA. My debt. My property. No one else gets a piece. If anyone else touches you, I'll burn this whole fucking city down with them inside it. She's trembling. Her eyes are locked on mine, searching. Is that a threat? It's a promise. I grab her chin, forcing her to look me dead in the eye. My thumb digs into her jaw. Do you understand me? You don't look at them. You don't speak to them. You belong to me. The elevator dings. The doors slide open to the garage. The cold exhaust-filled air hits us. Vigo is there. He's leaning against the black armored SUV, the engine purring. He doesn't look surprised to see us early. He just tosses me the keys. Penthouse is a no-go, Vigo, I say, catching the keys without looking. Understood, Vigo says, opening the back door for us. The bunker's prepped. I'll take the alternate route to shake any tails. Get in. I shove MILA into the back seat. I don't go to the other side. I slide in right after her. As the car peels out of the garage, tires squealing on the concrete, I don't give her space. I reach over, grab her by the waist, and haul her across the leather seat. Azlan, what are you? Sit still. I pull her onto my lap. I wrap one arm around her waist, locking her against me, and the other hand goes to the back of her neck, forcing her face into the crook of my shoulder. You're not going anywhere. She struggles for a second, then slumps against me. The fight drains out of her. I can feel the heat of her body seeping through my suit. Her dress is bunched up high on her thighs, my hand resting on her bare skin. It's smooth. Soft. In the strobing light of the street lamps passing by, I check her. I turn her face, my fingers rough as I inspect her skin. Did he touch you? Anywhere else? I demand. Answer me, MILA. Use your words. No, she breathes. Just, he tried to touch my hair. You stopped him. I see a small red mark on her arm where my own grip was too tight. I pause, my thumb lingering over it. I did that. I'm the monster who keeps her safe from the other monsters. Good, I mutter. I'm the one marking you. No one else gets to leave a trace. She rests her head against my chest. A small, unconscious movement of surrender. It hits me harder than a punch to the gut. She trusts me. Despite everything, despite the cage I've put her in, she trusts me to keep the wolves away. Where are we going? She asks, her voice muffled against my jacket. To a place where Kovac can't find you, I say, looking out the window as the city skyline begins to fade into the industrial dark. Now shut up and hold on. I tighten my hold on her. She feels small in my arms. Fragile. If I squeeze too hard, she'll break. If I let go, she dies. I watch the lights of the city disappear in the rearview mirror. Kovac will be coming. The senator will be pissed. My entire operation is now compromised because I couldn't handle another man looking at my debt. Fuck, I whisper to the glass. I'm in deep. Far deeper than I ever intended. She's not just collateral anymore. She's the weakness that's going to get me killed. And looking down at the top of her head, smelling the jasmine in her hair. I don't think I care. I'm going to ruin her. Or she's going to ruin me. Probably both.
Chapter 9. MILA POV. The SUV hit a patch of standing water and hydroplaned, the back end sliding out with a sickening lurch before the tires found traction again. I didn't scream. I was done screaming. I just dug my fingernails into the leather armrest until I felt the material give, staring straight ahead as the city blurred into streaks of neon and gray rain. Vigo was driving like he had a death wish, or maybe just a schedule to keep. The engine roared, a guttural sound that vibrated through the floorboards and up into my heels. My dress, that ridiculous emerald green silk thing Azlan had paraded me around in like a show pony, was ruined. The hem was soaked with dirty rainwater, and a loose thread near the bodice was unraveling. I picked at it. I kept picking at it, winding the green fiber around my finger until the tip turned purple. Vigo, take the industrial bypass, Azlan said. His voice was a low rumble from the seat beside me, calm in a way that made me want to claw his eyes out. Don't slow down for the lights. On it, Vigo grunted, wrenching the wheel. We took a corner so sharp my shoulder slammed into the door. God damn it, Azlan, I snapped, my voice shaking despite my best efforts to sound icy. My father is going to realize I'm gone. You can't just kidnap me from a charity gala and expect the world to keep spinning. Azlan didn't even look at me. He was staring out the window, his jaw set so tight a muscle ticked in his cheek. Your father is the reason we're in this mess, MILA. Shut it. He's a senator, I hissed. He has people. He has power. He has debts, Azlan corrected, finally turning his head. His eyes were like chipped flint in the strobing streetlights. And right now, you're the receipt. He pulled a ruggedized tablet from the seat pocket, the harsh blue light illuminating the jagged scar across his throat. He started tapping away, checking surveillance feeds or bank accounts or whatever it is sociopaths do when they're fleeing a crime scene. Without looking up, he reached out and clamped his hand over my knee. It wasn't a caress. It was a clamp. A vice. I flinched, my instinct to shove him off warring with the knowledge that he could snap my wrist with zero effort. His fingers dug into my skin through the thin silk, hard enough to bruise. It felt like he was grounding himself, using my leg as an anchor to keep from putting his fist through the window. Stop fidgeting, he muttered, eyes still glued to the screen. You're bleeding heat. You're hurting me, Azlan. Better me than the cunts waiting for us at the docks. I looked at his hand. Large scar, deadly. It looked wrong against the delicate fabric of the dress. It looked like a violation. I forced myself to breathe, counting the blips on his tactical screen just to keep my lungs from seizing up. 1, 2, 3. Every blip was a threat. Every blip was a reason I wasn't going home tonight. Or ever. The SUV swerved again, plunging off the paved road and onto gravel. Stones pinged against the undercarriage like bullets. We were in the industrial district now, a graveyard of rusted warehouses and rotting timber that smelled of ozone and dead fish. Vigo slammed the brakes. The car skidded to a halt inside a cavernous, dark warehouse. The sound of the engine dying was replaced by the deafening drum of rain on the corrugated metal roof. "Out," Azlan commanded. He didn't wait. He opened his door and came around to mine, dragging me out before I could even find my footing. The air was freezing, thick with the smell of old oil and damp concrete. My designer heels hit the greasy floor and slipped. Snap. My left ankle rolled, and a sharp crack echoed through the empty space. I stumbled, gasping as pain shot at my leg. I looked down. The heel of my shoe, Italian leather, custom-made, was lying on the floor, severed cleanly from the sole. "Fuck!" I shouted, the sound echoing off the high beams. I kicked the ruined shoe off, then the other one, sending them skittering across the concrete. "Fuck this dress. Fuck these shoes. Move, Mila. We don't have time for a tantrum," Azlan growled, grabbing my arm and hauling me forward. I was barefoot now, the cold slime of the floor seeping into my stockings. "Vigo, check the perimeter," Azlan barked over his shoulder. 2-mile radius. "Copy." Azlan dragged me toward the back of the warehouse, past looming stacks of shipping crates that looked like monolithic tombstones. Hidden behind a stack of rotting pallets was a nondescript steel door. It looked like it belonged on a bank vault, not a derelict shed. He punched a code into a keypad, something long and complicated. The locks disengaged with a heavy, hydraulic hiss that vibrated in my marrow. He shoved the door open. "Is this where you kill people, Azlan?" I asked, my teeth starting to chatter. "This is where I keep what's mine," he said, shoving me through the threshold. "Get inside." The door slammed shut behind us, sealing with a thud that felt final. The air pressure in the room shifted, popping my ears. We descended a steep, metal staircase into the earth. The temperature dropped 10 degrees. The main room was a brutalist nightmare. Exposed concrete walls, flickering industrial yellow lights, and a low ceiling that felt like it was pressing down on my skull. It smelled of gun oil, stale coffee, and something metallic, like blood that had been scrubbed away with bleach. "Welcome to the hole in the wall, princess," Azlan said, dropping a set of keys on a metal table. I wrapped my arms around myself, the silk of my dress rustling loudly in the silence. "You expect me to stay here? In this? It smells like a grave." "Expect to stay alive," he said, moving to a bank of monitors on the far wall. "That's the only requirement." Vigo came down the stairs a moment later, carrying a heavy black duffel bag. He dropped it on the table with a heavy thud. He looked at me, his gaze lingering on my ruined dress and bare feet for a split second. There was a flicker of something there, pity? Disgust, before his face hardened back into a soldier's mask. "Perimeter is clear for now," Vigo said to Aslan's back. "I'll be in the van." "Good. Radio if the sensors trip," Azlan said, flipping switches on the console. The screens flickered to life, showing grainy infrared views of the warehouse above. Vigo turned to leave, pausing at the bottom of the stairs. "Don't kill her before morning, Azlan." Then he was gone. The heavy door upstairs slammed, and the silence rushed back in, thicker than before. I stood in the center of the room, shivering violently. The damp cold was biting through my stockings, gnawing at my bones. Azlan ignored me completely. He was tracing a line on one of the monitors, his back broad and unyielding in his charcoal suit. Being threatened was one thing. Being ignored was somehow worse. It made me feel like luggage. Just a piece of cargo he'd checked into a locker. "I'm freezing," I said. My voice sounded thin and pathetic in the concrete box. "The heater takes 10 minutes, he said without turning around. "Sit down and shut up." "Where?" "On the floor. Everything is filthy." "Then stand." I groaned in frustration and moved toward a narrow, rusted cot in the corner. It looked like something from a prison infirmary. I went to sit on the edge, but as I lowered myself, a jagged rusted spring sticking out of the frame caught the delicate lace of my bodice. RRRIP. The The sound was loud, violent. The silk tore from my hip all the way up to my ribcage, exposing a strip of pale skin and the side of my bra. God damn it. Fuck. I screamed, slapping my hand over the tear. It was the last straw. The absolute last thing. This dress was the only armor I had left, the only piece of Mila Montclair, the cellist, the socialite, that hadn't been stripped away. And now it was rags. Azlan turned around slowly. His gray eyes swept over me, landing on the exposed skin at my ribs. There was no lust in his look, just a clinical assessment of damage. He pointed to the duffel bag Vigo had left. Take off that useless shite. You look like a whore in a coal mine. There are sweats in the bag. I stared at him, my chest heaving. I'm not stripping in front of you. He let out a short, dry laugh. I've seen every inch of you, Mila. Don't start playing modest now. We're past that. He kicked a pair of thick wool socks across the floor toward me. Get changed before your teeth shatter from the cold. I don't have antibiotics if you get pneumonia. It was mine, I whispered, clutching the torn fabric. It was the only thing I had left that wasn't chosen by you. It was a target, he said, turning back to his screens. Now it's rags. I hated him. I hated him with a purity that burned hotter than the cold. I snatched the bag and marched to the tiny alcove that served as a kitchenette. There was no door, just a shadowy corner with a sink. I stripped off the ruined dress and kicked it into the corner. I found a bar of harsh yellow lye soap and scrubbed the gala makeup off my face until my skin was raw and red. I wanted to scrub the feel of Kovac's eyes off me. I wanted to scrub the memory of my father's handshake off me. I pulled on the clothes from the bag. An oversized gray sweatshirt and matching sweatpants. They were massive on me, swallowing my frame. They smelled like him, like gun oil, expensive tobacco, and that sharp masculine scent that made my stomach flip. I looked in the cracked mirror above the sink. The woman staring back wasn't the senator's daughter. She was a ghost in gray cotton. Better, Azlan said when I walked back into the main room. You look less like a Montclair now. Is that the goal? I asked, tugging at the drawstring. To make me disappear? To make you someone who doesn't die in the first 5 minutes of a raid. He was sitting at the metal table now, his suit jacket off, sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He had a Glock disassembled on a rag in front of him. Click, slide, click. He was cleaning it with a rhythmic precision that was almost hypnotic. I sat on the edge of the cot, tucking my legs under me to keep warm. Why are you doing that? You didn't even fire it. In this business, you clean it because you might have to fire it in 10 seconds, he said, running a brush through the barrel. You wait until you need it, you're dead. You're obsessed with violence. I'm obsessed with survival. There's a difference. I watched his hands. Strong, scarred, steady. Hands that had hurt people. Hands that had touched me. I started biting the skin around my thumb, a nervous habit I hadn't indulged since I was 12. Why hasn't my father called? I asked quietly. He has my emergency beacon. He knows I'm gone. Azlan stopped cleaning. He didn't look up, but his shoulders tensed. He let out a bark of a laugh that sounded like glass breaking. Arthur Montclair is currently drafting a press release about your sudden illness, so he doesn't have to explain why you left with the fixer, he said. The words hit me like a physical blow. He wouldn't just leave me here. Not with Kovac out there. I'm his daughter. Azlan reassembled the slide with a loud clack. He looked up, his eyes cold. He sold you to settle a debt, Mila. He handed me the leash. He's not coming to save the collateral. He's a bastard, I whispered, my voice trembling. A goddamn coward. He's a politician. Same thing. Azlan stood up abruptly. In the small room, he was massive. He walked over to me, his shadow stretching across the cot, swallowing me whole. He reached down and tilted my chin up with 2 fingers. I tried to pull away, but his grip was iron. He forced me to look at him, then tilted my head to the side, his thumb tracing the faint yellowish bruise on my neck where Kovac had grabbed me at the bar. "He marked you," Azlan growled. "It's just a bruise. It doesn't matter." "Everything that happens to you matters to me," he said, his voice dropping to that dangerous register that made the hair on my arm stand up. "Because you're mine. Let go of me, Azlan. When I'm finished looking." My breath hitched. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard, I thought he could feel it through his fingertips. I wanted to spit in his face. I wanted to lean into his hand and weep. The confusion was nauseating. "You're a monster," I whispered. "You know that?" He leaned in, his face inches from mine. I could see the flecks of silver in his irises. "I'm the only monster that gives a shite if you live or die tonight, Mila. Remember that when you're thinking about your dear old dad." He released me and stepped back, gesturing toward a curtained-off alcove on the far wall. "Get some sleep. We move at dawn." I stood up on shaky legs and walked over to the curtain. I pulled it aside. Behind it was a single, narrow mattress on a low metal frame. No other furniture. No second bed. Just one pillow and a scratchy wool blanket. I turned back to him. "There's only one bed." "Observation of the year, princess." He was unbuttoning his shirt now, revealing the white ribbed tank top underneath and the map of scars that covered his chest. "I'll sleep on the floor," I said instantly. Azlan scoffed. "The floor is 40 degrees. You'll be hypothermic by 3 a.m. Get in the bed." "I'm not getting in there with you." "The generator cycles down in 5 minutes," he said, tossing his shirt onto the foot of the mattress. "The heat goes with it. We share body heat or you freeze. It's physics, not romance. Get in." "Fine," I snapped. "But stay on your side. Just don't kick me, and we won't have a problem." I climbed onto the mattress, pressing myself as close to the rough concrete wall as physically possible. The bed was small. Too small. I heard the heavy thud of his boots hitting the floor. Then the metallic clack of his holster being placed on a crate next to the bed. "Is the gun loaded?" I asked into the dim light. "Always. Keep it away from me." The mattress dipped violently as he sat down. He was heavy, solid. His presence filled the tiny alcove, suffocating me. He lay down, his back to me, but I could feel the heat radiating off him like a furnace. Then, with a heavy thump, the generator cycled down. The lights died. Absolute crushing darkness. I gasped. I couldn't help it. The blackness was total. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The walls felt like they were rushing inward, shrinking the room to the size of a coffin. My breath started coming in short, jagged bursts. My hand flew to my throat. The shadow, that feeling of being watched, of being hunted, rushed in. I was back in the trunk of the car. I was back in the dark closet my father used to lock me in. I can't. I wheeze. I can't breathe. "Deep breaths, Mila." Azlan's voice came out of the dark, startlingly close. "You're not dying." "It's too dark." "God damn it, turn the light back on." "Can't." Power conservation. My trembling turned into a full-body shudder. My teeth started to chatter, a loud clicking rhythm I couldn't control. I curled into a ball, biting my lip until I tasted copper, trying to stop the noise. I felt pathetic. I was Mila Montclair. I was supposed to be strong. And here I was, shaking like a leaf because the lights went out. "Stop looking at me," I stammered, even though I knew he couldn't see me. "I can't see shite, Mila. Neither can you. Just leave me alone." He didn't listen. Of course he didn't. Without a word, Azlan rolled over. His arm, heavy and thick as a steel cable, hooked around my waist. He jerked me backward, pulling me flush against his chest. I stiffened, my back colliding with the wall of muscle that was his torso. His legs tangled with mine, pinning me. He was so hot. Burning hot. The coal that had been eating at me instantly began to recede. "What are you doing?" I gasped. Conserving resources. Shut up. He buried his face in the crook of my neck. His breath was hot on my skin, smelling of coffee and mint. His stubble grazed my shoulder. It was intimate. Too intimate. It was a violation of every boundary I had left, but God, the warmth. The shaking in my limbs started to subside almost immediately. You're too close, I whispered, but I didn't fight him. I couldn't. My body was betraying me, leaning back into him, soaking up his heat like a drug. Stop shaking, bastard, he muttered against my skin. The vibration of his growl traveled down my spine. It wasn't sweet. It wasn't comforting. It was a command. I can't help it. Yes, you can. Breathe with me. Now. He took a deep, slow breath. I could feel his chest expand against my back, his heart beating a steady, heavy rhythm against my shoulder blades. Thud thud. Thud thud. I matched him. I inhaled when he inhaled. Exhaled when he exhaled. Slowly, the panic began to recede. The walls stopped closing in. The darkness wasn't a tomb anymore, it was a shield. And Azlan? Azlan was the armor. If you let them take me. I whispered into the dark. I won't, he said. His arm tightened around my waist, his thumb digging into the soft fabric of the sweatshirt. Nobody takes my property. I'm not property. Keep telling yourself that. He didn't let go. His hand shifted to my hip, his fingers curling possessively into the waistband of the sweatpants. He was anchoring me to him, making sure I couldn't float away into the concrete. My eyelids grew heavy. The adrenaline crash was hitting me hard. I turned my head slightly, my cheek resting against his forearm. It was twisted. It was sick. I was sleeping in the arms of the man who had bought me like a used car. But as I drifted off, listening to the wind howl somewhere far above our heads, I realized one terrifying truth. I had never felt safer in my entire life.
Chapter 10. Azlan POV. The concrete pillar dug into my shoulder blade, cold enough to seep through the layers of my shirt, but I didn't move. I was too busy watching the disaster unfolding on the black rubber mats. MILA looked ridiculous. That was the only word for it. Ridiculous. She was drowning in the tactical gear I'd forced on her. The cargo pants were cinched so tight at the waist the fabric bunched up like a folded accordion, and the black tank top hung off her frame, exposing the sharp, fragile line of her collarbone. She was tugging at the laces of the steel-toed boots, her fingers fumbling like she was trying to defuse a bomb instead of just putting on shoes. She looked like a child playing soldier. It pissed me off. It pissed me off because she wasn't a soldier. She was a cellist. She was silk sheets and gala dinners and applause. She was soft. And down here, in a bunker that smelled like damp cement and recycled air, soft things rotted. Or they got broken. I ran my thumb over the flat of the steel blade in my hand, feeling the friction of skin against cold metal. The rasping sound echoed in the quiet room, sharp and irritating. Lace those tighter, I barked, the sound making her jump. Or you'll break an ankle before Kovac even finds us. MILA looked up, brushing a strand of mahogany hair out of her eyes. There was a yellowing bruise on her chin, my handiwork indirectly. Or maybe directly. I couldn't keep track of which marks were mine, and which belonged to the chaotic mess of the last week. The sight of it didn't make me feel guilty. It made me angry that it was fading. I had this dark, intrusive urge to put a fresh one there, just so the world knew she wasn't untouched. They're tight enough, she snapped back, though her voice wavered. She stood up, wobbling slightly on the heavy soles. You look like a child playing dress-up. It's pathetic. I pushed off the pillar, the steel knife disappearing into the sheath at my belt in one smooth motion. Stop staring at the door, MILA. Nobody is coming to save you today. Your daddy isn't sending the cavalry. I know that, she said, her hazel eyes narrowing. Good. Defiance was better than the weeping mess she'd been a few days ago. Do you? I reached into the crate next to me, and grabbed the heavy rubber training knife. I didn't hand it to her. I tossed it. It landed at her feet with a dull, heavy thud that sounded like a dead body hitting the floor. "Pick it up," I ordered. My voice dropped into that low register, the one that usually made grown men start sweating through their expensive suits. "Now." She stared at the black rubber like it was a viper coiled to strike. Her hands were empty, hanging at her sides, musicians' hands. Long fingers, callous tips, capable of making beautiful sounds and absolutely fucking useless at keeping her alive. I said, "Pick it up." "I don't know how to use this, Azlan." "That's the point. Your father used pens to destroy lives. Signatures. Phone calls. You don't have that luxury anymore. You're going to use something more honest." She hesitated, her jaw working. I could see the bastard forming on her lips, but she swallowed it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, she crouched. Her fingers trembled as they closed around the thick rubber hilt. She held it like it was diseased. "Don't look at me with those eyes," I said, stepping onto the mats. My boots were silent. Hers squeaked. "Just do what you're told." I started pacing, a slow circle around her. Shark in the water. She turned to keep me in sight, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. "You think Kovac cares about your cello?" I asked, keeping my tone conversational, clinical. "You think he cares about your pedigree? The senator's daughter? To him, you're just leverage. And when the leverage is used up, you're disposal." I stopped directly behind her. My shadow swallowed her whole, stretching out across the gray concrete floor. "They won't just kill you, Mila. They'll find every soft part of you and turn it inside out. They'll use you until there's nothing left but a wet stain on a mattress, and then they'll cut your throat just to stop the noise." I saw her spine stiffen. The fear spiked in the air, acidic and metallic. I inhaled it. I wanted her terrified. Fear made you sharp. Comfort made you dead. "You want to live," I whispered, to the back of her head. "Then stop being a victim and start being a fucking problem." I stepped in close. Chest to back. No air between us. I reached around, my arms caging her, and grabbed her hand. My hand swallowed hers completely, rough calluses against her smooth knuckles. I forced her grip to shift, molding her fingers around the rubber hilt until her knuckles turned white. "Thumb on the spine of the blade," I corrected, my voice a growl right in her ear. "Not like that, firm. You're shaking. Stop it." "I can't," she breathed. "Breathe, Mila. If you don't breathe, you're dead." I could feel the heat radiating off her through the tactical gear. It hit me like a physical blow, sandalwood and nervous sweat. It was intoxicating. I kicked her heels apart, my thigh brushing intimately against her inner leg, forcing her into a wider, grounded stance. "Like this," I muttered. "Stability." "It's heavy," she complained, but she didn't let go. "It's an extension of your will. That's all." I guided her arm, forcing her through a sharp downward slashing motion. "Think of it like a concerto, Mila. Just more permanent. Your will is the blade. The blade is you." She resisted at first, her muscles tight and fighting my guidance. But then something clicked. The musician in her understood rhythm. She began to move with me, a dark, lethal synchronicity that made my blood run hot. "There's no room for mercy in a 6-inch radius," I told her, guiding her through a gut-check slash. "You hesitate, you bleed." I felt her relax into the movement, her body swaying back against mine. It was too close. Too good. I released her abruptly and stepped back, the loss of contact leaving a cold spot on my chest. I drew my own rubber blade from my belt. I squared my shoulders, narrowing my eyes. I stood perfectly still, letting the silence stretch until it was screaming. "Hit me, Mila." She blinked, the trance breaking. "What?" "You heard me. If you can't even touch me, you won't last 10 seconds on the street. Come on. Show me that goddamn fire you keep hidden under all that polite bullshit." I tapped the flat of my blade against my thigh. Thwack. 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 A metronome for violence. She lunged. It was pathetic. A desperate, telegraph swing that a blind man could have dodged. I didn't even have to use my hands. I sidestepped with a simple pivot and swept her trailing leg. She went down hard. The air left her lungs in a sharp wheeze as she hit the mat, the rubber knife clattering away. I stood over her, looking down at the heap of black tactical gear and red hair. I felt a twist in my gut, part disgust at her weakness, part dark predatory hunger at the sight of her prone at my feet. "Dead," I said flatly. "Again." She groaned, rolling onto her side. "You're thinking like a girl," I taunted, pointing the tip of my rubber knife at the hollow of her throat. "Think like a killer. Get up. Or stay down and let me call Kovac to come pick up his prize. I'm sure he's got a nice cage waiting for you." That did it. "Fuck you." She scrambled to her feet, her hair wild, sticking to her damp forehead. Her eyes were burning gold. Real anger. Not fear. Anger. "You want a killer? I'll show you a fucking killer," she screamed, snatching the knife off the floor. She came at me again. This time, it wasn't graceful. It was frantic. It was unpolished heat. She swung, slashed and thrust, screaming insults. "Bastard. Arrogant prick." I parried a wild swing, the rubber blades connecting with a solid thwack. I caught her wrist in a vice grip, twisting it just enough to make her gasp, but she didn't drop the weapon. I jerked her forward, until our faces were inches apart. "Quiet," I hissed. "Killers don't scream, Mila. Noise is death." She was panting, her chest heaving against mine. "Let go of me. You like the pain? Is that why you're being so sloppy?" I tightened my grip. She whimpered, but she glared at me. "Look at me. Tell me you're not done." "I'm going to kill you," she seethed. "Better." I shoved her back. She stumbled, regained her balance, and came at me again. I blocked a high strike, but she didn't retreat this time. In a burst of desperate clarity, she dropped the knife from her right hand. My eyes followed the weapon. Mistake. She caught it with her left hand midair and swiped upward in a vicious, jagged arc. The rubber blade caught me across the forearm. Hard. Friction burn. If it had been steel, she would have opened a vein from wrist to elbow. I froze. The silence crashed back into the room, heavier than before. I looked down at my arm. A red welt was rising on the skin. I looked up at her. She was chest-heaving, eyes wide, looking terrified that she'd actually landed a hit. She backed up a step. A grin tugged at my lips. A dark, feral thing I couldn't suppress. "Good girl." The words hung in the air, charged and dangerous. "You actually bit back, didn't you?" I stepped toward her, ignoring the weapon in her hand. "That's how you survive. By being the one who bleeds second." The praise hit her harder than my fist could have. Her shoulders dropped. Her focus wavered. She looked at me, her lips parted, pupils dilating so wide they swallowed the hazel. She wasn't looking at me like an enemy anymore. I didn't give her time to process it. I tackled her. I drove my shoulder into her midsection, taking us both down to the mats with a bone-jarring impact. The rubber knife skittered across the floor, forgotten. "Don't stop now," I growled, pinning her wrists above her head with one hand. My weight crushed her into the rubber. "You want the reward for that, don't you?" Adrenaline was screaming through my veins. It was screaming through hers too. I could feel her heart hammering against my chest like a trapped bird. "Azlan. You're mine, Mila. Every bloody inch." I wedged my knees between her thighs, forcing her legs apart. Total control. I stared down at her, my breathing ragged. The scar on my throat felt tight, as the muscles in my neck strained. "Say it," I demanded. "Say you want this." She writhed beneath me, arching her back. God. "Shite, you're a beautiful little weapon." I tightened my grip on her wrists. "Don't look away. I want to see you break." "I want it," she choked out. "Fuck Azlan, I want it." "Good." I let go of her wrists, only to crash my mouth onto hers. It wasn't a kiss. It was a collision. I tasted coffee and desperation. I tasted her surrender. I devoured her mouth, my tongue sweeping in, demanding everything. She kissed me back with the same violence she'd just used to attack me. My hands went to the tactical vest. I ripped the Velcro open, the sound tearing through the quiet like a gunshot. I shoved the heavy fabric aside, kneading skin. I needed to feel her against the cold air, against the rough mats. Too many clothes, I muttered against her lips. I stripped her with ruthless efficiency. Off with the vest. Off with the tank top. The pants were a struggle, but I yanked them down, leaving her exposed on the black rubber under the harsh fluorescent lights. I sat back on my heels, breathing hard, just looking at her. Her pale skin against the black mat. The rise and fall of her chest. The flush creeping up her neck. "Look at you," I said, my voice rough. I ran a finger down the center of her chest, tracing the line of her sternum. Such a pretty little thing, to be so full of venom. She tried to cover herself, an instinct. I caught her hands and pinned them back down. "Don't move. I'm not done looking." She shuddered, her head falling back. "Azlan. See how you react for me. Good girl." I leaned down, licking the bead of blood from her lip where she'd bitten it earlier. "Copper and salt. You can hate me all you want, but your body knows who you belong to. Tell me you want me to stop. Lie to me, MILA." "I can't," she whispered. "I know." I stood up just enough to shove my own pants down. The air was cold, but I was burning up. I gripped her chin, forcing her head up, forcing her to look at me. "Eyes on me, MILA. Don't you dare close them. Watch what you're taking." I didn't prep her. I didn't have the patience. I lined up and pushed into her, hard and fast. Fuck. I gritted my teeth as the tightness engulfed me. It was a shock to the system. A visceral, grounding friction. She gasped, her eyes flying wide, her nails digging into my shoulders. She didn't push me away. She pulled me closer. Her legs wrapped around my waist, heels digging into my glutes, anchoring me to her. "Harder," she hissed. "Harder, you bastard." That snapped the last thread of control I had. I started to pound into her, a rhythmic, brutal cadence that matched the violence of the training. Skin slapping against skin. The squeak of the rubber. Her breath hitching in wet, broken sounds. "Take it all," I growled, burying my face in the crook of her neck. "Every bit of it." She was clawing at my back. I could feel the sting of her nails breaking skin, and I loved it. I wanted the scars. "Don't stop, please, Azlan. Fuck, just more." I pulled back, slowing the pace. Not for mercy. For torture. I ground against her, hitting that spot I knew she couldn't hide from. "You want it? Tell me." "Yes." "Beg for it, MILA. Let me hear you." "Please," she sobbed, her hips bucking up to meet mine. "Please, Azlan. I'll give it to you when I'm ready. Not a second before." I flipped her over. She didn't fight it. She went boneless, pliable. I pressed her face down into the mat, grabbing her hips and pulling her back onto me. "This is where you belong," I whispered into her hair as I entered her from behind. "Right under me. Don't move." I reached around, my hand finding her clit, working her while I thrust. It was too much. I knew it was too much. She was unraveling. "Look at how well you take me," I murmured, my lips brushing her ear. "Such a good girl. You were made for this. Made for me. Your father has no idea what he gave away." "Azlan." Her voice broke. The rhythm turned frantic. I was losing myself. The bunker, the threat of Kovac, the ledger, it all dissolved. There was just the heat, the friction, the smell of her sweat, and my own lust. "Almost, goddammit, MILA. Come for me. Now." She screamed my name. Not a curse. A plea. "Azlan. Please. Oh God. Azlan." I felt her clamp down around me, her body convulsing in a violent release. She sobbed into the mat, her knuckles white where she gripped the rubber. That was it. Game over. I drove into her 3 more times, hard, and then poured myself into her. A guttural roar tore out of my throat. Cunt shite. I collapsed on top of her, my weight pressing her into the floor. My heart was trying to punch its way out of my ribs. You're mine, I panted into her hair. Never forget that. Goddamn you, Mila. We lay there for a long time. The silence eventually crept back in, but it was different now. It wasn't empty. It was heavy with sweat and musk, and the realization that we'd just crossed a line we couldn't uncross. I kissed the back of her sweaty neck. A mistake. Too tender. I pulled away, rolling off her and sitting up on the cold mats. I wiped the sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand, staring at the concrete wall. Don't move yet, I said, my voice sounding like gravel in a blender. Get used to the weight. I'm not going anywhere. She didn't answer, just breathed. We have work to do tomorrow, I said, standing up and pulling my pants up. I didn't look back at her. I didn't need to. I knew exactly what she looked like. Ruined. And mine.
Chapter 11. MILA POV. The ceiling of this bunker is a joke. Just raw, unpainted concrete with a hairline fracture running through it that looks exactly like a lightning bolt frozen in stone. I've been staring at it for 20 minutes, trying to convince my body that it still belongs to me. It's a losing battle. My muscles feel like they've been pulled apart and stitched back together with barbed wire. That's what happens when you let a man like Azlan Zharkov teach you how to use a knife, and then let him use you to work off the adrenaline. The air down here is recycled and stale, tasting like copper and old electricity. It sticks to the back of my throat. I shift on the narrow cot, the cheap wool blanket scratching against my skin, which is still overly sensitive from the sweat and the friction. Across the room, Azlan is standing by the kitchenette. He's got his back to me, a silhouette of hard muscle and violence in the dim light. He's wearing nothing but those gray sweatpants that hang low on his hips, and I can see the map of white scars traversing his shoulders. He moves with this terrifying efficiency, even when he's just reaching for a glass. No wasted energy. Just predator stillness. I reach out and dig my index finger into the rough wooden frame of the cot, finding a splinter and pressing down until it stings. I need the sharp distraction. The silence in here isn't peaceful. It's heavy, pressing down on my chest like a physical weight. It forces me to confront the fact that I just let the man who bought me into the most private parts of my head. Not just my body. That part was easy. That part was survival. But the way I looked at him afterward, the way I let him praise me, that's the dangerous part. I push myself up, a hiss of pain escaping through my teeth as my core muscles seize up. The oversized gray sweatshirt he gave me hangs off my frame like a tent, the thick cotton scratchy against my neck. I pull my knees to my chest, trying to make myself small, trying to disappear inside the fabric. Azlan turns. Of course he hears me move. He probably hears my heartbeat from across the room. His ice-gray eyes lock onto me, unreadable and cold. Stop looking at me like I'm a broken clock you're trying to fix, I snap, my voice raspy. I pull the hem of the sweatshirt over my hands to hide the fact that my fingers are trembling. I'm not as fragile as I look, Zharkov. He doesn't answer immediately. He just watches me, processing the defiance like it's data. He turns back to the sink and pours 2 glasses of water from the tap. Even that simple action looks like a tactical maneuver. He walks over to the cot, the glass in his hand sweating condensation. He doesn't offer it, he waits. It's a test. Everything with him is a goddamn test. I reach out and take the glass. Our fingers overlap for a second too long. His skin is hot, burning against the cold glass, and my pulse jumps in my throat. I hate that. I hate that my body recognizes him as something other than a threat. Drink, he says. His voice is a low rumble that vibrates through the floorboards. You're dehydrated. Your hands are shaking. My hands are shaking because you threw me around a mat for 2 hours, I mutter, but I drink. The water is tepid and tastes metallic, but I gulp it down. I focus on the rhythm of his breathing, trying to sync mine to it without realizing I'm doing it. He sits on the edge of the cot. He doesn't ask. He just claims the space, the mattress dipping under his weight. I shift back a fraction of an inch, not out of fear, but because I need clarity. He reaches out, his hand large enough to swallow my entire face, and his thumb grazes the yellowish-purple bruise on my chin where I hit the mat during the drills. It's a possessive gesture. He's checking the damage he helped cause. The sick part is that I lean into it. Just for a microsecond. The good hurt. It's the only honest thing I've felt in years. My father gave me diamonds and gala dresses to cover up the rot, but Azlan gives me bruises and looks me in the eye. Does it hurt? He asks, his thumb tracing the outline of the mark. I've had worse from people who claim to love me, I say, and the words taste like ash. His hand freezes. His eyes darken, the pupils blowing wide. You're thinking about him. The senator? The mention of Arthur Montclair is like a bucket of ice water to the face. My posture turns brittle. Azlan isn't asking a casual question. He's hunting. He's looking for the rot I've been hiding under my silk dresses for 26 years. I bite my inner lip until I taste blood. Don't call him that. Why not? It's his title. He's not a man, I spit out. He's a set of curated press releases wrapped in a $3,000 suit. Azlan doesn't flinch. He just waits. The silence stretches thin and taut. I know that if I tell him, there is no going back. I'll be a traitor to the Montclair name forever. I'll be burning my inheritance, my legacy, and my safety. And God, I want to strike the match. He's a parasite, I say. The word feels slippery and venomous leaving my mouth. Once the seal is broken, the rest of it starts to tumble out jagged and sharp. You think he just has debts? You think this is about gambling? The charity galas, the foundation dinners, they were cover. All of them. Azlan is watching me with hawk-like focus now. He senses the breakthrough. I start picking at a loose thread on the blanket, winding it around my finger until the tip turns red. He was laundering kickbacks from the Russian energy sector through the foundation. The black tie meetings? They were handoffs for blackmail material. He'd smile for the cameras, shake hands with the governor, and his hands were stained with the filth of this entire city. Go on, Azlan growls. My recitals, I say, my voice dropping to a whisper. I mime the motion of a bow across a string, my hand shaking so badly I have to drop it to my lap. The high vaulted ceilings. The acoustics. He loved them. Not because of the music. Because when I played, the resonance masked the sound of the meetings in the VIP rooms behind the stage. I was his siren, Azlan. I was the soundtrack for his crimes. Bach and blackmail. That's my childhood. Aslan's jaw tightens. I can see a muscle feathering in his cheek. He didn't just gamble away the money, Azlan, I say, looking him dead in the eye. He gambled away the ledger. The air in the room changes instantly. The ledger isn't just a book, it's a myth in the underworld. A digital file containing the true debt of every politician and mobster in the tri-state area. Leverage that could topple governments. Aslan's hand drops from my face to the cot, his knuckles white against the dark wood. The ledger exists? He's a fucking idiot, I laugh, and it sounds wet and broken. He lost the encryption keys in a game with Kovac. But he didn't sell me to pay the debt. He sold me to buy time. Explain, Azlan demands. The silk room, I say. There's a panic room in the estate. Hidden behind the wine cellar. Lined with acoustic foam and servers. I found it when I was 12. I know the layout. I know the backups. He didn't sell me because I was collateral. He sold me because I was a loose end. He needed me in a controlled environment, with Kovac or you, so I couldn't talk to the feds before he found the keys. The bastard, Azlan breathes. He sold you to silence you. Goddamn him to hell, I whisper. He looked at me, right before he handed me to you, and his eyes were dead. He didn't see a daughter. He saw evidence. He's a cunt, Azlan says. The vulgarity is so sharp, so perfect. A high-born gold-plated cunt. My shoulders drop an inch. Hearing him say it, stripping away the titles, the prestige, it makes the monster smaller. Tell me what else he did, Azlan says, leaning in. I want to know every sin he's tried to wash off with his donor money. I look directly into his ice-gray eyes. For a minute that feels like an hour, we just breathe the same stale air. The power dynamic shifts. I'm not just a body anymore. I'm a weapon he just unlocked. You're not going to hand me back, are you? I ask softly. I'm keeping what's mine, Mila. He reaches out and brushes a strand of hair from my face, his touch lingering on my temple. His hand is heavy, grounding me against the concrete reality of this room. Arthur Montclair is going to bleed for this. I'll make sure there's nothing left of his name when I'm done. I lean into his hand, closing my eyes. Why do you do it? I ask. Fix things for men like him? Azlan stiffens. He looks away, staring at the dim amber glow of the monitor screens in the distance. He rubs the jagged scar across his throat, a nervous habit I don't think he knows he has. The city is just a ledger, Mila. Someone has to balance the red ink. I see it then. The ghost of the boy he was before the world broke him into this shape. You hate him too, I say. He turns back to me and the intensity is back, burning hotter than before. He leans in until our foreheads almost touch. His hands move to my waist, the grip firm and uncompromising. I hate the waste of a woman like you on a man like him. You were meant for better things than being a senator's silent puppet. You're a goddamn queen of the ash heap, Mila. It's a backhanded compliment, steeped in his need for dominance, but it's the most honest validation I've ever received. I put my hands on his forearms, feeling the corded muscle beneath the sleeves. We sit there in silence, the only sound the ticking of a small analog clock on the nightstand. The bunker doesn't feel like a prison anymore. It feels like a fortress. It's almost morning, I whisper. Time doesn't exist down here, he murmurs. Then abruptly he stands. The intimacy snaps like a dry twig. He walks to the monitor bank, his eyes scanning the perimeter feeds with cold, tactical brilliance. He's already calculating. He's already killing my father in his head. I pull the blanket tighter around my shoulders, missing his heat immediately. We need to move soon, he says, his back to me. The shadow is still out there. What happens now? I ask. He looks back over his shoulder, his face half shadowed by the blue light of the screens. Now we find the ledger before Kovac does. And then I take everything he has left. I clench my fist, my nails digging into my palm. I wait for the guilt to come, the daughter betraying the father, but all I feel is a dark, simmering satisfaction. You're going to kill him. I'm going to erase him. He'll kill you for this, I say. You don't know what he's capable of. Azlan checks the chamber of his sidearm, the metallic clack-clack echoing off the concrete walls. He can try. He's a politician. I'm the man who cleans up the bodies politicians leave behind. He doesn't know what I am. The weight of the day finally crashes down on me. My eyes grow heavy, the adrenaline draining out and leaving me hollow. Azlan notices immediately. His gaze softens, just a fraction. He walks back to the bed and points down at the pillow. Sleep, Mila. That's an order. I yawn, my hand barely making it to my mouth before I collapse back onto the pillow. I slide under the thin blanket, the fabric cool against my skin. Azlan doesn't go back to the screens. He sits on the edge of the mattress, a dark silhouette against the faint glow of the hallway. He places his hand on the small of my back, the weight of it a promise and a threat all at once. I reach back and brush my knuckles against his wrist, before my eyes drift shut. I'm right here, he says, his voice rough. Go to sleep, little bird. I listen to the sound of his breathing in the dark. He's a monster, sure. But he's my monster now.
Chapter 12. Azlan. Quiet. She's finally fucking quiet. Well, mostly. I stand in the corner of the bunker, the shadows clinging to my suit like grease, watching her on the cot. The LED strip above flickers, casting a sick, twitchy light over the room, but MILA doesn't move. Not really. She's out cold, exhausted from the interrogation, from the running, from the sheer weight of the bullshit I've piled onto her shoulders. But her hands. Christ, her hands are never still. Her left hand is resting on the rough wool blanket, fingers twitching in a rhythm I can't hear. Index, middle, pinky. A phantom concerto. Even in her sleep, she's trying to escape. She's back in some gilded concert hall, wearing silk that costs more than my first car, playing for people who would step over her corpse to get to the buffet. It pisses me off. I trace the jagged line of the scar across my throat, feeling the raised keloid tissue under my thumb. That rhythm she's playing. It's a ghost. It's muscle memory from a life that doesn't exist anymore. She thinks she's a musician. She thinks she's Arthur Montclair's talented little girl. But down here, under the city, amidst the damp concrete and the smell of rusting iron, she's just collateral. She's mine. And as long as she's playing that imaginary cello in her head, she's not fully here. I look away from her, my gaze landing on the black monolith in the corner. The cello case. Carbon fiber, sleek, expensive. It looks ridiculous against the stained gray walls of the safe house. Like a spaceship parked in a landfill. That box is the problem. It's a coffin for a girl who's already dead, but MILA keeps trying to climb back inside. I pour a shot of whiskey, the cheap stuff we keep stocked down here. No crystal decanters. Just a bottle with a label peeling off. The amber liquid burns on the way down, stripping the lining of my throat. Good. I need the edge. The comms unit on the metal table crackles, breaking the silence. Vigo. I flick the volume knob, keeping it low. Talk to me. Movement in the industrial sector, Vigo's voice comes through, filtered by static and distance. Kovac's boys are burning through the warehouses. They're getting close to the perimeter. They're tossing places, Azlan. Looking for a hidey hole. Let them look, I growl, leaning over the table. If a shadow moves on the docks, you end it. Don't engage unless you have a clean kill. I don't want a war starting before I'm ready to finish it. Copy that. They're looking for a princess, boss. They're gonna find a grave. Make sure they do. I cut the feed. The silence rushes back in, heavy and suffocating. The air down here is stale, recycled through vents that probably haven't been cleaned since the Cold War. It smells of dust and ozone, but underneath it all, there's her. Jasmine and sweat. It's intoxicating and irritating in equal measure. I down the rest of the whiskey and set the glass down. It clinks against the metal. MILA gasps. She sits up like she's been shocked with a cattle prod, eyes wide, chest heaving. She doesn't wake up slow. She wakes up like a prey animal, hearing a twig snap. Her eyes dart around the room before landing on me. I'm standing near the cello case now. I took my jacket off an hour ago, sleeves rolled up, exposing the map of scars on my forearms. She pulls the thin blanket up to her chin, knuckles turning white. You look like a bastard standing there in the dark. I am a bastard, I say, my voice flat. And it's not dark. It's dim. Get used to it. She rubs her face, trying to scrub away the sleep. What time is it? Doesn't matter. Sun doesn't shine down here. I kick the cello case. Just a tap, really, but the hollow thud echoes like a gunshot in the small room. MILA flinches. Her eyes lock onto my boot, then up to my face. The fear is there, buried under layers of exhaustion, but the defiance kicks in faster. Don't touch it, Azlan. Why not? I ask, leaning my shoulder against the wall. It's taking up space. Air's getting thin in here, MILA. Smells like old wood and dead dreams. I'm tired of the stench. She throws the blanket off and swings her legs over the side of the cot. She's wearing one of my spare shirts, the hem hitting her mid-thigh. She looks small, fragile. But when she stands up, Her chin goes up with that aristocratic tilt she learned at boarding school. That instrument is worth more than your fucking life, Zharkov, she snaps, her voice raspy but sharp. Get your shite-stained hands away from it. Property. I laugh, a low, humorless sound. You don't own a fucking thing here. Not the clothes on your back, not the air in your lungs. Everything in this room belongs to the man who holds the ledger. And right now, that's me. She crosses her arms, trying to stop the trembling in her shoulders. She thinks she's defending an instrument. She doesn't get it. She's defending the leash her father used to choke her with. Get away from it. Now. I ignore her. I grab the handle of the case and yank it. The sound is awful, hard plastic scraping against gritty concrete. Screech. It sets my teeth on edge. I drag it into the center of the room, directly under the harshest light. MILA takes a step forward, her bare feet slapping on the cold floor, but she stops when I turn on her. Open it, I say. No. Open the box, MILA. Or I'll use the blade. I reach to my belt and unclip the tactical knife. The steel hisses as it leaves the sheath. I hold it up, letting the light catch the edge. It's not a threat I won't make good on. I'll pry that carbon fiber apart like a clam, if I have to. Her breath hitches. She looks at the knife, then at the case. You're psychotic. I'm efficient. Open it. Don't make me ask a third time. You won't like the third time. She stares at me, hate burning in those hazel eyes, hot enough to melt lead. But she moves. She walks over, her movements stiff, and kneels on the floor. Her hands are shaking as she reaches for the latches. Click. 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 She throws the lid back. Inside, the cello rests in plush burgundy silk. It's a Testor. 18th century. The wood is a deep, rich, reddish brown, glowing under the shitty bunker lights like a holy relic dropped into a slaughterhouse. It's beautiful. I can admit that. It's a masterpiece of craftsmanship. And that's exactly why it has to go. MILA runs a hand over the scroll, her touch so gentle it makes my stomach turn. She looks at it like it's a lover. It's fine, she whispers, checking the bridge. You didn't break it. Not yet, I say. She freezes. I sit on the edge of the metal table, crossing my ankles. Play it. She looks up at me, confused. What? You heard me. Play. I paid millions for your father's debt. I own you. That means I own the talent too. Give me a show, prodigy. Let's hear what $1 million debt sounds like. She stands up slowly, her face flushing with anger. I'm not your court jester. I'm not playing for you in this hole. You're playing for the man who saved your life, I correct her. The man who is currently the only thing standing between you and a shallow grave in the Pine Barrens. So yeah. You're playing. Fuck you, she spits. I lean forward, letting my shadow fall over her. You're hiding in that box, MILA. You think if you play perfectly enough, if you keep the wood polished and the strings tight, that somehow your life didn't turn into a dumpster fire. You think Arthur is going to call you up and say it was all a mistake and invite you back to the gala. I don't think that. Yes, you do. You're playing for a ghost. And the ghost doesn't give a fuck about you. I point the knife at the cello. Play. Or I smash it right now. I won't even hesitate. She stares at me, horrified. She realizes I'm not bluffing. I don't bluff. She scrambles to grab the instrument, pulling it out of the case like she's rescuing a child from a burning building. She grabs the bow, her fingers fumbling to tighten the horsehair. A puff of rosin dust floats into the air, smelling like pine and friction. She drags a metal stool over and sits, spreading her knees to accommodate the instrument. She doesn't look at me. She closes her eyes, takes a deep, ragged breath, and sets the bow to the string. The first note is a growl. It's Bach. One of the suites. I don't know which one, and I don't care. Usually, when people play this shit, it's polite. It's refined. This isn't polite. She attacks the strings. Her arm saws back and forth with a violence that borders on assault. The sound swells, filling the bunker, bouncing off the concrete walls until the air itself is vibrating. It's deep, guttural, and angry. "Listen to it, Azlan," she yells over the music, not stopping. "Listen to what you're destroying." I watch her. I watch the way the sweat beads on her temple, rolling down her neck. I watch the muscles in her arm flex and release. She's lost in it. Her face is twisted in a mask of grief and fury, eyes squeezed shut, lips moving silently. She's gone. She's not in the bunker anymore. She's not with me. She's in that place where the music makes sense, where the world has order and beauty. It's the most dangerous thing about her. That ability to check out. To pretend. As long as she has that escape hatch, she'll never have the survival instinct she needs to kill her father. She'll always be a victim waiting to be rescued. "You're not here, are you?" I mutter, gripping the edge of the table. "Come back to me. Look at me." She doesn't hear me. She plays faster, the notes tumbling over each other, a chaotic, jagged stream of sound. It's brilliant. I can't deny that. She's a genius with that thing. And that pisses me off more than anything. The music reaches a crescendo, a high, screaming note that sounds like a dying bird, and then silence. She finishes with a sharp slash of the bow, her chest heaving, gasping for air. The silence that follows is heavy. Thick. My ears are ringing. She opens her eyes, looking at me with a mixture of triumph and desperation. "There. Are you satisfied? Is that enough for your money?" I stand up. The metal legs of the table screech against the floor. I walk over to her, slow and steady. "That was beautiful, MILA," I say quietly. She blinks, surprised by the tone. It's who I am." "No," I say, stopping right in front of her. "It was a beautiful eulogy. But the girl you're mourning is already rot and bone." Her brow furrows. "What are you?" I reach down and grab the neck of the cello. "No." She tries to hold on, her fingers scrabbling at the wood, but she's weak and I'm me. I wrench it from her grip. She falls off the stool, landing on her knees. "Azlan, please. Don't. It's all I have." "That's the problem," I snarl. "It's a lie. It's a shite-colored relic of a life that's fucking gone." I lift the instrument high above my head. It feels light. Too light for something that holds so much weight. "Watch me, MILA. Don't you dare look away." "Azlan." She screams my name, reaching up. I bring it down. Crack. I don't just drop it. I slam it into the concrete with every ounce of frustration I've been carrying since the shipyard. The sound is sickening. It's not just wood breaking, it's a complex, agonized crunch. The body of the cello explodes. Splinters of aged mahogany fly across the room like shrapnel. The neck snaps clean off. The strings groan and twist, curling up like dead vines. A piece of the bridge skitters across the floor and hits MILA's bare foot. Silence. Dead total silence. MILA is frozen on the floor, hands still raised in the air, shaped like she's holding something that isn't there anymore. She stares at the pile of debris. A single string, still attached to the tailpiece, snaps with a high-pitched twang, the final breath of the thing. It. Her voice is a whisper, barely there. It sounded like it was screaming. "That was you screaming," I say, my voice rough. "Not the wood." I drop to one knee in front of her. She's in shock. Her eyes are glassy, focused on nothing. I grab her chin, my fingers digging into her jaw, and force her head up. "Look at me." She tries to pull away, but I hold her fast. "Look at me, MILA. Not the floor. The floor can't help you." Her eyes finally lock onto mine. They're swimming, filling up with water. "Good." "There's no more music," I tell her, low and hard. "There is no more senator's daughter. There is no gala. There is only this. There is only the bunker. There is only the war. And there is only me." She trembles, her lower lip quivering. "You killed it. You killed it. I set you free. Cry for me, Mila. Come on. I don't want the music. I want the truth. Give me the tears you've been hiding since the shipyard. Break for me. Right fucking now. It happens all at once. Her face crumples. She lets out a sound that isn't human, a raw, jagged wail that tears out of her throat. She lunges at me. I hate you. She screams, slamming her fists into my chest. I fucking hate you. You bastard. You monster. She hits me, over and over. Her fists are small, but she's putting her whole body into it. I don't block her. I take it. I take every hit. She's clawing at my shirt, sobbing so hard she's choking on it. Good, I grunt, wrapping my arms around her. Hate is better than nothing. She collapses against me, her strength gone as quickly as it came. She buries her face in my chest, gripping my shirt like it's a lifeline, weeping uncontrollably. It's messy. It's ugly. Snot and tears and sweat, soaking into my expensive charcoal wool. I pull her into my lap, sitting on the cold floor amidst the wreckage of $100,000 instrument. I hold her tight, one hand on the back of her head, pressing her face into my neck. I can feel her heart hammering against my ribs. You're mine now, Mila, I whisper into her hair. All of you. No more ghosts. She sobs, her body shaking against mine. Goddamn you, you're all I have. I look over her head at the splintered wood, scattered across the gray concrete. I know, I say. And for the first time since I bought her, she's actually safe. Because now she has nothing left to lose but me.
Chapter 13. MILA POV. The dress was a weapon. It was a slip of emerald silk that cost more than most people's cars, sheer enough to be an insult and cut low enough to be a threat. I pulled it on over my bare skin, shivering as the fabric settled into the curves of my waist and hips. No bra. No panties. Just me and the silk, and the vibrating hollow rage that had set up shop in my chest where my heart used to be. I stared at the empty corner of the room. The floorboard still held the faint, ghostly indentations of the end pin where my cello had stood for years. It's just wood, he'd said. Just wood. Like my life was just days, like my blood was just water. I dragged a sharp fingernail down the center of my chest, watching a white line turn angry red, testing to see if I could feel anything other than the urge to burn this entire city down with Azlan Zharkov inside it. I dabbed perfume on my pulse points, something heavy and cloying that smelled like sins I hadn't committed yet. If he wanted to strip my life down to the studs, fine. I'd show him exactly what he bought. I'd show him the difference between a possession and a problem. When I walked into the living area, my heels clicked like a countdown on the concrete floor. Azlan was leaning against the heavy steel door, checking his watch, looking like a monolith of charcoal wool and repressed violence. He looked up, and the air in the room instantly got too thin to breathe. His eyes, those ice-gray chips of glacier ice, didn't just scan me, they locked onto me with a predatory stillness that made my lungs seize. He didn't blink. He just stared, his jaw working. You look like a common street walker, Mila. His voice was a low vibration that rattled my teeth. I didn't flinch. I walked right up to him, invading his personal space, until I could smell the leather of his holster and the soap he used. I leaned in, letting the scent of my provocation hit him full force. You're the one who stripped me of my pedigree, Azlan. Don't complain about the result. He reached out, pinching the sheer fabric of my sleeve between two fingers, checking the quality like he was inspecting a cut of beef at a market. This isn't appropriate. I'm just playing the part you bought for me, I snapped, pulling my arm away. Let's go. Unless you're afraid someone else might look at your receipt. He ground his teeth together, a muscle feathering in his jaw. Get in the car. The drive was a masterclass in psychological warfare. It was raining, of course. This city was always crying about something, and the red district was a blur of neon smear through the wet windows. I sat in the back of the black SUV, feeling like a caged cat, while Azlan sat next to me, radiating a heat that felt like an oven left open. Vigo was driving, watching us through the rear-view mirror with a smirk that made me want to kick the back of his seat. I crossed my legs. Slowly. Deliberately. The slit of the dress rode up to the very top of my hip, exposing the pale skin of my thigh and the very obvious lack of fabric beneath. Azlan stared out the window, his hand gripping his phone so hard his knuckles were bone white. He refused to look at me, which only made me want to force him. "Is the seat too small for you, Azlan?" I asked, keeping my voice light and toxic. "You seem tense." "Shite girl, keep your knees together," he growled without turning his head. "Why? Are you worried Vigo might crash?" "Drive faster, Vigo," Azlan barked. I hummed a low, dissonant melody under my breath, the opening bars of the Elgar concerto he'd destroyed, along with my instrument. I watched his eyes flicker toward me in the dark cabin, the reflection of the passing streetlights catching the jagged scar on his throat. He looked like he wanted to wrap his hands around my neck. Good. At least then he'd be touching me. The Obsidian Club was a cavern of black glass and noise. We bypassed the line, the massive bouncers bowing their heads to Azlan like he was royalty, which in this sewer of a city he basically was. Inside, the bass wasn't just noise, it was a physical assault. It hit me in the solar plexus, filling the empty space inside me with a rhythmic, thudding violence. Azlan placed a heavy burning hand on the small of my back, a claim, a warning, a leash. "Stay close, Mila. This isn't a playground." I twisted out of his reach before his fingers could settle. "Watch me, Azlan. Since that's all you're allowed to do." I disappeared into the crowd, heading straight for the bar. I paused under a strobe light, letting the white flash illuminate the sheer dress, turning me into a silhouette of curves and defiance for the entire room to see. I felt eyes crawling over me, sticky, hungry looks from men who smelled like expensive gin and bad decisions. It felt like armor. I reached the mahogany bar and didn't sit. I leaned over it, arching my back so the low-cut rear of the dress dipped dangerously close to my tailbone. "Double scotch, neat," I shouted over the music. "I need to drown the taste of my life." The bartender poured it. I took a slow, deliberate sip, letting a drop of the amber liquid run down my chin. In the mirror behind the bottles, I saw him. Azlan was standing 5 paces back, a lethal shadow in the chaos. He was fuming. His fixer mask was perfectly in place for the public, but his eyes were storm gray and murderous. He was tracking every gaze that lingered on me, his hand twitching near his jacket vent. I used my tongue to slowly catch the drop of scotch on my lip, locking eyes with his reflection. "Come on," I thought. "Break. Show them what a monster you are. You have excellent taste in drinks." A man in a pinstripe suit slid into the space beside me. He smelled of peppermint gum and arrogance. He was handsome in a generic, bank account sort of way. I turned, giving him a brilliant, predatory smile, the kind I used to save for standing ovations. "Do I?" "Let me get the next one," he said, leaning in too close. His eyes dropped to my chest, then lower. "My friend over there?" I pointed vaguely behind me, my fingers fluttering near the stranger's lapel. "Oh, he's just my security. He doesn't bite unless I tell him to." "He looks serious," the man laughed, completely oblivious to the shark circling the water. "It's so loud in here," I said, tilting my head back to expose the line of my throat, the very spot Azlan liked to bite. "I can barely hear myself think." The stranger leaned in to whisper something in my ear, his hand hovering near my waist. That was it. Azlan moved. It wasn't a walk, it was a blur. He stepped between me and the stranger, his shoulder checking the man back with enough force to make him stumble. He didn't look at the guy. He looked at me, his face a mask of cold, concentrated rage that made my stomach flip. He leaned in close to the stranger, whispering something I couldn't hear. The man's face drained of color instantly. He mumbled an apology that sounded more like a plea for mercy and vanished into the crowd. I smirked and swiveled my stool. "You're making a scene, Azlan. It's bad for business." He grabbed my drink and poured the remaining scotch onto the floor between us. "I don't give a fuck about business. I give a fuck about my property. The word property usually made my skin crawl, like bugs were under the surface. But right now, with his heart hammering against my shoulder, and the smell of his fury rolling off him, it felt like a victory. Don't lose your payment in the dark then, I hissed, slipping off the stool before he could grab me again. I dove into the center of the dance floor. It was a writhing mass of bodies, sweat, and dry ice smoke. I moved with a fluid, suggestive grace, my body undulating to the heavy electronic beat. I knew he was watching. I could feel his gaze like a laser sight on the back of my neck. I used the other dancers as a barrier. I let men's hands brush my hips as I spun, laughing at nothing, throwing my head back and running my hands up my own body, tracing the curves he claimed were his. Can you see me now, Azlan? Fuck the rules. A hand like a steel shackle wrapped around my upper arm. He didn't weave through the dancers, he plowed through them. He yanked me toward him, his fingers digging into my bicep with enough pressure to guarantee a bruise by morning. He pulled me flush against his chest, his mouth hovering just over my ear. He wasn't the fixer anymore. He was the butcher. We're leaving. Now? His voice was a low growl that vibrated through my entire skull. Make me, Azlan, I challenged, breathless. I dare you. Don't test me, MILA. Not tonight. Not after what I did to that cello. The mention of the cello snapped the last tether of my control. The rage flared back up, hotter than the adrenaline. I dug my heels into the floor, forcing him to literally drag me across the tiles. Let go of me, you bastard. He ignored me, dragging me past the heavy velvet curtains and away from the main floor. The transition was jarring, from the deafening noise to a dim carpeted silence of the VIP corridor. The air here smelled of leather and expensive cigars. He didn't stop until we were deep in the hallway of private suites. You wanted a reaction, MILA, he muttered, shoving a keycard into a door. You've got one. You're hurting me, I said, though part of me, the sick, twisted part that this life had cultivated, liked the pain. It was real. It was better than the numbness. He threw me into the room. It was small, dominated by a black leather sofa and a massive floor-to-ceiling mirror. I stumbled, catching myself against the glass. I realized with a jolt of electricity that it was a one-way mirror. On the other side, the club regular I was flirting with was standing not 5 feet away, fixing his tie, completely oblivious to us. I laughed. It was a jagged, hysterical sound. I pressed my palms against the glass. They're right there, Azlan. Can they see you being a monster? I taunted, looking at him through the reflection. Is this what you bought? A girl in a green dress and a glass cage? They can't see shite, Azlan said, locking the door with a menacing click. He turned to me, ripping his tie off with one hand. But I can see everything I'm going to do to you. I backed up until my spine was flat against the mirror. The glass was cold against my skin, contrasting with the fever heat of my blood. Take it then, Azlan. If you're man enough to handle the debt. He loomed over me, his breathing heavy and ragged, his shadow swallowing me whole. You have no idea what you've just started. Fuck your cello, MILA. Cry for me instead. He slammed his hands against the mirror on either side of my head, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the small room. He pinned me with his entire body, the rough wool of his suit grinding against the delicate emerald silk. He was so close I could see the flecks of ice in his gray eyes melting into pure, molten lust. He used his forearm to press against my throat, just enough to make me gasp, tilting my head back. Look at them, MILA, he commanded, nodding toward the glass. They're right there, and they have no idea. You wanted an audience. You've got one. I couldn't look away. The regular on the other side was laughing at something. Oblivious that inches away, I was being devoured. He didn't kiss me, he bit me. He sank his teeth into the sensitive junction of my neck and shoulder, a sharp, possessive claim that made my knees buckle. You're mine, do you hear me? He growled against my skin. Filthy little brat. You think you can use them to hide from me? Say it, he demanded, his teeth grazing the pulse that fluttered wildly in my throat. Say you're mine. I wanted to say no. I wanted to scream defiance. But my body was already screaming yes. My hands flew to his hair, clutching the short dark strands as I arched my back into him. He hitched the emerald silk up to my waist in one rough motion, his large hands mapping every inch of my bare thighs and hips. He groaned, a low animalistic sound, when he realized I wasn't wearing anything underneath. His fingers dug into the soft flesh of my backside, possessing bruising. Nothing? You came out like this for them? No, I gasped, the word torn from me. I came out like this for you to see what you can't have. Wrong, he snarled, sliding a hand around to my front, his thumb tracing the line of my hip bone with agonizing slowness. I have everything I want. He grabbed my chin and forced me to look through the one-way mirror again. Watch that man. The one you were touching. He's right there. He's looking for you, MILA. But he's looking at a mirror. Let him hear you. I want him to know. The shame was a spark that turned the arousal into a forest fire. I felt exposed and hidden all at once, a paradox that made my head spin. Azlan used his fingers then, his touch demanding and unapologetically rough. He whispered graphic, visceral details into my ear about exactly what he was going to do to me, his voice a dark lullaby of dominance. He hooked one of my legs over his hip, exposing me completely to the mirror, to the invisible crowd. You're so wet for a girl who claims to hate me, he murmured, his fingers working their magic. I hate you, I sobbed, my hips bucking involuntarily. God damn you, Azlan. Good. Hate me while I ruin you. I reached back, my fingers fumbling for his belt, desperate for the release I knew only he could give. But Azlan was faster. He caught both of my wrists in one hand and pinned them against the glass above my head, leaving me completely open. He leaned his forehead against mine, our breaths mingling in the small space. Not yet. Please, Azlan, I begged, my pride dissolving in the heat between us. Fuck, just do it. Say my name. Tell me who owns you. You, I whispered. Azlan. He entered me in one deep, punishing thrust that stole the air from my lungs. My scream was sharp and high, but it was immediately muffled by his mouth as he kissed me with bruising, desperate force. He wasn't gentle, he was claiming every inch of me, driving the memory of the cello out of my mind and replacing it with him. Fuck, MILA, he groaned against my lips. You're so tight. Like you were made for this. I hate you, I panted between kisses, but my legs wrapped tighter around him. The rhythm was fast and violent, fueled by the music vibrating through the glass and the adrenaline of the night's defiance. Azlan drove into me with a relentless pace, the mirror thudding rhythmically against the wall. Look at me, he ordered, biting my lip until I tasted blood. Don't close your eyes. I want you to see what I'm doing to you. I watched our reflection, the blur of emerald silk, the dark wool of his suit, the raw, frantic joining of our bodies against the backdrop of the oblivious club. It was obscene. It was perfect. Good girl, he praised, his voice a low guttural wreck. Take it all. You're my ledger now, MILA. Every mark one leave is a debt paid. Fuck, you're going to break me, I cried out. I've already broken you, he promised. Now I'm putting you back together. A group of people stopped right in front of the mirror on the other side, laughing and talking. My heart hammered against my ribs. I watched them through a haze of pleasure while Azlan continued to drive into me, the risk of being seen, even if impossible, making my entire body quiver. One of them leaned close to check her hair, and my eyes locked with hers for a split second. They're looking right at you, MILA, Azlan whispered, his hips snapping forward. Do you think they can hear you? Don't move. Don't you dare move. I shattered. My body shuddered violently against the cold glass as I cried out his name, the pleasure ripping through me like a tidal wave. Azlan followed closely, his remaining composure finally snapping. He groaned, burying his face in the crook of my neck, spending himself completely with a few final heavy thrusts. He held me there for a long moment, his weight pinning me to the glass as we both caught our breath. The silence returned to the room, heavy and thick, punctuated only by the distant muffled bass of the club. Then Azlan pulled away. His face instantly reverted to that mask of cold ownership. He adjusted his clothes with clinical precision, his eyes already distant. I was left slumped against the mirror, my emerald dress ruined, my hair a wild mess, my body throbbing. He tossed me his handkerchief. He didn't even look at me as he buttoned his shirt. "Fix your dress. We're leaving." I stared at the white cloth in my hand. "Was that enough of a reaction for you?" he asked, his voice flat. "Clean yourself up. You look like a mess." I wiped my mouth, the taste of him still on my tongue. The victory felt hollow. I had gotten what I wanted, I had made him lose control, but looking at him now, perfectly composed while I was trembling against the glass, I knew the truth. I was the one left bleeding on the floor. Chapter 14. MILA POV. I woke up feeling like I'd been run over by a semi-truck, carrying nothing but bad decisions and expensive whiskey. My head was throbbing with the dull rhythmic ache behind my eyes, and my thighs felt heavy, muscles seizing up in protest. The silence in the penthouse wasn't the peaceful kind. It was the loud kind. The kind that presses down on your eardrums and makes you hyper-aware that you're the only thing breathing in the room. The space beside me in the king-size bed was empty. The sheets were cool to the touch. Azlan was gone. I ran my hand over the intricate stitching of the silk duvet, tracing the phantom indentation where his massive frame had been just a few hours ago. The sensory flashback hit me like a slap, flashing lights, the bass vibrating through the floorboards of the club, the rough drag of his calloused hands, the way he'd looked at me like he wanted to consume me whole. God, I hated myself for it. My brain was a chaotic war zone. One side was screaming about the dopamine rush, the traitorous heat that still lingered low in my belly whenever I thought about his mouth on me. The other side, the rational side that was currently losing the battle, was screaming that I was an idiot. I was collateral. I was a debt payment. And enjoying the perks of being Azlan Zharkov's property didn't make me free. It just made me a willing participant in my own cage. I dragged myself out of bed, the silk robe sliding over my skin like water. It smelled like him. Everything in this godforsaken apartment smelled like him: sandalwood, gun oil, and that crisp, expensive scent of money. I wandered out into the main living area. It was vast, open, and aggressively modern. Floor-to-ceiling glass walls offered a panoramic view of the city that looked like a circuit board from hell. I leaned my forehead against the cool glass, trying to cool the feverish heat under my skin. My eyes scanned the streets 40 stories down. Ant-sized cars. People moving like pixels in a simulation. Then I froze. My gaze snagged on a black sedan parked way too close to the service alley entrance down the block. It wasn't moving. It was just sitting there, absorbing the light like a black hole. A chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning skittered down my spine. I knew that car. Or at least, I knew the vibe of it. It looked exactly like the fleet my father's goons used. Or maybe the ones from the shipyard. The memory of rain and rusted metal tried to claw its way up, but I shoved it down. Azlan. He was sitting at the dining table, or what passed for a desk in this place. Laptop open, tablet propped up, a mug of black coffee steaming near his elbow. He didn't look up. He was in fixer mode, shoulders tight, jaw set, typing with a speed that was borderline aggressive. "Azlan," I said again, louder this time. The silence in the room cracked. He didn't stop typing. "What? Did you see that black sedan parked down there? By the alley? It's a city, MILA. There are cars." "It looks familiar," I insisted, moving closer to the glass, leaving a smudge of condensation from my breath. "From the shipyard. I think I've seen it before." He finally stopped typing. He picked up his coffee, took a long sip, and then flicked his wrist in a gesture that was so dismissive it made my teeth ache. "You're seeing things. It's the hangover talking. Or the adrenaline crash." "I'm not hungover," I snapped. And I have excellent eyesight. It's sitting right where the cameras have a blind spot. There are no blind spots on my perimeter, he muttered, eyes already back on the glowing screen. Go eat something. You sound paranoid. Paranoid? You're the one who has a panic room in the bathroom. That's tactical, he corrected flatly. You seeing bogeymen in traffic is hysteria. Drop it. My hands balled into fists at my sides. The sheer audacity of this man. He bought me, fucked me, and now he was treating me like a moody teenager. I needed air. I needed to not be in this glass box with him. I spun on my heel and marched toward the elevator. The polished sealed doors reflected my disheveled hair and the manic look in my eyes. I jabbed the button. Nothing happened. Going somewhere? The voice was a low rumble, like gravel in a mixer. Vigo. Aslan's brother and human blockage. He stepped out from the hallway leading to the gym, wiping sweat from his forehead with a towel. He moved to stand between me and the elevator doors. I just need some air, Vigo. Step aside. He didn't move. He was a wall of muscle and stoicism. Aslan's orders, MILA. The penthouse is sealed today. No in, no out. Excuse me? My voice pitched up. I'm not a prisoner in solitary confinement. Technically, Vigo said, his face giving away absolutely nothing, you are whatever Azlan says you are. And right now he says you stay inside. For your safety. My safety or his control? Usually the same thing, Vigo shrugged. Go watch TV or something. I stared at him, incredulous. They were managing me. Handling me like a volatile asset. The rage flared hot and bright, burning through the fog of exhaustion. If they weren't going to let me leave, and they weren't going to listen to me, I was going to prove them wrong. I turned around and walked back toward the bedrooms, making sure my steps sounded defeated. But the moment I rounded the corner, I slipped my shoes off. Azlan was deep in the ledger files. He wouldn't notice if I disappeared for 10 minutes. I crept down the hallway, avoiding the creaky floorboard I'd memorized weeks ago, and slipped into the small security monitoring room near the back of the penthouse. It was freezing in here. The hum of the servers was a constant, low-frequency buzz that grated on my nerves. A bank of monitors covered the wall, cycling through feeds from the lobby, the elevator, the roof, and the street. I sat in the ergonomic chair, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I wasn't a hacker, but I'd spent enough time watching Azlan over his shoulder to know the basics of his interface. I grabbed the mouse. My hand was trembling. Okay, I whispered to the empty room. Show me I'm crazy. Please just let me be crazy. I pulled up the feed for the back alley, the exact angle where the black sedan was parked. The timestamp in the corner ticked away seconds. 10 hours 14 minutes and 22 seconds. 10 hours 14 minutes and 23 seconds. The car was there. Just sitting. I scrubbed the footage back. 10 minutes ago. 20. Then I saw it. It was subtle. If you blinked, you'd miss it. The timestamp jumped. Just a hiccup. It went from 9 hours 45 minutes and 10 seconds to 9 hours 45 minutes and 15 seconds. 5 seconds. Gone. I rewound it. Played it again. The shadows on the pavement didn't shift right. A stray cat that was walking across the frame suddenly teleported 3 feet to the left. It wasn't a glitch. It was a loop. A splice. Someone had doctored the feed. A cold metallic taste flooded my mouth. Terror, sharp and jagged, pierced through the anger. We weren't safe. The invincible fortress had a leak, and it was happening right now. I paused the video, my finger hovering over the screen. Got you, you fucker. I didn't think. I just reacted. I pushed away from the desk and sprinted back to the main office, bursting through the door with zero regard for preservation. Azlan? I gasped, slamming my hand onto his mahogany desk. The ceramic mug rattled. You need to see this. Now? He looked up, annoyance flashing in his ice-gray eyes like a warning light. Mila, I told you. Shut up and listen, I yelled, pointing back toward the security room. There's a loop in the back alley feed. I just saw it. 5 seconds missing, spliced together. Someone tampered with the system? Azlan didn't move. He didn't jump up. He didn't grab his gun. He just sighed, a long weary sound that made me want to scream. He picked up his tablet, tapped a few times, and turned the screen toward me. It showed a pristine, seamless live feed of the alley. It's a system refresh, Mila, he said, his voice maddeningly calm. Standard protocol. The servers dump cache every hour. It causes a momentary lag in the playback. You wouldn't understand the encryption. I know what a lag looks like. I shouted. That wasn't lag. The cat teleported, Azlan. It was edited. A cat? He raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair. We're basing our security threat level on a teleporting cat now. Don't patronize me. My voice shook. I saw it. He stood up then, looming over the desk. The sudden shift in height sucked the air out of the room. He leaned forward, bracing his hands on the polished wood. Your nerves are shot, he said, his voice dropping an octave. From the club. From everything. You're looking for threats because you don't know how to exist without one. I am not imagining this. Perhaps a sedative will help you calm down, he said, reaching for a drawer. Go lie down, Mila. Before you hurt yourself. The dismissal was total. Absolute. He was looking at me like I was a broken doll that needed to be put back on the shelf until it stopped making noise. I'm not some fragile thing you can drug into compliance. I hissed, backing away. You're wrong. And when they come through that door, don't expect me to save your ass. If anyone comes through that door, he said coldly, it'll be because I invited them. Go. Lie. Down. I fled. I couldn't stand the weight of his gaze anymore. I ended up in the kitchen, my hands shaking so bad I nearly dropped the kettle. I needed tea. I needed a weapon. I needed to not be here. The reflection in the chrome toaster caught my eye, my own face, pale and wide-eyed, looking like a deer caught in headlights. I spun around, half expecting to see a shadow standing behind me, but the kitchen was empty. Just the low hum of the refrigerator, and the pounding of my own blood in my ears. He was gaslighting me. Or he was blind. I didn't know which was worse. I left the tea brewing, and gravitated back to the living room window. I couldn't help it. It was like picking at a scab. The black sedan was gone. My stomach dropped. Had I imagined it? Was Azlan right? Was my brain frying itself from stress? Then I looked closer. Down by the subway entrance, against the flow of the morning commute, a figure stood perfectly still. Gray hoodie. Hands in pockets. He wasn't looking at his phone. He wasn't looking at the traffic. He was looking up. Directly at the 40th floor. He was a statue in a river of motion. The stillness was unnatural. Predatory. He's here, I whispered. Then I screamed it. Azlan. He's here. Come look quickly. I pounded on the glass, leaving sweaty palm prints. Azlan. He came out of the office, but he took his sweet time. He walked with a deliberate, agonizing slowness, his face a mask of irritation. What now, Mila? He's there. By the subway. The man in the hoodie. I pointed frantically. He's watching us. Azlan finally reached the window. He looked down. At that exact moment, a massive city bus, plastered with an ad for some bullshit energy drink, roared past the subway entrance. It blocked the view completely. Wait, I said, breathless. Just wait until the bus moves. The bus pulled away. The sidewalk was empty. Just commuters rushing to work. No gray hoodie. No statue. Silence stretched between us, heavy and suffocating. He was there, I whispered, my voice sounding thin and crazy even to my own ears. I swear to God, Azlan. He was looking right at me. Azlan didn't look at the street. He looked at me. His hand shot out, grabbing my chin. His grip was firm, bordering on painful, his thumb pressing into my jawbone. He forced my head up, until I was locked into his icy stare. Look at me, Mila. I tried to pull away, but he held fast. Get off me. You're hurting me. You are going to get yourself hurt, he growled, low and dangerous. Or worse. If you can't control yourself, I will. Do you understand? I will lock this place down so tight you won't even see sunlight. You can't do that. Try me. He released my face with a shove. Bedroom? Now. Do not come out until you can tell reality from your nightmares. I stumbled back, clutching my jaw where his fingers had dug in. The betrayal burned hotter than the pain. He was the monster. He was the jailer. I turned and ran to the master bedroom, slamming the heavy door behind me. I twisted the lock, the click echoing like a gunshot. I didn't feel safe. I felt trapped. I started tearing the room apart. I ripped the sheets off the bed, checked under the mattress, ran my fingers along the baseboards. Bugs. Cameras. There had to be something. Azlan wouldn't leave me unmonitored. Nothing. Just expensive dust and my own spiraling panic. I yanked the heavy velvet curtains shut, plunging the room into gloom. The darkness should have been comforting, but it just felt like the walls were closing in. I could still feel eyes on me. An itch on the back of my neck that wouldn't go away. Knock. Knock. I froze. Mila? Azlan's voice came through the wood, muffled. It sounded different. Less angry. Are you all right? I pressed my ear against the cool wood. I didn't mean to be so harsh, he said. There was a pause. A rare hesitation from a man who never hesitated. I have a lot on my plate with the ledger. This isn't personal. Come out. Let's get some food. You need to eat. My heart gave a stupid, pathetic little flutter. He was apologizing. In his own broken, emotionally stunted way, he was trying to fix it. But then I remembered the way he'd looked at me in the office. Like I was a liability. Like I was crazy. Go to hell, Azlan, I said. My voice was cold, flat. Dead. I heard his sharp intake of breath. Then silence. Then the heavy thud of his footsteps walking away. He didn't argue. He didn't break down the door. He just left. I backed away from the door, staring at the brass handle. I waited for it to turn. I wanted him to fight for me. I wanted him to kick the door down and tell me he believed me. But the handle stayed still. I was alone. I grabbed my phone from the charger. No signal bars. Just the Wi-Fi icon. I tried to load a news site. Access denied. I tried another. Content filtered. You controlling bastard, I muttered, jabbing the screen. He had me on a child-lock internet connection. I couldn't search for my father. I couldn't search for Kovac. I was digitally blind. Exhaustion finally swept my legs out from under me. I crawled into the messed-up bed, pulling the duvet over my head like a shield. I didn't want to sleep, but my body shut down. The dreams were awful. Rain. The smell of rusty iron. My father's face, cold and indifferent. And then a shadow. A man without a face, standing over me, holding a leash. Scritch. Scritch. My eyes snapped open. The room was pitch black. My heart was in my throat. Scritch. It was coming from the window. I lay frozen, my brain trying to process the physics. We were on the 40th floor. There was no balcony. No ledge. Nothing but glass and a sheer drop to the pavement. Maybe it was a bird. Or the wind. But wind didn't sound like metal on glass. I threw the covers off and crept toward the window. My bare feet sank into the carpet. I reached out, my hand shaking so bad the velvet curtains trembled before I even touched them. I pulled the fabric back an inch. A tiny blindingly bright red dot danced on the glass, right in front of my face. A laser. It held there for a second, a burning red eye, and then vanished. The scratching stopped. I stumbled back, a strangled gasp tearing out of my throat. That wasn't a bird. That was a target designator. Or a pointer. Someone was out there. Someone could see me. I sprinted out of the bedroom, not caring about the noise anymore. I burst into the living room. It was dark, lit only by the ambient glow of the city. Azlan was sprawled on the long leather sofa, one arm thrown over his eyes, his chest rising and falling in a deep, steady rhythm. And there on the coffee table within arm's reach was his gun. The matte black metal glinted in the half-light. I stopped dead. He was asleep. Vulnerable. The apex predator was just a man passed out on a couch. If the shadow wanted to kill us, he could have done it 10 times over. I looked at the gun. Then at Azlan. Then at the gun again. If I woke him up, he'd think I was having another episode. He'd sedate me. He'd lock me in the panic room. But if I took the gun... I took a step toward the table. My hand hovered over the weapon. The steel radiated a cold promise of power. I could protect myself. I didn't need him. But my hand shook. I couldn't do it. Not yet. Instead, I turned to the living room window. The massive glass wall. I walked right up to it. I didn't hide. And there he was. Across the street, standing by the subway entrance again. The man in the gray hoodie. He wasn't looking at his phone. He wasn't hiding. He was looking up. Directly at me. He raised a hand slowly. He tapped his temple with one finger. Think, MILA. Then he pointed at me. And then he made a slashing motion across his throat. He knew. He knew I was the only one watching. He knew Azlan was asleep. He was mocking me. A wave of nausea hit me so hard I doubled over. My skin went clammy, and a violent shiver racked my body. It wasn't just fear. My joints ached. My throat felt like I'd swallowed glass. I was getting sick. Perfect. Just fucking perfect. I stumbled back to the bedroom, shivering violently, my teeth chattering. I crawled into the bed, curling into a ball of misery and terror. The shadow was real. He was outside. Azlan was asleep. And I was the only one who knew we were already dead.
Chapter 15. Azlan POV. Rain lashed against the floor-to-ceiling glass like it was trying to break in. I stalked the perimeter of the living area, checking the feeds on the recessed screen for the third time in 10 minutes. Nothing. Just the gray wash of the city and the wet slick of the balcony. Vigo had swept the lower levels. Clean. But MILA wouldn't shut up about a glint. A shadow. A fucking reflection in a window 3 blocks away. I rubbed the scar on my throat, the skin tight and uneven under my thumb. You finished with the theatrics yet? No answer. I turned. MILA was slumped in the armchair, her head lolling back against the leather. She looked small. Too small. The kind of fragile that made my teeth ache. I said, "Are you done?" I snapped, hand resting on the holstered cig at my hip. Because if you're pulling this shit to distract me from the security protocols, it's not going to work. Get up. Still nothing. Her hand slipped off her lap and hit the armrest with a dull thud. Irritation flared, hot and sharp. I hated being ignored in my own house. I crossed the room in 3 strides, intending to haul her up and march her to her room myself. Montclair. I'm talking to you. I grabbed her chin, my grip tight. Heat. Not warmth. Heat. Radiating off her skin like she was a furnace with the door kicked open. It scorched my palm. Fuck, I hissed, dropping my hand to press the back of it against her forehead. She was burning up. Her skin was slick with a cold, clammy sweat, but beneath it the fire was raging. Her eyes were half open, glassy, and seeing absolutely nothing. "Mila." She mumbled something unintelligible, her head rolling to the side. "Brilliant," I growled. "Just fucking brilliant." I didn't think. I scooped her up. She was dead weight in my arms, lighter than she should be. I could feel the sharp angles of her ribs through her silk blouse, and that pissed me off too. I wasn't starving her. She was just letting herself waste away. "Don't you dare die on me," I muttered, heading for the hallway. "I didn't pay millions for a corpse." She groaned, her head thumping against my shoulder. "The eyes," she rasped, her voice a broken whisper. "In the glass." "Shut up. There's no one in the glass. He's watching. The only one watching you is me, and I'm about 5 seconds away from losing my patience." I kicked the door to the master bedroom open and laid her on the bed. The dark sheets swallowed her up. I stripped off my suit jacket and threw it on the chair, rolling up my sleeves. The Rolex on my wrist felt heavy. I checked her temperature with the digital thermometer from the ensuite. The readout flashed red. 103.7. Shite. I tossed the plastic stick onto the nightstand. 103.7 was dangerous. It was fry your brawn territory. I couldn't call a doctor. Not with the rumors circulating about Kovac making a move. And certainly not with Arthur Montclair looking for any excuse to claim I was mistreating his beloved daughter. A hospital was out of the question. Too many eyes. Too many leaks. I looked down at her. She was shivering now, violent tremors that shook the whole bed. Her teeth chattered, a click-click-click sound that grated on my nerves. "Fine," I said to the empty room. "I'll do it myself." I went into the bathroom and twisted the cold tap. Water gushed into the massive soaking tub. I watched the water rise, staring at my reflection in the polished chrome faucet. I looked like hell. Tired. Angry. Why was I angry? Because she was sick. Because she was weak. Or because seeing her like this, helpless and broken, made my chest feel tight in a way that had nothing to do with business. "Get a grip, Zharkov," I muttered, splashing cold water on my face. "She's an asset. Protect the asset." I walked back into the bedroom. Mila was curling into a ball, trying to find warmth that wasn't there. "Up," I said, pulling her into a sitting position. She swatted at me weakly. "No cold." "Yeah, you're going to be colder in a second." I started unbuttoning her blouse. Her hands fluttered up to stop me, useless as moth wings. I brushed them aside. I wasn't being gentle, but I wasn't rough either. I was efficient. "Stop fighting me," I ordered, peeling the damp silk from her shoulders. "You're wet with sweat. It's disgusting." I got the blouse off. Then the skirt. I unhooked her bra and tossed it aside. I paused for a second, my eyes tracing the line of her throat. The sapphire choker was still there, the dark blue gem resting in the hollow of her throat. Good. That stays. I stripped her down to nothing. She lay there, pale and naked against the dark sheets, shivering so hard her knees knocked together. I didn't let myself look at her like a man. I looked at her like a mechanic looking at a broken engine. Assessment: overheating. Needs cooling. Now. I picked her up again. Her skin was hot against my forearms. I carried her into the bathroom and didn't hesitate. I lowered her straight into the cool water. She screamed. It was a ragged, wet sound, shocking in the tiled acoustics of the room. She thrashed, water splashing over the rim, her nails scrambling for purchase on the porcelain. "No. No. Stay down," I barked, grabbing her shoulders and pinning her against the back of the tub. "It hurts. It's freezing. It's necessary." I didn't let go. My grip was iron. She fought me, surging up, her wet breasts heaving, water sluicing down her torso. She looked feral. Desperate. "Azlan, please." The use of my name snapped something in me. It wasn't Mr. Zharkov or Bastard. Just Azlan. "I've got you," I said, my voice dropping to that low register that usually made men back down. "I'm not drowning you, MILA. I'm saving your life. Now stop moving." She sobbed, a wretched sound, with the fight drained out of her. She slumped back into the water, her head lolling against my arm. I kept one hand on her shoulder, keeping her submerged while I grabbed a sponge with the other. I soaked it in the cool water and began to wipe her down. Her neck, her chest, her arms. The water was turning tepid from her body heat. That's how hot she was. "You're a mess," I muttered, running the sponge over her collarbone. "Absolute wreck." She leaned into my touch. Unconsciously. Her head tipped back, resting against my bicep as I washed her. Her eyes were closed, lashes dark against her pale cheeks. My thumb brushed the side of her breast as I worked. It wasn't sexual. It was possessive. I was handling her, cleaning her, fixing her. She was mine. The realization hit me harder than the whiskey I usually downed at 2 a.m. She wasn't just collateral anymore. She was mine to keep alive. Mine to break. Mine to put back together. I leaned in close, my lips brushing her wet ear. "No one kills you but me, MILA," I whispered, the words vibrating against her skin. "Not the fever. Not your father. And certainly not some cunt outside the window." She shivered, but she didn't pull away. She turned her face into my shirt, breathing in the scent of tobacco and sweat. "Azlan. I'm here." I washed her until the shivering stopped, and her skin felt cool to the touch. Then I pulled the plug. The water drained away with a loud gurgle. I grabbed a thick towel and hauled her out. She clung to me, her wet body pressing against my clothes. I didn't care. I wrapped the towel around her and rubbed her down, brisk and efficient, getting the friction going to warm her blood back up properly. "You're shaking," I said. "Cold?" she mumbled into my neck. "Yeah, well, you're not burning anymore." I carried her back to the bed. I didn't put her back in her own clothes. I went to my dresser and pulled out a black t-shirt. It was old soft cotton. I pulled it over her head. She raised her arms like a child, letting me dress her. The shirt swallowed her whole, the hem hitting mid-thigh. "There," I said, smoothing the hair back from her forehead. "Smell like me. Maybe it'll scare the fever off." I went to the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of water and 2 Tylenol, and came back. "Drink." She tried to take the glass, but her hand shook too much. I sighed, sat on the edge of the bed, and cradled the back of her head. I held the glass to her lips. "Swallow the pills. Don't spit them out." She did as she was told. The water trickled down her chin. I wiped it away with my thumb, the pad of my digit lingering on her bottom lip for a second. "Sleep," I ordered. She curled onto her side, pulling her knees up. Within seconds, her breathing evened out. I stood there for a long time, watching her chest rise and fall. My t-shirt moved with her breath. I grabbed the heavy leather armchair from the corner and dragged it over to the side of the bed. I sat down, the leather creaking under my weight. I unholstered my Sig Sauer and set it on the nightstand right next to her head. Safety off. I checked the feeds on my phone. Still clear. An hour passed. Then 2. The rain kept hammering the glass. MILA started shivering again. "Fuck sake," I whispered. I watched her for a minute. The chills were setting in post-fever. She was curled so tight, she looked like she was trying to disappear. Logic dictated I get another blanket. Instinct told me something else. I stood up. I kicked off my boots. I pulled my shirt over my head and tossed it on the floor. I didn't overthink it. I lifted the duvet and slid in behind her. The mattress dipped. MILA didn't wake up, but her body knew. She immediately backed up, seeking the heat. Her spine pressed flush against my chest. Her ass tucked against my hips. She was freezing. I wrapped an arm around her waist and hauled her tighter against me. Mine, I breathed into her hair. It was a claim. A statement of fact. Her body relaxed instantly, leaching the warmth from me. I lay there in the dark, staring at the door, listening to the rain. I thought about the debt. Arthur Montclair's millions. The leverage. It didn't matter anymore. I wasn't giving her back. Even if Arthur walked in here with a dump truck full of cash, he wasn't getting her. She was in my bed, wearing my shirt, under my protection. A floorboard creaked in the hallway. My whole body tensed. My hand shot out, fingers wrapping around the grip of the gun on the nightstand. I waited. The sound moved away. Vigo. Just patrolling. I didn't let go of the gun. I pulled Mila closer, burying my face in the curve of her neck. She smelled like soap and sickness and something sweet that was just her. Sleep tight, Montclair, I whispered. I'm not going anywhere. I closed my eyes, but I didn't sleep. I just waited for the world to try and take her. Let them try. I'd burn the whole fucking city down.
Chapter 16. Azlan POV. Weakness is a fucking parasite. It burrows in when you're not looking, feeds on exhaustion, on the quiet moments that shouldn't exist in a life like mine. I stood there, staring down at Mila sleeping in the center of the massive bed, and I felt it crawling under my skin, that itch of concern, that nuisance of protective instinct that had no business being there. She looked like a wreck. Pale dark circles under her eyes that looked like bruises, hair matted to her forehead from the fever that had burned through her all night. I reached out, my hand hovering for a second before I pressed the back of my knuckles to her forehead. Cool. Finally. The heat had broken. I should have felt relief that my investment wasn't going to die on me, but instead, I felt a tightness in my chest that pissed me off. I clenched my jaw, hating the antiseptic smell of the room, hating the fact that I'd spent half the night playing nursemaid instead of running my city. I adjusted the heavy silk duvet over her shoulder, my fingers brushing the bare skin of her neck, and immediately pulled back like I'd been burned. Fuck this. I didn't have time for soft. Soft gets you killed. Soft gets your throat cut in an alley, while you're busy feeling sorry for a stray dog. My eyes drifted to the nightstand. The sapphire choker I'd put on her neck, my mark, my claim, was sitting there in a coil of expensive metal and blue fire. It looked innocent enough, just a piece of jewelry worth more than most people's lives, but something about the way the light hit it bothered me. A glint. A flaw. I picked it up, the silver cool against my calloused palm, and turned it over. My thumb ran over the clasp, a habit checking for damage, for wear. And then I stopped. There was a scratch. Tiny. Hair-thin. You wouldn't see it if you didn't know every inch of what you owned, but I did. It was a straight line near the setting, too precise to be an accident, too clean to be from dropping it. My gut tightened, that old familiar coldness flooding my veins, drowning out the lingering warmth of the bedroom. That shouldn't be there. No one touches my things. No one damages my property. I walked out of the bedroom without a sound, crossing the thick carpet into my private office. The silence in the penthouse was usually something I craved, but now it felt heavy, loaded with a threat I couldn't see yet. I dropped the necklace onto the ebony desk, clink, and went for the hidden compartment in the wall. Jeweler's loop. Micro tweezers. Precision drivers. My hands were steady. They're always steady when there's a problem to dissect. I sat down, snapped the loop into my eye socket, and pulled the articulated lamp down until the light was blindingly bright on the sapphire. Let's see what you are, I muttered, my voice a low rumble in the empty room. I worked the screws on the back of the setting. They were tight, but they gave. I levered the silver backing off, exposing the underside of the gem. And there it was. My blood turned to absolute zero. A chip. A tiny black speck of circuitry, no bigger than a grain of rice, nestled in a hollowed-out groove behind the stone. It was beautiful work, I'd give them that. Military grade. The etching on the antenna was almost invisible. A transmitter. A fucking bug. I sat back, the air leaving my lungs in a rush of pure white-hot fury. The necklace. The one thing I'd given her that symbolized she was mine. And it was a wire. A direct line to my enemies. I looked at the ceiling, feeling the laugh bubbling up in my throat, bitter and jagged. MILA. The fever. The fear. The breathless panic about a shadow following her, about being watched. I'd thought she was losing her mind, cracking under the pressure. I'd actually felt bad for her. She wasn't cracking. She was reporting. I grabbed the tiny chip with the tweezers and held it up to the light. It mocked me. That little black dot had been listening. Listening to me fuck her. Listening to my business calls. Listening to me whispering reassurance like a goddamn fool while she shivered in my arms. Was she laughing internally? Was she terrified her handler would think she wasn't doing a good enough job? I crushed the chip between my thumb and forefinger. It crunched satisfyingly, turning to dust. She played me. The cellist played the fixer. I pulled up my encrypted comms and punched Vigo's number. He answered on the first ring. Boss. Get up here, I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. It sounded like gravel grinding in a mixer. Bring the level 5 sweep kit. I want this penthouse turned inside out. Every vent. Every socket. Every floorboard. If there's a frequency in here that isn't ours, I want it found. Vigo paused. He knows that tone. On it. What's the threat level? Internal? I said, staring at the broken necklace. And bring the heavy restraints. The leather ones. We have a mole brother. And she's sleeping in the master suite. I hung up before he could ask questions. I didn't have answers yet. I only had rage. I went to the computer. Fast. Efficient. I pulled up the security footage from the safe house, the night she claimed she saw the man in the hoodie. I watched it again. Her face pale and trembling. Her eyes wide. It looked like fear. It looked genuine. But that's the thing about great performers, they make you believe the lie. I zoomed in on her hands. They were shaking. Nerves? Or adrenaline from planting a device? Was the man in the hoodie a threat, or a contact? Was she passing info? Fuck, I slammed my fist onto the desk. The wood groaned. I stood up. The chair flew back and hit the wall. I didn't care. I walked back into the bedroom. The air felt different now. It didn't smell like sickness and care, it smelled like betrayal. It smelled like a trap. MILA was stirring, the noise from the office waking her up. She blinked, her hazel eyes hazy, looking at me with that soft, confused expression that had started to chip away at my armor. Now it just looked like a mask. Azlan? Her voice was a rasp. Is something wrong? I didn't speak. I walked to the foot of the bed and just looked at her. I let the silence stretch until it was suffocating, until I saw the first flicker of genuine unease in her eyes. Good. Let her be afraid. She should be. I held up my hand. The tweezers were pinched between my fingers, holding the destroyed remains of the bug and the broken sapphire setting. You tell me, I said. My voice was dead. Flat. Is something wrong, MILA? She squinted, pushing herself up on her elbows. The sheet fell away, exposing her collarbone, the skin pale and vulnerable. I felt nothing. No lust. No possessiveness. Just the cold calculation of a butcher looking at a carcass. I don't know what that is, she stammered. Her eyes darted from my face to the metal in my hand. Is that the necklace? Don't, I snapped. The word cracked like a whip. Don't insult my intelligence. Not now. You want to play games? Fine. But don't treat me like an idiot. I threw the pieces onto the bed. They bounced on the duvet near her legs. A transmitter, I said, stepping closer. I loomed over her, blocking out the light. Military grade. High frequency. Buried in the setting. Who put it there, Mila? Was it your daddy? Or did you and Kovac work out a deal while I was busy keeping you alive? What? She scrambled back, pressing herself against the headboard. No. Azlan, I swear I didn't know. It must have been? Must have been who? I leaned down, bracing my hands on the mattress on either side of her hips. The shadow? The scary man you saw? Was that the handoff? Did you give him the access codes while you were pretending to be terrified? It was my father. She was crying now. Tears leaking out, messy and pathetic. He set me up? I told you he was watching me. I told you. You told me a story, I snarled. A sob story to get me to lower my guard. To get me to trust you. And like a fucking amateur, I almost did. I grabbed her arm. Not gently. I dug my fingers in, feeling the bone, and yanked. She screamed as I hauled her off the mattress. Her legs were tangled in the sheets, and she hit the floor hard. Thud. She gasped, curling in on herself, but I didn't give her a second. I hauled her up by her bicep, dragging her across the room to the heavy wooden chair by the vanity. Azlan, please. You're hurting me. Pain is the only thing that doesn't lie, I said. I shoved her down into the chair. Vigo walked in. He didn't knock. He took one look at Mila huddled in the chair, crying, and then at me. He didn't say a word. He just set the black medical bag on the dresser and handed me the leather restraints. He looked at Mila, and for a second I saw pity. Stupid. Leave us, I said. Vigo nodded and backed out, closing the door. Click. I turned back to her. She was shaking, her whole body vibrating with it. Fever or fear, I didn't care. I strapped her wrist to the arm of the chair. Tight. Leather bit into skin. She whimpered, pulling against it, but I just tightened it another notch. I swear to you, she sobbed, I didn't know. I would never. Shut up. I strapped the other wrist. Every word out of your mouth is noise. I don't want noise. I want truth. And since you can't seem to give it to me willingly, we're going to do this the hard way. I walked to the closet. Her clothes, the silks, the dresses I'd bought, the things that made her look like a queen instead of a prisoner, I ripped them off the hangers. I threw them into a pile in the corner. Then I swept her books off the nightstand. The few things she had that were hers. I kicked them toward the door. You own nothing, I said, not looking at her. You are nothing. You are a debt. You are collateral. And collateral doesn't get to have secrets. I finished clearing the room. It looked sterile again. Cold. Like a cell. I walked back to her. She was sobbing quietly now, her head hanging low, hair covering her face. I grabbed a handful of that mahogany hair and pulled her head back, forcing her to look at me. Her eyes were red, swollen. I was starting to like you, Mila, I whispered, leaning in close so my breath ghosted over her wet cheek. That was my first mistake. Thinking you were a victim. Thinking you were different. I let go of her hair. Her head dropped back down. I won't make a second. I walked to the door. Azlan, please don't leave me, she begged. Her voice was small. Broken. I hit the light switch. The room plunged into absolute darkness. Pitch black. The kind of dark that eats you alive. Think about your sins, I said into the dark. You have 4 hours. Then I come back. And when I come back, you better pray to whatever God you believe in, that you have answers that satisfy me. I slammed the door. I locked it. The heavy bolt slid home with a sound like a gunshot. 4 hours, Vigo, I called out. He was standing in the hall, looking grim. No food. No water. Let her sit in it. I marched into the living room, my blood boiling so hot I thought I might catch fire. I went straight to the bar. Whiskey. Neat. My hand didn't shake as I poured it, but when I tossed the glass against the fireplace, the explosion of crystal and amber liquid felt like the only honest thing that had happened all morning. Crash. Shards scattered across the marble. I stared at the wet stain on the stone. Senator Montclair. That bastard. He planted a bug on his own daughter. He sent her into the lion's den wearing a wire, knowing I'd tear her apart if I found it. I walked over to the table where the ledger sat. I opened my laptop. If he was willing to sacrifice her, then he was a monster. A true monster. Just like me. I looked at the photo of Arthur Montclair on my screen. I traced his jawline with my finger. You want a war, old man? I whispered. You used her as bait. Fine. I'll take the bait. But I'm going to make sure the trap snaps on your neck, not mine. I sat there for 4 hours, watching the timer count down, listening to the silence from the bedroom. Occasionally, I heard a sound through the wall. A cry. A thud. She was struggling. Good. Let her tire herself out. When the timer hit 0, I stood up. I felt calm. Ice cold. The anger had crystallized into something sharp and useful. I opened the drawer in the side table and pulled out the belt. Heavy leather. Brass buckle. I flexed it. It made a sharp snap. The caretaker was dead. The fixer was off the clock. It was time for the butcher.
Chapter 17. MILA POV. The silence isn't quiet. It's a physical weight, pressing down on my lungs until I have to remind myself to inhale. Azlan is standing by the window. He hasn't moved in 5 minutes. His back is a wall of charcoal wool and rigid muscle, blocking out the city lights, blocking out everything. In his hand, the sapphire choker, the one he fastened around my neck before the gala, the one that felt like a collar then and feels like a noose now, dangles like a dead thing. My fingers pick at a loose thread on the silk sheets. Snap. Pull. Snap. Azlan. Nothing. Not a twitch. What is it? What's wrong? I sound pathetic. I hate it. Just hours ago, this man was wiping my forehead with a cool cloth, feeding me ice chips while the fever burned through my system. He was gentle. Or as gentle as a man like him can be. Now, the temperature in the room has dropped 20 degrees. The tender caretaker is gone. The butcher is back. He turns. The movement is slow, deliberate, like a tank turret rotating to face a target. His eyes are ice. No, colder. They are the void. There is absolutely nothing in them. No warmth, no lust, not even the usual flicker of irritation. Just a flat, terrifying emptiness. He walks to the nightstand. He doesn't look at me. He looks at the jewelry in his hand, like it's radioactive waste. Click. He drops something small and metallic onto the polished mahogany. It bounces once and settles. A tiny black disc. Smaller than a dime. Who are you working for, MILA? His voice is a low growl, vibrating through the floorboards. I blink, staring at the little black dot. What? Don't play stupid. He leans down, knuckles bracing on the wood, looming over me. The bug. Who are you working for? A bug. In my hand goes to my throat, a phantom sensation of the sapphire cool against my skin. I don't. Azlan, I don't know what that is. It was inside the setting. Behind the center stone. He picks up the dismantled choker, the gold twisted and broken where he must have pried it apart. High-end. Military grade. Transmits on a localized frequency. He tosses the broken jewelry onto the bed. It lands near my knee. Who is on the other end? My heart is hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I didn't put that there. You gave me that necklace. And you had access to it for 3 days before you wore it. I kept it in the box. I scramble back, pressing my spine against the headboard. I swear to God, Azlan, I didn't know. Why would I? Because you're a lying little cunt. The word hits me like a slap. He says it without heat, which makes it worse. It's a statement of fact. No, I gasp. No, please. My father. Save it. He cuts me off, straightening up to his full height. He looks 10 feet tall. You're a political plant. Just like him. You think I'm a fool. You think I didn't expect Arthur Montclair to have a contingency plan. That's not true. I hate him. He moves so fast, I don't even see it happen. 1 second he's standing there. The next his hand is clamped around my jaw, fingers digging into my cheeks, wrenching my face up. Pain flares hot and sharp. I try to twist away, but his grip is iron. What's the frequency, Mila? He demands, his face inches from mine. I can smell the expensive scotch on his breath, mixed with the mint of his toothpaste. It makes me want to vomit. The transmission schedule. When do they listen? Is it constant stream or burst transmission? I don't know. I scream it, the words garbled by his grip on my face. I don't know what you're asking me. Don't insult my intelligence. His thumb presses into the soft spot under my chin, cutting off my air for a second. Your father trained you. I know how he operates. He doesn't use amateurs. How long were you feeding him intel? Since the shipyard? Since the penthouse? Never. I never. He releases me with a shove that snaps my head back against the padded leather of the headboard. I gasp, clutching my throat. You think I'm a fool. He paces away, running a hand through his black hair. It's the first sign of actual distress I've seen, and it terrifies me more than the anger. That soft touch. The fever. The helpless act. All a performance. It wasn't an act. Tears prick my eyes, hot and humiliating. Azlan, you took care of me. You know me. He stops pacing. He turns to me, and the look on his face is pure disgust. I don't know you, he says softly. Every touch. Every fucking moment. A lie. No. You can't believe that. You played me, Mila. Played me for a fool. For a mark. I didn't. I swear. Stop lying. He roars at this time, the sound cracking the air in the room. He advances again. I try to scramble off the other side of the bed, but he catches my ankle, dragging me back across the mattress like a rag doll. I kick out, my foot connecting with his thigh, but it's like kicking a tree trunk. He doesn't even flinch. I hate my father. More than you do. I cry out, clawing at the sheets. Shite. He looms over me, pinning my legs with his body. Stop the act. You're his blood. You're just like him. He reaches down, fists gripping the front of the oversized t-shirt I'm wearing. His t-shirt. RRRRZIP. The sound of tearing fabric is deafening in the quiet room. Cold air hits my chest as the cotton gives way. I gasp, covering myself with my arms, curling into a ball. Azlan, stop. He ignores me. He opens the drawer of the nightstand, the one I'm never allowed to touch. He pulls out black silk. Not the kind you wear. The kind you use to bind. He tosses them onto the mattress. They land with a soft whisper. If your tongue is silent, he says, his voice dropping to that lethal quiet register again, other parts of you will scream. My stomach turns over. What? You'll talk one way or another. The truth will leak out. I told you, I don't know anything. We'll see about that. I try to move, to scramble backward, but he's on me. His weight is crushing. He grabs my left wrist, pulling it above my head. I fight him, scratching at his forearm, but he just grunts and wraps the silk around my wrist, lashing it to the iron scrollwork of the headboard. No. Get off me. Struggle, and it will be worse. He secures the other wrist. I'm stretched out, completely exposed, my chest heaving, the torn t-shirt hanging off me in rags. I pull against the ties, but they are tight. They bite into my skin. He stands back, looking down at me. He traces the line of my jaw with a cold finger. It's clinical. Detached. Like he's inspecting a piece of livestock he intends to slaughter. Like father, like daughter, he mutters. Always scheming. Cold. Calculating. Treacherous. I'm not him. I sob, the fight draining out of me as the reality of my position sets in. I hate him. He stares at me for a long moment. There's a flicker behind his eyes, pain. Raw bleeding pain. But he blinks and it's gone, replaced by a wall of granite. He reaches for his belt buckle. My breath hitches. Azlan, don't. He unzips his trousers, shoving them down with jerky, angry movements. I'm going to take back everything I gave you, he growls. He climbs onto the bed, positioning himself between my legs. He is massive, terrifying, a dark god of vengeance. Starting with your pride. I whimper, squeezing my eyes shut. This isn't happening. This is a nightmare. He grabs my hips. His fingers dig in so hard, I know there will be bruises tomorrow. He doesn't care. He adjusts me roughly, spreading my legs wider than is comfortable. Look at me, he commands. I shake my head. He leans down and bites the curve of my shoulder. Hard. Sharp. Ah. I gasp, my eyes flying open. Good, he growls against my skin. Feel that? He doesn't wait for an answer. He pushes into me. It's not slow. It's not gentle. It's a single brutal thrust that tears a cry from my throat. He fills me completely, stretching me, invading me. There is no romance here. This is possession. This is punishment. Tell me everything, MILA. He withdraws and slams back in. And no. I gasp, my head thrashing against the pillow. Stop. Confess. Thud. His hips crash against mine. The sound of skin on skin is loud, wet, violent. You forget who you belong to, MILA, he snarls, his hands pinning my thighs down. I can't speak. The sensation is overwhelming. It hurts, yes, but beneath the pain, my traitorous body is reacting. The heat is pooling in my belly, slick and shameful. I hate myself for it. I hate him for making me feel it. He sees it in my face. His eyes narrow, gleaming with dark satisfaction. Good. You feel that? That's mine. He sets a punishing rhythm. Hard. Fast. Relentless. He isn't kissing me. He isn't touching me anywhere else. He is just using my body to ground out his rage. Every thrust feels like an accusation. Liar. Traitor. Whore. Tell me what you told them, you little bitch. He leans down, his breath hot and ragged in my ear. I told them nothing. I scream, the words tearing my throat. I don't know. Don't lie. Give me the truth. I swear, please. Azlan. I'm sobbing now, openly, brokenly. My body is convulsing around him, reacting to the friction, the sheer size of him, even as my mind screams in terror. It's a biological override. A humiliation deeper than the bindings. He grips my hips until his knuckles are white. He's panting, sweat dripping from his forehead onto my chest. Lies, he grunts, driving deeper. The friction burns. The air smells like sex and fear and expensive cologne. I can't breathe. I can't think. I just want it to end. He stiffens. A low-pained roar rips from his chest, a sound of pure agony. He thrusts one last time, burying himself to the hilt, and holds there, shuddering. His grip on my wrist tightens until my hands go numb. He spills into me. It feels hot, scalding. He stays there for a second, his weight heavy on me, his heart hammering against my chest like a trapped bird. For a split second, in the aftermath, I think he might collapse. I think he might soften. I think he might realize what he's just done. But he doesn't. He pulls out abruptly. The loss of him leaves me feeling hollow, cold, and gaping. He rolls off the bed and stands up immediately. He doesn't look at me. He doesn't touch me. He doesn't wipe the tears from my face or untie my wrists. I lie there, staring at the ceiling, my chest heaving with silent, jagged sobs. My wrists burn. My hips ache. Inside, I feel raw and scraped clean. He walks to the pile of clothes on the floor. He pulls on his boxers, his trousers. He buttons his shirt with precise, jerky movements, his back to me the entire time. The silence is deafening. It's worse than the yelling. It's the silence of a grave. He is erasing me. He is putting his armor back on, layer by layer, locking away whatever part of him I thought I knew. He walks to the door. Azlan. My voice is a broken whisper. It hurts to speak. He pauses, his hand on the brass knob. His knuckles are white. I didn't do it, Azlan. I swear I didn't. He doesn't turn around. He doesn't say a word. He opens the door, steps into the hallway, and pulls it shut behind him. Thud. Then, the final nail in the coffin. Click. He locks it from the outside. I let my head fall back against the mattress, the silk biting into my skin, the scent of him still heavy in the air, and I realize with a cold, sinking clarity that I am completely alone. And I am utterly fucked.
Chapter 18. MILA POV. The darkness in the room was absolute. A heavy, suffocating weight that pressed against my eyes even when they were open. My body felt like it had been dismantled and put back together by someone who didn't have the instructions. Every joint throbbed. My wrists burned with the phantom friction of the restraints Azlan had used on me, and there was a dull, persistent ache in my ribs that flared every time I took a breath. I lay there in the silence, listening to the frantic thumping of my own heart, trying to separate the nightmare of the interrogation from the reality of waking up in this cold, empty bed. The smell of stale sweat and old fear clung to my skin, a gross reminder of how completely I'd been broken down. I hated him. God, I hated him. But beneath the hate, beneath the humiliation of begging him to stop, my brain was starting to wake up. It was clawing through the fog of exhaustion, latching onto details I'd been too terrified to process before. I forced myself to think back to the shipyard. That rainy, miserable night when my life turned into a transaction. I saw my father's face. Arthur Montclair, the grieving parent, handing his daughter over to the wolf to pay his debts. He'd looked so sorry. His eyes had been wet. I'm sorry, MILA. It's the only way. Bullshit. I pressed the heels of my hands into my eyes, seeing sparks of light in the blackness. I replayed the hour before we left the house. He'd come into my room while I was packing. He'd stood behind me at the mirror. And then he'd touched my throat. My hand flew to my neck, fingers brushing bare skin where the sapphire choker had been. Wear this, MILA. It suits you. Don't take it off. It's for luck. He hadn't just given it to me. He'd practically fastened it with a padlock. He'd been obsessive about it. At the time, I thought it was a sentimental goodbye gift, a piece of family history to keep me safe. But Arthur Montclair didn't do sentiment. He did strategy. He did leverage. A cold, sick feeling washed over me, stronger than the fever I'd just shaken. The shadow I'd seen days ago, the figure I thought was stalking me? It hadn't been random. They weren't tracking me. They were tracking the signal. I sat up, the sheets rustling loudly in the quiet room. A tremor ran through me that had nothing to do with the cold. I wasn't a payment. I was a goddamn homing beacon. Azlan's rage during the interrogation, it made sense now. The way he'd looked at me, like I was a cancer he needed to cut out. He found a military-grade bug in the jewelry my father gave me. Of course he thought I was a mole. Who wouldn't? I'd walked right into his sanctuary, wearing a wire tapped directly into the people who wanted him dead. You son of a bitch, I whispered into the dark. Not to Azlan. To Arthur. My father knew Azlan Zharkov was impossible to find. He knew the ledger was hidden deep. So he used the one thing Azlan would accept as collateral, me, and turned me into a Trojan horse. He signed my death warrant the second he clasped that necklace around my throat. If Azlan hadn't found it, Arthur's men would have stormed this place eventually, and I would have been caught in the crossfire. Or maybe that was the plan. Maybe I was just acceptable losses. The muffled thud of heavy boots echoed from the hallway. My breath hitched. The sound was distinct, deliberate heavy steps. Not the prowling silence of a predator, but the march of an executioner. The lock on the bedroom door clicked. Adrenaline spiked through my veins, hot and sharp. I scrambled backward on the bed, pressing my spine against the headboard, pulling my knees up. I wasn't ready for round 2. My body couldn't take it. But my mind was vibrating with the truth, and I had to make him listen before he decided to finish what he started. The door swung open. A slice of harsh hallway light cut across the floor, blinding me for a second. Azlan stood in the frame. He looked like hell. His shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, his jaw shadowed with stubble, and his eyes were 2 chips of dirty ice. He didn't step in immediately, he just stood there, filling the doorway, radiating a cold, lethal intensity that made the air in the room feel thin. "You're awake," he said. His voice was a low growl, devoid of anything resembling warmth. I didn't cower. I didn't have the energy for fear anymore. I had something better, facts. "Bastard," I rasped. My throat felt like I'd swallowed glass. Azlan didn't flinch. He stepped into the room, closing the door partway but leaving it unlocked. "Careful, Mila. My patience is thinner than the air in here." "Listen to me, Zharkov," I said, forcing my voice to be steady. "Before you break anything else. You're wrong about me. And you're missing the point." He stopped at the foot of the bed, his hands hanging loose at his sides, dangerously ready. "I found a transmitter in your jewelry. I'm not wrong about the threat." "No, you're not. But you're wrong about the source." I swallowed hard, the dryness in my mouth tasting like bile. "My father gave me that choker. The night he handed me over to you. He stood there in my room, and he put it on me. He told me never to take it off. He said it was for luck." Aslan's eyes narrowed just a fraction. He was listening. He was a predator, but he was a smart one. "Think about it," I said, my voice gaining strength, urgency pushing past the pain. "If I was a mole, if I was working for him or Kovac, would I be stupid enough to wear the bug around my neck? In the open? I would have hidden it. I would have sewn it into the lining of my coat, or swallowed the damn thing." I leaned forward, ignoring the protest of my bruised ribs. "I wore it because he told me to. Because I trusted him. I was the signal, Azlan. He made me his beacon, because he knew you'd take me to the ledger." The silence that followed was heavy, thick with the grinding gears of Aslan's brain. I could see him processing it, the logic, the timeline, the sheer ruthless pragmatism of it. It fit Arthur Montclair's profile perfectly. Use the daughter to catch the thief. "He's not coming to rescue me," I said, my voice dropping to a whisper that felt like a scream. "He's coming for the book. He used me to find this safe house. I was just the delivery system." Aslan's grip on the wooden footboard of the bed tightened, until I heard the wood creak. His knuckles turned white. He looked away from me, staring at the wall, his jaw working. "Fuck," he breathed. It wasn't a question. It was a realization. He turned back to me, and the look on his face had shifted. The blind, accusatory rage was gone, replaced by a cold, terrifying clarity. He wasn't looking at a traitor anymore. He was looking at a victim of the same war he was fighting. "The cunning old bastard," Azlan muttered, a dark admiration mixing with his fury. "He played us both. He knew I'd be too focused on breaking you to check for hardware immediately." "I want him dead," I said. The words hung in the air, stark and brutal. I surprised myself with how easily they came out. I didn't feel like a daughter anymore. I felt like a weapon that had been pointed in the wrong direction. "I want Arthur Montclair to burn," I continued, meeting Aslan's gaze dead on. "He sold me. Then he used me. I'm done. I'm not fighting you, Azlan. I'm with you. Against him." Azlan walked around the side of the bed. He moved slowly, deliberately. He stopped right beside me, towering over the mattress. I held my breath, watching his hands. He reached out. I didn't flinch, though every instinct screamed that he might strike me. Instead, his thumb brushed over the raw red skin on my wrist where the cuff had been. His skin was rough, calloused, but his touch wasn't violent. It was clinical, possessive. He was checking the damage on his property. "You realize what this means?" he said, his voice dropping an octave. "If he planted that, he's not just listening." "Vigo." The shout came from the living room, sharp and panicked. Before Azlan could react, a piercing electronic shriek ripped through the penthouse. "The alarm?" We both froze. The sound was a physical assault, a high-pitched wail that drilled straight into my skull. "Azlan? We've got movement. High speed." Vigo yelled again, his voice echoing off the hardwood floors. Aslan's head snapped toward the door. The transition was instant. The man who had been contemplating my betrayal vanished, replaced by the soldier. His eyes went flat and hard. "It wasn't just a tracker," he said, the words clipping out like bullets. "It was a proximity trigger. A timer." "They're here," I whispered, the blood draining from my face. My epiphany had come about 10 minutes too late. "Move? Now." Azlan didn't wait for me to process. He grabbed my arm, firm not crushing, and hauled me off the bed. My legs wobbled, weak as water, and I stumbled against his chest. He caught me, his arm a steel bar across my back, steadying me. "Can you stand?" he demanded, looking down at me. "Yes," I lied. "I'd crawl if I had to." He looked into my eyes, really looked at me, searching for any sign of the girl who used to play cello and cry over spilled champagne. He didn't find her. She was gone. "Good," he grunted. "Because we're about to have company." He dragged me out of the bedroom and into the living room. The space was transformed. The sleek modern luxury was gone, replaced by the chaotic energy of a command bunker. Vigo was hunched over the bank of monitors, a rifle already slung across his back. The screens were awash in the eerie green and orange glow of thermal imaging. "They're everywhere," Vigo said without looking up, his fingers flying across a keyboard. "And they're good. This isn't a street gang, Azlan. Look at the formation." I looked at the screen. On the thermal feed, white ghosts were swarming the perimeter of the building. They moved in synchronized pairs, breaching the outer gates with terrifying efficiency. "Arthur always did buy the best," Azlan muttered. He let go of me and strode to a bookshelf, ripping a false panel away to reveal a cache of weapons. "More than just Kovac's men," I said, staring at the screen. "That's a professional hit team." "We can't fight them all," Vigo said, turning to face us. "They're breaching the ground floor elevator override. They'll be at the door in 2 minutes." Azlan tossed a heavy black duffel bag onto the couch and unzipped it. He pulled out a thick, insulated tactical coat and threw it at me. It hit me in the chest with a heavy thud. "Put it on," he ordered. Next came a pair of boots. Heavy. Black. Combat ready. He kicked them across the rug toward me. I don't know how to fight like this," I stammered, fumbling with the zipper of the coat. My fingers were shaking so bad I could barely grasp the metal tab. "You learn," Azlan said, checking the magazine of a suppressed assault rifle. "Or you die." He grabbed a pistol, checked the chamber, and shoved it into the waistband of his trousers. He looked at me, struggling with the laces of the boots. The silk pajamas I was wearing underneath the tactical gear felt ridiculous, a layer of my old life trapped beneath the armor of my new one. I yanked the laces tight, cutting off the circulation, and stood up. The boots felt like anchors. The coat swallowed me. But I felt contained. Protected. "Azlan," I said. He turned, gun in hand. "Don't let that bastard take me back," I said. My voice was steady now. The fear was there, a cold knot in my stomach, but the anger was hotter. I'd rather die here than go back to him. Azlan stared at me. A muscle feathered in his jaw. He crossed the distance between us in 2 strides and cupped my cheek with his free hand. His palm was rough, his thumb digging into my jawline. It wasn't tender. It was a claim. "He'll have to burn the city down to touch you, MILA," he growled. You're mine. No one takes what's mine. Let them come, I whispered. Vigo racked the slide of his rifle. Contact. The reinforced front door of the penthouse exploded. There was a deafening crump, a shockwave that rattled my teeth. Wood and metal shrapnel sprayed across the room like confetti. The lights died instantly, plunging us into darkness. Then a hiss. A clatter of metal on the floor. A blinding white light seared my vision as the flashbang detonated, erasing the world in a wash of magnesium and ringing silence.
Chapter 19. Azlan POV. The scotch in my glass isn't doing shit. It's 25 years old, smells like peat and bad decisions, and burns going down, but it's not touching the cold dead weight in my gut. I'm staring at the monitors in the den. Dark screens. Silent house. The only sound is the hum of the hard drives and the blood rushing in my own ears. Upstairs, she's in the bedroom. Bound. I can still feel the vibration of her screams in the floorboards, even though she stopped hours ago. The interrogation was necessary. That's what I tell myself. Standard fucking procedure when you find a bug in your woman's jewelry. You break them down. You find the leak. You plug it. But the look in her hazel eyes wasn't a confession. It was hatred. Pure, unadulterated hatred. I tightened my grip on the crystal glass until my knuckles turned white. I want to smash it against the wall. I want to go back up there and force the truth out of her, or maybe I just want to untie her and chirp. The sound cuts through the room like a razor wire. I freeze. My eyes snap to the perimeter grid. Chirp. Chirp. Not a glitch. Not a deer. I slap the button for the thermal feed. The main screen flares to life, washing the room in a sickly red and orange glow. Fuck, I breathe out. The word is heavy, final. 6 heat signatures. Moving fast through the North Woods. Tactical formation. They aren't stumbling around, they're flowing like water between the trees. They know exactly where the blind spots are. Kovac. That Russian piece of shit. He didn't just send a scout, he sent a hit squad. I drained the rest of the scotch in one swallow, the burn merging with the spike of adrenaline kicking my heart into a gallop. I reach for the comms unit on the desk, keying the mic to reach Vigo. Perimeter breach. Sector 4. Roll out. Static. Just a flat gray hiss of dead air. I check the signal strength. 0 bars. They're jamming us. Professional fuckers, I snarl, tossing the headset onto the desk. It clatters against the wood, useless plastic junk. No backup. Vigo is 10 miles out, probably wondering why his radio went dead. By the time he figures it out, this place will be a smoking crater. It's just me. And the woman upstairs, who I currently have tied to a bed. I grab the HK-416, leaning against the desk. The weight of it is the only honest thing in my life right now. I check the mag. Full. One in the chamber. I rack it anyway, just to hear the sound. I don't have time to figure out if MILA is a traitor or a victim. Right now, she's a liability. And if Kovac gets his hands on her, she's dead. Or worse, she talks. I move. I take the stairs 2 at a time, silent despite my heavy boots. The house is dark, but I know every creak, every shadow. I built this place to be a fortress. Tonight, it feels like a coffin. I burst into the master bedroom. MILA is still on the bed. She flinches so hard, she almost throws herself off the mattress. Her eyes go wide, huge white discs in the gloom. She sees the rifle in my hand, the combat knife on my belt, and she thinks I'm coming back for round 2. She pulls her knees to her chest, trying to disappear into the silk sheets. A pathetic, instinctual defense mechanism. Up, I command. My voice is gravel and smoke. She gasps, a choked wet sound. She doesn't move. She's paralyzed. I don't have time for trauma. I cross the room in 3 strides. The air smells like her, vanilla and fear. It pisses me off. I draw the combat knife. The steel catches the low emergency light from the hallway. MILA squeezes her eyes shut, turning her head away, waiting for the cut. I grab her ankle, my grip bruising. I slice through the silk restraints with a sharp, upward jerk of the blade. Then her wrists. Get on your feet, Montclair. I roar, holstering the knife and yanking her off the bed. She stumbles, her legs numb, crashing into my chest. For a second, her bare skin is against my tactical vest, soft warmth against cold Kevlar. My hands find her arms to steady her, and the contact sends a jolt of electricity straight to my groin. Goddamn her soft skin. Even now. She shoves me away, staggering back, rubbing her wrists. She looks at me like I'm a monster. She's not wrong. What are you doing? Her voice is a rasp. Her throat is raw. From screaming. We have company, I say. I reach into my waistband and pull out the spare Glock 19. I toss it onto the duvet. It lands with a heavy thump, looking obscene against the high thread count. MILA stares at it. She looks at the gun, then at me, then back at the gun. She's processing. Kovacs men, I say, checking the sight on my rifle. 6 of them. Maybe more. They jammed the signal. We're on our own. I step back, giving her space. This is the test. If she's working with them, she picks up that gun and puts a bullet in my back. If she's innocent, or at least if she wants to live, she stands with me. If you're going to sell me out, Montclair, you'll have to survive long enough to do it. Pick it up. She hesitates. Her hands are shaking. A tremor runs through her entire body. Pick it the fuck up. I bark. She flinches, then lunges for the weapon. Her fingers wrap around the grip. She lifts it. It's heavy in her hand. She brings it up, not pointing it at me, but checking the slide. She presses check. Brass in the chamber. She taps the magazine to ensure it's seated. Muscle memory. I taught her that. A dark, twisted pride curls in my chest. I made her this. Safety off, I say. She clicks the safety off. Her hazel eyes harden. The terror is still there, but she shoved it down, buried it under the need to breathe for another minute. Move, I say. I exit the room, weapon up, stock pressed into my shoulder. I hear the soft pad of her bare feet on the hardwood behind me. She's following. Good. We hit the main hallway. The air pressure in the house changes. My ears pop. Crash. Glass shatters downstairs. The sound echoes like a gunshot. The kitchen. Breached, I growl. Stay close. You touch my back, you know I'm there. We get separated, you're dead. Okay, she whispers. We move toward the landing. The shadows stretch out, long and distorted. I can smell it now, the outside air rushing in, carrying the scent of rain and ozone. I signal for her to hold. I peek over the banister. Movement in the living area. Flashlights cutting through the dark. I grab MILA's arm and pull her down just as a metallic clatter rings out against the marble floor below. Down. I shove her head toward the floorboards. Bang. Flashbang. The world goes white. A high-pitched squeal drills into my skull, instantly wiping out all other sound. My vision is a wash of static. Disorientation. Total sensory fuck-up. I shake my head, blinking rapidly, forcing my eyes to adjust. The ringing in my ears is deafening, but I can feel the vibration of boots on the stairs. They're coming up. Stay low, Montclair. I yell, though I can't hear my own voice. I roll to the edge of the landing. Through the spots dancing in my vision, I see a shape ascending. Tactical gear. Night vision goggles. I squeeze the trigger. The HK-416 bucks against my shoulder. 2 rounds. Thwack thwack. The lead man's head snaps back, a spray of dark mist painting the white wall behind him. He crumples backward, tumbling down the stairs like a sack of wet cement. Clear. I shout, grabbing MILA by the back of her shirt and hauling her up. We scramble down the hall, away from the stairs. Bullets start chewing up the dry wall around us. Snap hiss. Snap hiss. They're firing blind through the ceiling, trying to wallbang us. I kick open the door to the linen closet, tactical access point. I shove MILA inside, then follow, slamming the door. It's tight. We're pressed together. I can feel her heart hammering against my chest like a trapped bird. I kick the false panel in the back of the closet. It pops open, revealing the service ladder down to the pantry. Go, I hiss. Down. She scrambles down the ladder. I follow, closing the hatch. We drop into the pantry. It smells like dry pasta and spices. I crack the pantry door. The kitchen is a war zone. Glass everywhere. Rain blowing in through the shattered sliding doors. Behind the island, I order. We sprint. My boots crunch on glass. MILA winces, her feet are bare, but she keeps moving. We slide behind the massive granite island just as a fresh wave of gunfire erupts, chipping away at the stone above our heads. Fuck. I check my angles. Kovac, you bastard. MILA is huddled next to me, knees to chest, gripping the Glock like it's a religious artifact. She's staring at a pool of blood spreading from under the fridge, likely the guy they first dropped on the stairs who bled out through the floor, or another one I didn't see. It's just blood, Montclair, I snap. Look at me. She lifts her head. Her face is pale, streaked with sweat and grime. It was my father, she says. Her voice is barely audible over the gunfire. I pause, swapping magazines. What? The bug, she says, her eyes pleading. It was Arthur. He put it in the necklace. He knew you'd find it. He wanted you to kill me, so the deal would break. My jaw tightens. A muscle jumps in my cheek. It makes sense. It makes perfect, terrible sense. The senator is a cold-blooded snake who would burn his own daughter to save his political skin. We talk later, I say, racking the slide. Right now, we kill Russians. I use a small dental mirror I keep in my vest to check the corner. 3 tangos. Living room. Moving to flank. I take a breath. The calm before the violence. This is where I live. This is the only place the world makes sense. I surge up. I catch the first guy moving past the sofa. I put 2 rounds in his chest. He drops. The second one is closer, right by the fridge. I transition to the knife, lunging over the counter. I drive the blade into his neck, ripping sideways. Hot blood sprays across my face. He gurgles and drops. I spin around. MILA screams. Azlan. I turn too late. A shadow in the dining room doorway. Muzzle flash. It feels like a hot poker branding my shoulder. The impact spins me around. My shirt tears. Blood, my blood, hot and wet, soaking the fabric instantly. Motherfucker, I grunt. I don't fall. I plant my feet. I bring the rifle up one-handed and unleash hell. I empty the rest of the mag into the doorway. The shadow drops, riddled with holes. Azlan. MILA is reaching for me, her hands hovering over the wound. I'm fine, I snarl, though the pain is a white-hot throb radiating down my arm. Minor inconvenience. Focus. More shouting from outside. They're breaching the front door now. We're getting squeezed. Bunker, I say. Now. I grab her with my good arm and shove her toward the basement door. We stumble down the wooden steps, the darkness swallowing us. I can hear boots heavy on the floorboards above. They're swarming the house. I slam the heavy steel door at the bottom of the stairs. I throw the deadbolts. Clang. 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 Silence. Heavy pressurized silence. The bunker is cold. Concrete walls. Weapons racks. Canned food. It's supposed to be safe. MILA is gasping for air, leaning against the gun rack. She looks at me, at the blood soaking the entire left side of my shirt. You're shot, she whispers. Grazed, I lie. It's deep, probably hit muscle, but the bone is intact. I can still move the arm. That's all that matters. I pin her against the steel door, my bloody hand leaving a smear on her arm. I need to make sure she's really here, that she's whole. Are you hit? I demand. She shakes her head, tears cutting tracks through the dust on her cheeks. No. No, I'm okay. She grabs the front of my shirt, twisting the fabric in her fists. Don't die, she chokes out. Don't you dare die and leave me with them. I look down at her. Her hair is a mess, her feet are bleeding from the glass, and she's trembling like a leaf. But she's holding on to me, like I'm the only solid thing in the universe. For a second, the butcher mask slips. I feel a surge of something raw. Possessiveness. Hunger. I won't, I growl. I'm too mean to die. Clink. A faint, metallic sound from the other side of the door. My eyes widen. Hiss. Thermal charge. Fuck, I breathe. Get back. I tackle her, throwing us both to the far side of the room behind a stack of crates just as the door glows cherry red. They aren't trying to breach. They're trying to cook us. They're burning us out, I say, scrambling up. The bunker isn't a safe room anymore. It's an oven. The tunnel, I say. I kick aside a rubber mat in the corner. There's a floor grate. I hook my fingers into the mesh and heave. It's heavy, and my bad shoulder screams in protest, but I rip it open. Darkness. A narrow dirt tunnel. Get in, I order. MILA looks at the hole. It's tight. Claustrophobic. I can't. Azlan, it's too small. It leads to the woods, I say, shoving her toward it. Or you can stay here and melt. Choose. She looks at the glowing door, then at the hole. She chooses the hole. She drops down. I follow, pulling the grate back over us just as the thermal charge blows the door inward with a deafening boom. The shockwave rattles my teeth. Dust rains down. Go. I yell, pushing her feet. We crawl. It's a nightmare. Dirt in my mouth. Darkness pressing in on all sides. My shoulder is throbbing in time with my heartbeat. MILA is sobbing ahead of me, a ragged, terrified sound, but she keeps moving. Keep moving, I rasp. Don't stop. I can't breathe, she cries. You don't need to breathe, you just need to crawl, I lie. Move. The tunnel seems to go on forever. My knees are raw. My rifle is dragging in the dirt, probably getting fouled. I don't care. Finally, gray light ahead. MILA scrambles out, coughing, retching. She tumbles onto wet leaves and mud. I haul myself out after her. The air is cold, wet, and smells of pine and smoke. We're in the ravine behind the property. I look back. Through the trees, I can see the house. The roof is engulfed in flames. My sanctuary. My empire. Burning to the ground. My house, I mutter. Azlan, MILA whispers. I spin. A red dot. A laser sight dancing on MILA's chest. Sniper. I launch myself at her. I hit her hard, driving her into the mud. Crack. The bullet rips through the space where she was standing a millisecond ago. It slams into a tree trunk with a wet thwack, sending bark flying. We hit the ground. The mud is cold, slimy. I cover her body with mine, pressing her face into the dirt. Stay down, I hiss into her ear. Don't move a fucking muscle. She's shaking violently beneath me. I can feel her terror radiating off her skin. If we die, I whisper, my lips brushing her muddy cheek, I'm taking the man who sent them with me. Every last one of them. Arthur. Kovac. All of them. Arthur, she breathes into the mud. I swear it, I growl. Movement. 10 o'clock. I see a shadow detach itself from a tree trunk. A mercenary. Moving in to confirm the kill. He's big, moving slow, confident. He thinks we're pinned. He is correct. I bring up the HK 416. I squeeze the trigger. Click. Jammed. Mud in the receiver. Shite, I curse, racking the charging handle. It's stuck solid. Useless club. The shadow is getting closer. He raises his weapon. He sees us. I drop the rifle. My hand goes for my knife, but he's too far away. I won't make it. My gun's jammed, I hiss. MILA looks at me. Her face is a mask of mud and fear. Yours, I say, nodding at the Glock still clutched in her hand. Now. She looks at the gun. Then at the shadow. Shoot him, MILA. I command. Not a request. An order. She raises the weapon. Her arms are shaking. She's never killed a man. She plays the cello. She wears silk. She isn't a killer. Steady, I whisper. Center mass. Squeeze, don't pull. The mercenary steps into a patch of moonlight. He smiles. He raises his rifle. MILA stops shaking. Something shifts in her eyes. The fear evaporates, replaced by something cold. Something dead. Something like me. She takes a breath. She squeezes the trigger. Bang. The sound is final. The mercenary drops like a stone. I look at MILA. She's staring at the body, smoke drifting from the barrel of the Glock. She doesn't look away. She looks at me. And for the first time, I don't see a victim. I see a partner. We're in deep shit now.
Chapter 20. MILA. My head felt like it was inside a blender set to puree. A high-pitched squeal drilled into my eardrums, drowning out everything else, the shouting, the gunfire, the sound of my own ragged breathing. The floor was gritty against my cheek. I tried to push myself up, but the room spun like a tilt-a-whirl gone wrong. Then hands. Rough, calloused hands grabbing my shoulders, shaking me hard enough to snap my neck. I blinked, trying to clear the static from my vision. Azlan's face swam into focus, inches from mine. He was shouting something, his mouth moving in angry, sharp bursts, but all I heard was ee. MILA, get your head in the game. The sound popped back into existence like a pressurized cabin decompressing. The roar of automatic fire was deafening. Move, he roared, hauling me up by the arm. I didn't have a choice. He dragged me across the living area, my socks slipping on shattered porcelain and wet debris. We dove behind the massive marble kitchen island, just as a fresh wave of bullets shredded the cabinetry above us. Wood splinters rained down like confetti at the world's worst party. Stay down. Stay fucking down. Azlan pressed a heavy hand on the back of my neck, forcing my face toward the cold floor. God? I gasped, the word tasting like drywall dust and terror. The penthouse, this pristine multi-million-dollar glass cage where he'd kept me, was being turned into Swiss cheese. And the wildest part? I didn't even care about the destruction. Let it burn. I just didn't want to die in the wreckage. Azlan was already moving, popping up to fire 2 controlled shots over the marble top before ducking back down. He looked at me, his eyes like chipped ice, devoid of fear. He looked energized. Like this was just a Tuesday. He shoved a cold, heavy weight into my hand. I looked down. A Glock. Matte black, ugly and terrifying. You hear me, MILA? You focus. This is real. I stared at the gun. My hands were shaking so hard I thought I might drop it. My wrists still stung where his silk ties had been earlier, raw and red. Now those same hands that had spent 20 years perfecting vibrato on a cello, were gripping a machine designed to end lives. Safety's off, he growled, turning back to the fight. Point and squeeze. I can't. You can or you die. Pick one. He didn't wait for an answer. He rolled out from cover, firing toward the foyer. From the hallway, a continuous thundering roar echoed. Vigo. Azlan's brother was laying down suppressive fire that sounded like a jackhammer tearing up pavement. I peeked around the edge of the island. It was a chaotic ballet. Azlan and Vigo moved with a terrifying synchronization. They flowed through the space, covering angles, reloading, advancing. They weren't just thugs, they were operators. Predators in bespoke suits. Got 3 more in the East Wing. Vigo shouted over the din. Watch. Learn, Azlan barked at me, not looking back. I gripped the gun tighter. My thumb traced the textured grip. A bead of sweat rolled down my temple, stinging my eye. I should be curled up in a ball screaming. That's what the old MILA would have done. The senator's daughter. The prodigy. But she was gone. Azlan had stripped her away layer by layer, until only this raw exposed nerve was left. I scanned the room, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The smoke was thick, swirling in the strobing light of muzzle flashes. Then I saw it. High up, in the exposed rafters of the vaulted ceiling. A shadow that didn't belong. It moved with unnatural fluidity, sliding like oil toward the blind spot above the kitchen. A thermal scope glinted in the haze. Azlan was focused on the doorway. He didn't see it. He was reloading, his attention locked forward. No. Azlan doesn't see him. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. If I stayed quiet, if I stayed small, Azlan would take a bullet to the brain in about 3 seconds. Above. Azlan, above. The scream tore out of my throat, raw and animalistic. Azlan didn't hesitate. He didn't look at me. He didn't question. He just pivoted on his heel, swinging his weapon up in a blur of motion. Bang. Bang. 2 shots. Precise. Final. The shadow in the rafters convulsed, then dropped. A body hit the floor with a wet, sickening thud, a rifle skittering across the hardwood. Azlan glanced back at me for a split second. There was no softness in his eyes, but there was something else. Respect? Pride? It burned hotter than the gunfire. Good, MILA, he clipped out. Before I could process the praise, the floor-to-ceiling windows on the far side of the room exploded inward. A deafening crash of glass, followed by the howl of the wind and rain rushing in. Breach? Second wave. Vigo yelled. Keep moving. Vigo, breach. Azlan was on me instantly, his hand clamping onto my arm, hauling me toward the back corridor. We're burned here. Safe room is compromised. We go to the service lift. We scrambled over the debris. My boots crunched on glass shards that looked like diamonds scattered on the expensive rugs. The wind whipped my hair across my face, stinging my eyes. The smell of ozone and wet concrete flooded the room. There are too many. I wheezed, my lungs burning. Run, MILA. We hit the corridor leading to the master suite. It was narrower here, claustrophobic. Azlan shoved me ahead of him, turning to fire back at the main room. He was a human shield, putting his body between me and the incoming fire. I stayed low, scuttling like a crab, adrenaline making my vision tunnel. I glanced at a mirrored console table in the hallway. It was cracked, a spiderweb of fractures distorting the reflection. And in that broken glass, I saw death. A man, dressed in tactical black, silent as a ghost, was stepping out of the master bedroom doorway. He was behind Azlan. He raised a suppressed submachine gun, leveling it at the back of Aslan's head. Azlan was firing down the hall. He was deaf to the silent threat behind him. No. Time stopped. Literally froze. I could see the rain droplets suspended in the air. I could see the tension in Aslan's shoulders. I could see the finger of the assassin tightening on the trigger. I didn't think. Thinking was for the girl who played cello. This was instinct. This was the reptile brain taking the wheel. I raised the Glock. It felt heavy, but steady. My hand stopped shaking. A cold, terrifying clarity washed over me. Sight. Squeeze. Breathe. The lessons Azlan had forced into me, the bruising sessions, the cold iron against my skin, it all clicked. I wasn't looking at a person. I was looking at a target. I was looking at the thing trying to take the only thing in this world that mattered to me right now. I pulled the trigger. The recoil kicked hard, jarring my shoulder, but I didn't lose my grip. The gunshot was deafening in the narrow hall. The assassin's head snapped back. A spray of red mist painted the silk wallpaper behind him, bright and shocking against the cream pattern. He crumbled instantly, legs folding under him like wet cardboard. Ugh! The sound punched out of my chest, an involuntary grunt of effort. Silence. The body hit the floor. The gun was smoking in my hand. I stood there, frozen. My chest was heaving, but I wasn't hyperventilating. I was staring at the red stain. I had done that. Me? Mila Montclair. I had just ended a human life. Mila? Aslan's voice was low, shocked. He spun around, seeing the body, then looking at me. He took 2 long strides and was in front of me. He kicked the dead man's weapon away, then grabbed my face with both hands. His palms were hot, slick with sweat and grime. Mila. Look at me. I blinked, looking up into those ice-gray eyes. They were wide, pupils blown. You saved me, he rasped. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. A rewiring of our entire universe. I looked at the gun in my hand, then back at him. He was going to kill you. Yeah. He was. Vigo appeared at the end of the hall, stepping over a pile of broken furniture. He looked at the dead guy, then at me, giving a sharp, grim nod. Clear. For now. But the cops are 5 minutes out, sirens are wailing. And I guarantee Kovac has a backup team encircling the block. Click. Hiss. The emergency sprinklers finally decided to join the party. Water sprayed down from the ceiling in a cold, rhythmic hiss, drenching us instantly. It mixed with the dust and smoke, turning the air into a gray sludge. The water hit the blood on the wall, making it run in long pink rivulets. I looked down at my hands. There were specks of blood on my knuckles. Not mine. I wiped a streak of it off my cheek. I expected to feel sick. I expected to vomit. But I didn't. Instead, I felt capable. I felt a dark, jagged thing unfurl in my gut. It felt like power. Azlan was watching me. He saw the shift. He saw the moment the victim died, and something else was born. He pulled me into him, his arm banding around my waist like a vice. He buried his face in my wet, matted hair, inhaling sharply. Mine, he growled against my scalp. It was possessive. Primal. And for the first time, I didn't want to pull away. I leaned into him, soaking up his heat, his violence. He pulled back, gripping my shoulders, water dripping from his nose. You are mine, Mila. Not collateral. My queen? The words hit harder than the bullets. Queen. He sent them to kill you, Azlan snarled, his eyes burning with the promise of absolute devastation. Now we go for his throat. We burn him to the ground. You and me. You and me, I repeated, the words tasting like iron. Sirens, boss. And more hostiles inbound. We gotta move, Vigo barked, already moving toward the service elevator concealed behind a panel in the wall. Understood. Vigo, clear a path. Mila, stay close. Azlan took my hand. Not dragging me this time. Leading me. We moved toward the panel. I had to step over the body of the man I killed. I looked down at him. His eyes were open, staring at nothing. I stepped over him without breaking stride. The elevator doors hissed open, revealing a dark, utilitarian metal box. We piled in. Vigo hit the button for the garage, his weapon trained on the closing gap. The doors slid shut, sealing us in darkness. The silence was sudden and absolute, broken only by the hum of the descending gears and our ragged breathing. The adrenaline crashed. My knees buckled. Azlan caught me. He slammed me back against the cold metal wall, his body pressing into mine, heavy and hard. You're shaking, he murmured, his voice rough. I'm cold, I lied. I wasn't cold. I was on fire. You're alive, he corrected. In the dim emergency light, his eyes were predatory. He didn't ask. He just took. He crashed his mouth down on mine. It wasn't a kiss, it was a collision. It tasted like blood, smoke, and ozone. It was bruising and desperate, a claiming that went down to the bone. I wrapped my arms around his neck, digging my fingers into his tactical vest, pulling him closer. I kissed him back with the same ferocity, teeth clashing, tongues tangling. I wasn't the senator's daughter anymore. I was the woman holding the gun. I was the woman who had just killed to save this monster. And God help me, I belonged to him now. The elevator plummeted, taking us down into the dark underbelly of the city, and I knew there was no coming back up.
Chapter 21. Azlan POV. The smoke is still coiling up into the cold night air, thick and acrid, tasting like burning plastic and death. The silence out here in the ravine isn't peaceful. It's heavy, suffocating, the kind that rings in your ears right after an explosion tears the world apart. I'm standing over the body of the mercenary MILA just put down. The guy is a mess, chest opened up, eyes staring at nothing. But I'm not looking at him. I'm looking at her. MILA is still holding the Glock 19. Her hands are shaking so hard the cold metal rattles, a tiny erratic sound that grates on my nerves. She's staring at the corpse like she expects it to stand up and ask for an apology. She looks like she's about to shatter into 1,000 jagged pieces. I run a thumb over the scar on my throat, feeling the phantom ache of old violence. It's a habit, a reminder. But watching her now, seeing the way her chest heaves, the way her lips part in a silent, ragged gasp, it hits me harder than the bullet that grazed my shoulder. It's done, I rasp. My voice sounds like I swallowed a handful of gravel. She doesn't blink. He was going to hurt you. It's a whisper, barely there. You saved my fucking life. I take a step toward her. The mud sucks at my boots, a wet, squelching sound. I killed him. Her eyes finally snap to mine, glassy and wide. Azlan, I killed him. Look at what you did. I don't offer comfort. I don't tell her it's okay, because it's not fucking okay. It's necessary. Look at what you became for me. A shiver rips through her, violent enough to rattle her teeth. My hands, they won't stop shaking. Are you all right? I'm scanning her for blood that isn't the dead guy's. I don't know what I am. She lets out a dry sob, a harsh sound that cracks in the cold air. We need to move. There might be more. I check the perimeter again. The woods are dark, shadows stretching like grasping fingers. The blood. She looks back down. It's everywhere. This is our new beginning, MILA. I move into her space, blocking her view of the body. What now, Azlan? She looks up at me, lost. I give her a feral grin, though I doubt it looks reassuring. We survive. I feel hollow. You're alive, I tell her hard and fast. That's all that matters. I reach for the gun. Her fingers are locked around the grip, knuckles white, frozen in a death clinch. She stiffens when I touch her, her gaze snapping back to the dead man as if she's afraid he'll disappear if she looks away. Give me the gun, MILA. No. Now. I keep my voice steel. You don't want a patrol to find you with it. She shakes her head slowly, disjointed. I can't feel my hands. Focus, Montclair. We're not safe yet. He was looking at you with a knife. Her voice pitches up, panic bleeding in. Let go. Let me take it. I pry her fingers loose one by one. They're ice cold. Is this what it feels like? What feels like? To kill someone. I pull the weapon free, the weight of it familiar and comforting in my hand. It's over now. The danger is gone because of you. I just wanted to make him stop. You did. You made him stop forever. My heart is pounding. She presses a hand to her chest, right over her sternum. Good. It means you're alive. I tuck the Glock into the small of my back, beneath my ruined blazer. Then I grab her chin. My grip is firm, maybe too firm, but I need her here. I need her eyes on me, not on the mess she made. My thumb rubs roughly over her jaw, smearing a drop of blood, my blood from my shoulder, onto her skin. She flinches but leans into it. You're one of us now, I growl. What have I done? Her voice is raw, stripped of the polish she used to wear like armor. You survived. You protected what's yours. I make sure she sees it in my eyes. The pride. The dark, twisted satisfaction. It felt. I didn't think, I just acted. That's the best kind of kill, pet. Is this who I am now? This is who we are. Together. Don't let me be this. It's a plea, desperate and weak. Too late. I shake my head. The blood is on your hands now. I feel sick. Good. It means you still have a pulse. You're not afraid of me. I almost laugh. Never. I made you. What will happen to me? You'll be mine always. I let her go and scan the tree line. The paranoia is crawling on my skin, prickly and hot. I tap my earpiece, trying to raise Vigo. Static. Just a burst of white noise that hisses in my ear. Fucking jammers, I mutter, ripping the earpiece out. Can't you reach Vigo? MILA asks, her voice tight. Nothing but static. They blocked everything. I look at the HK-416 in my hand. Jammed. Useless. I toss it into the mud with a heave. We're cut off. For now. He'll be looking for us, right? She looks around nervously. What if he's hurt? Vigo's tougher than that. I have to believe that. If he's down, we're truly fucked. Did you hear something? She points toward the dense brush. Just the wind. Keep moving. I grab her hand and pull her toward the overgrown maintenance path. Somewhere they won't expect. I'm cold, she whispers, stumbling over a root. Hold on. Not much further. We crash through a curtain of heavy vines and brush, revealing the old maintenance alcove. It's barely a closet, built into the stone foundation of the old estate. I shove the rusted steel door. It screams on its hinges, metal grinding on metal, before popping open. In here. Quickly. I pull her into the dark, damp space and force the door shut. The silence that slams down on us is sudden and absolute. It smells like wet earth and ancient stone. It's so dark, MILA breathes. I can hear her teeth chattering. We'll manage. I lean back against the cold stone, exhaling a breath that feels like fire in my lungs. My shoulder is throbbing, a steady rhythmic pulse of pain. I rip off my ruined shirt, the fabric tearing with a sharp rip. MILA watches me, her eyes adjusting to the gloom. You're bleeding badly. I glance down. The graze is deep, weeping red down my bicep. It's nothing. Just a graze. It looks deep. She steps closer, her hesitation vanishing. I've had worse. Let me see. She reaches out, her hands hovering, trembling. What's wrong? Nothing. Her gaze is intense, fixed on the wound. I smirk, dark and humorless. Feeling protective, pet. You're hurt, she growls, low in her throat. Doesn't matter now. It does to me. Don't worry about it. I do worry. Suddenly, she lunges. She doesn't ask. She just grabs me. Her hands are frantic, pressing against my chest, checking my pulse, tracing the edges of the wound. It hurts like a bitch, but I don't stop her. She's vibrating with adrenaline, her breath coming in ragged gasps. You're alive, she chokes out. Because of you. I catch her wrists, halting her frantic exploration. Her skin is freezing. I thought you were gone. Her eyes are wide, wild. Never. Not without you. Don't ever do that to me again. She tries to pull her hands free, but I hold tight. Make me. Your heart, it's beating so fast. She presses her palm flat against my sternum. So is yours, little killer. I almost lost you. You won't. Not now. It terrifies me. Good. Let that fear fuel you. What if I hadn't? But you did. You chose me. I chose to live. I pull her flush against me. Her body is rigid, coiled tight like a spring. The contact is electric. The smell of smoke and rain and her own sweet sweat fills my nose. It's intoxicating. Mine, I growl against her ear. Azlan. She buries her face in my neck, her teeth grazing the skin. A sharp, stinging pain that makes my dick twitch. Feel that, pet? We're alive. I need to feel something else. I'll give you everything. She bites me then. Hard. Right on the junction of my neck and shoulder. Don't let me go. Never. Not again. Hold me. Don't let anything touch me. Only me. I'm hard instantly, painfully so. The adrenaline, the violence, the blood, it all twists into lust. Turn it into something else. What are you doing to me? What you want? I feel like I'm breaking apart. Let me put you back together. She looks up at me, and the fear is gone, replaced by a fire that matches the one in my gut. I love you, Azlan. The words hang there for a split second, raw and unexpected. I don't say it back. I don't have the words. Instead, I slam her back against the rough stone wall. Then prove it. Her head hits the stone with a dull thud, but she doesn't flinch. She grabs my face and kisses me like she's trying to steal the air from my lungs. It tastes of salt and iron. Mine, I snarl against her mouth. You're fucking mine. Yes. All yours. She's fumbling with my belt, her fingers clumsy and desperate. Taste the blood, pet. It's ours. I want to feel you. You'll feel every inch. She gets the buckle undone, but the zipper sticks. She lets out a frustrated cry. Damn it. It's stuck. Easy, pet. We have all night. No, we don't. I need you now. She looks up, eyes wild. Impatience becomes you. Just help me. You do it. You wanted this. She finally yanks the zipper down, the sound harsh in the small space. She shoves her hands into my trousers, her palms cool against my heated skin. I groan, my hips snapping forward instinctively. I can't wait, she pants. Feel it. The hunger. It's too much. Good. I reach down, grabbing her thighs. I lift her up, pinning her against the wall. She wraps her legs around my waist, her heels digging into my back. Wrap yourself around me, I command. Azlan, your hands. She gasps as I grip her bruised flesh, my fingers digging in. You're mine, remember? Every inch of you. It hurts. Good hurt, little killer. I don't bother with foreplay. We don't have time for that shit. I position myself at her entrance, the heat radiating off her, soaking through my clothes. I grab her jaw, forcing her to look at me. Look at me, MILA. Look at what we are. Azlan. You killed for me. Now feel me inside you. I thrust up, burying myself in her to the hilt. She screams, a raw sound that bounces off the stone walls. Her nails rake down my injured shoulder, carrying the scab, fresh blood slicking her hands. Ah. Azlan. That's it, pet. Feel it all. It burns. Let it consume you. I start to move, pounding into her with a rhythm that has nothing to do with love and everything to do with survival. It's violent. It's messy. It's perfect. Take it, MILA. Take all of me. More. I need more. You're insatiable, little murderer. You made me this way. And I'll reap the rewards. My hips slam against hers, bone on bone. She's meeting me thrust for thrust, feral and uninhibited. The cellist is gone. The senator's daughter is dead. There's only this, blood, sweat, and the woman who killed to keep me breathing. You saved me. You're my fucking savior, I rasp into her ear, biting the lobe. I did it for you. Good girl. My very good girl. Tell me again. You're covered in blood and sin, and you're mine. I belong to you. That's right. Say it like you mean it. I mean it. I'm yours. The friction is unbearable, a building pressure that feels like it's going to blow the top of my head off. This is our truth, MILA. The only truth, she gasps. Born from blood and fire. Our kingdom. Our world. Right here. She tightens around me, convulsing, and that's it. I lose it. I drive into her one last time, hard enough to bruise, and pour myself into her. Azlan. Oh God. MILA. Mine. We come apart together, clinging to each other in the dark, breathing heavy, broken gasps. I don't let her go. I keep her pinned to the wall, my forehead resting against hers. My heart is hammering against my ribs, like it's trying to break out. Stay with me, I whisper. My voice is wrecked. Don't move, she murmurs. Never. I feel so heavy. Just rest, pet. Slowly, the world starts to seep back in. The cold. The smell of the damp earth. The pain in my shoulder. I pull out of her, letting her slide down until her feet touch the floor, but I keep my arm around her waist. I wipe a smudge of mud and blood from her cheek with my thumb. She looks up at me, her eyes clear, sharp. Dangerous. You're marked now, I tell her. By what? By me. By blood. By fire. She touches the spot I just wiped. A small dark smile touches her lips. And you. I grin back, and I know it looks like a wolf baring its teeth. Forever yours. I feel changed. You are. For the better. What happens now? We burn them all. Together. Our world. Our future. She leans her head against my chest, right over my heart. I'm not afraid anymore. Good. You have me. And you have me. Always. Chapter 22. Azlan. The engine of the armored SUV hummed a low, angry note, vibration traveling up my arms, settling in the bone. I kept my eyes on the mirrors. Left. Right. Rear view. The city outside was a blur of neon and rain-slicked misery, passing by in streaks of red and yellow. It was quiet inside the cab. Too quiet. Beside me, MILA was staring at her hands. There was dried blood crusted under her fingernails. Not hers. The coppery smell was thick enough to taste, mixing with the stale scent of exhaust and the damp wool of my ruined suit. My knuckles were white on the wheel. Every muscle in my back was a coiled spring, waiting for a muzzle flash, a tail, a shadow. But there was nothing. Just the wet slap of tires on asphalt. You all right? I asked. The words came out like gravel grinding together. She didn't look up. She dragged a thumbnail across a dark stain on her jeans. It's quiet. Quiet is good, I snapped, checking the side mirror again. A taxi drifted too close. I tensed, hand dropping toward the Glock in the door panel, but the cabbie just swerved into the left lane. Alive is better. She's different. I could feel it radiating off her. The girl who used to flinch when I raised my voice was gone. In her place was something harder. Cold iron forged in the fire of that safe house raid. My hands, she murmured, voice haunted but steady. They still feel hot. Empty. I glanced over. Her face was pale, lit intermittently by the streetlights. That happens. Adrenaline dumps. The body remembers the recoil. Is this what I am now? She asked, finally looking at me. A killer. You're alive, Montclair. That's the only label that matters tonight. I took a sharp right, cutting through an alley that smelled like rotting garbage and piss, the SUV bouncing over potholes. We needed to go deep. The penthouse was compromised. The bunker was burned. We were running out of holes to hide in. We pulled up to the secondary site, 20 minutes later. Industrial district. A concrete box sat on top of a defunct auto repair shop. It was ugly, cold, and invisible. Out, I said, killing the engine. She moved with a new kind of stillness. No wasted motion. We entered the loft, the air inside stale and biting with the smell of old motor oil and disinfectant. I did a sweep, immediately. Gun up. Checking corners. Shadows. The dust on the camera lens mounted high on the wall. Stay behind me, I growled. Don't touch anything. It's functional, she noted, her voice echoing off the bare concrete. It keeps us alive. That's its only function. I holstered the weapon. The safety clicked loud in the empty space. No silk sheets here, princess. No gilded cages here, she whispered back. I turned to look at her. She wasn't complaining. She was stating a fact. I started to peel off my jacket. The fabric was stiff, sticking to the wound on my shoulder. I hissed through my teeth as I pulled. Don't be an idiot, MILA said. She was suddenly right there, in my space. Her eyes narrowed at the dark stain blooming on my white shirt. Let me see it. It's a graze. Nothing. A graze that's bleeding through a bespoke suit. She didn't ask. She reached out, her fingers firm, finding the hem of the shirt. You're not invincible, Zharkov. You're not asking permission anymore, I observed, letting my arms drop. Does it look like I am? She grabbed the first aid kit from under the steel counter. She didn't fumble. She cut the shirt away with a crisp rip of fabric, exposing the raw flesh. The antiseptic spray hit the wound, stinging like a bitch, but I just watched her. Her face was clinical. Focused. The recoil was surprising, she said, swabbing the blood away. When I pulled the trigger back there. But watching him fall, there was no regret. Just necessity. A dark, twisted pride swelled in my chest. It was wrong, maybe. Sick. But seeing her like this, capable, lethal, it did something to me. Good, I rumbled. Regret is for the weak. It gets you killed. She taped the bandage down, her fingers brushing my skin. Warm. Rough. Is this what it means? To be yours. I covered her hand with mine, squeezing until I felt her bones shift. It means you're alive. And you know what it takes to stay that way. You were magnificent tonight, MILA. Her eyes locked on mine. No fear. Just a cold, hard understanding. My burner phone buzzed against the steel table. I snatched it up. Speak. Penthouse is a write-off, Vigo's voice crackled through the encryption. He sounded like he'd been gargling broken glass. Contained. Loose ends handled. Casualties. Minor. Yourself. Fine. Stay dark. Burn everything, Vigo. We're offline. Understood. The line went dead. So it's really gone? MILA asked. Everything, I said, tossing the phone down. We have nothing but what's in this room. I moved to the secure laptop on the metal desk. The screen glowed blue in the dim light, casting long shadows. I jammed the encrypted drive in. The ledger. Arthur Montclair's soul in digital format. The screen filled with a chaotic spiderweb of data. Accounts. Shell companies. Video files. It was a masterpiece of rot. This is everything, I murmured, leaning in. His life. Our weapon. MILA stood behind me, a hand on my good shoulder. My God. He owns half the city. And more. This isn't just debt. It's a kingdom built on lies. I started scrolling, looking for the pressure points. My finger hovered over a transaction log from 3 months ago. Large sums. Offshore. Recipient, unknown. I ran a decrypt. The name popped up. Kovac. Look at this, I growled. My blood ran cold. He wasn't just broke. He was a traitor. MILA leaned closer, reading the file headers. The port, he was selling the port. For Kovac. For Kovac. For power. For everything he is. You were just a convenience, MILA. Collateral, to cover the down payment on treason. Her grip on my shoulder turned into a claw. He sold me for treason. He sold his city. I'll make him pay for every single penny. We will, I said, pulling up his schedule. Tomorrow. The gala. Fundraiser for the port reconstruction. The irony is fucking rich. A gala. MILA slammed her fist on the table. We hit him there. Publicly. And then we kill him. I spun the chair around. No. Not yet. We bleed him dry first. Destroy his name, then his life. He betrayed us all. He deserves to suffer. Her eyes were burning with a hazel fire I hadn't seen before. She looked ready to storm the gates of hell with a kitchen knife. Precisely, I said, voice low. And true suffering takes time. He needs to watch his empire crumble before we take his breath. We don't just kill him. We kill his legacy. We kill his name. We leave him with nothing but the dust of his own making. But he's still a threat. He could activate anything, anyone. Let him. Let him see what it costs. That's the real payment. She stared at me, chest heaving. So we make him suffer. Slowly. We ensure the city sees his true face before he's gone. I stood up, closing the distance between us. The anger coming off her was palpable, a physical heat. It was intoxicating. I grabbed her waist, pulling her flush against me. You were magnificent tonight, MILA, I whispered against her ear. Fucking beautiful with that gun. She grabbed my tie, yanking me down. It felt powerful. Like a new part of me woke up. It did. My queen. And plotting his ruin, it's like a feast. Then let's eat. I turned back to the map projected on the wall. The gala. Heavy security. But his transition route, that's where he's exposed. Between the venue and his estate. Kovac's men will be there too, she pointed out, tracing a line on the screen. Acting as his muscle. It's a double layer. Then we use that. Kovac's arrogance is a weakness. We turn their protection into a trap. So we fight two fronts at once. We're not fighting, I corrected, walking to the weapons locker. We're executing. I pulled out a sleek, digital bypass unit. This isn't brute force. This is precision. Digital espionage. Come here. She walked over. I put the device in her hands. You're going to learn how to use this. Arthur's security relies on biometrics. We're going to use his own data to ghost him. So, I'm planting a ghost in his system. She turned the device over, frowning. Using his own data. Exactly. Making his own defenses his undoing. It's elegant. Twisted, but elegant. She struggled with the interface at first, fingers clumsy on the small keys. I guided her hand, pressing against the small of her back. She smelled like rain and gunpowder. Look at me, MILA, I said, my voice dropping. She looked up. Are you ready to lose everything? Your name, your past, everything. Her jaw set. He took everything already. My name is forfeit. My past is dead. I'm only here to collect the interest, Azlan. There's no turning back from this. Good. I don't want to turn back. I nodded. I turned to the laptop and executed the first command. A massive transfer of funds from Arthur's primary offshore hold. Click. The first byte, I said, a grim smile tugging at my lips. He'll feel that. How long until he realizes? Not long. He's obsessive about his money. He'll know we're here. Let him. Let him writhe. I leaned in close again, my lips brushing her ear. There's one more thing. The meeting. You are the bait, my queen. He needs to see you. The daughter, he thought he broke. I felt her stiffen. Face him. Alone. Not alone. Never alone. But his eyes must fall on you first. The architect of his downfall. She took a breath, ragged and deep. He'll see me. And he'll see what he created. Exactly. I pulled up the surveillance logs. The shadow tracking you. Look at the patterns. It's not Kovac. This shadow, it's a cleaner. A professional Arthur hired to tie off his own loose ends. He sent someone to kill me, she whispered. Even before the raid. Always. You were always disposable to him. This one will be precise. Surgical. Another ghost to hunt. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small black drive. I pressed it into her hand. This contains everything. If I fall, it's yours. You finish it. Her fingers closed around it tight enough to turn her knuckles white. If you fall, I'll burn the city to the ground to honor your word. No hesitation. No mercy. None. I walked to the kitchen counter and poured 2 fingers of amber whiskey into thick glass tumblers. No ice. To the end of the Montclair legacy, I said, raising my glass. She clinked hers against mine. May it be brutal. May it be swift. And may his name be forgotten. Or remembered only as a lesson. We drank. The whiskey burned going down, a good clean fire. The location for the meeting is crucial, I said, setting the glass down. The shipyard. Where it all began. Mila's lips curled into a smile that would have terrified a lesser man. Poetic. And cruel. He'll remember the rain. He'll remember handing you over. And he'll walk right back into his own destruction. Let him. Let him taste the irony. We stood by the uncurtained window, looking out at the city. It was a sprawling mess of lights and shadows, indifferent to the war we were about to start. By this time tomorrow, my queen, I vowed, pulling her tight against my side, this city is ours. Or it burns. I choose burn, she said softly. With him inside it. Then let the fire begin. We moved to the bedroom. It was bare. Mattress on the floor. Weapons within reach. We lay down fully clothed. I kept my hand on my hip, near the gun. She curled into my chest. The calm before the storm, I muttered. Don't mistake it for peace. It's the only peace I've found, she whispered. Lying next to you, waiting for the hunt. We'll be ready. Always. I stared at the ceiling as the hours dragged. Sleep was a liability. I listened to her breathe. When the gray light of dawn started to bleed through the blinds, I shifted. I brushed my lips against her forehead. My queen. She didn't open her eyes, but she nodded against my chest. You were born for this, Montclair. And you were born to set me free. I checked my watch. 0500. It's time, I said, sitting up. I handed her the encrypted burner. Make the call. She took it. Her hand didn't shake. Understood. No hesitation. Remember who he is. I will. She dialed. The ringing sound was loud in the silence. Hello. Who is this? Arthur's voice. Irritated. Wary. Mila's expression went flat. Dead eyes. Hello, father. I have something of yours. I heard the sharp intake of breath on the other end. Mila. Did you miss me? She listened for a moment, then hung up. She looked at me, a fierce triumph lighting her face. He's taking the bait. Wants the ledger back. Good, I said, grabbing my tack vest. Go time, my queen. He'll never see it coming. Oh, he will, I said, racking the slide on my pistol. Just not from where he expects.
Chapter 23. MILA POV. The woman in the tarnished mirror looked like she could kill the girl I used to be. I stared at my reflection, tracing the faint, almost invisible scar on my throat. It was a mirror image of the jagged one Azlan wore, a matched set of violence. I wasn't wearing silk tonight. I was encased in tactical black leather that fit like a second skin, tight enough to restrict shallow breathing, tough enough to turn a blade if I got lucky. Behind me, the rhythmic clack-thud of a magazine being slapped into a rifle echoed off the concrete walls. Azlan was moving with that terrifying efficiency of his. No wasted energy. Just muscle and grim purpose. I watched him through the dirty glass. He was loading rounds like he was praying, his forearms flexing as he cycled the action. He looked like a statue carved out of granite and bad intentions, dressed in that charcoal suit that cost more than my first cello. Are you ready, Montclair? His voice was a low rumble, not looking up from the weapon. As ready as I'll ever be, Zharkov, I said, my voice steadier than my hands. Don't look like you're walking to your execution. Perhaps I am, he muttered, finally looking up. What does it matter? He set the rifle down on the padded table. The sound was a heavy, final thud that seemed to suck the air out of the room. He turned, walking toward me. The space in the bunker was small, claustrophobic, smelling of gun oil and the stale recycled air of underground panic. He filled it completely. I tried to keep my face blank, but my fingers were betraying me. I clenched them against my thigh, the leather creaking softly under my nails. I was terrified. Not the kind of scared where you scream, but the kind where your blood turns into slush and your heart tries to hammer its way out of your ribs. You're shaking, Azlan said. He stopped a foot away, his ice-gray eyes stripping me down to the bone. It's cold in here, I lied. Don't lie to me, MILA. Not now. He reached out, his hand broad and scarred, and tilted my chin up. He preys on weakness. If you walk in there looking like a kicked puppy, he'll eat you alive before I can even take the shot. I know, I whispered. I won't break. Good. He dropped his hand and reached into a velvet-lined box on the table. He pulled out a silver choker. It looked elegant, almost like jewelry, but I knew better. It was a tracker. A leash. Turn around. I turned, lifting my hair. The cold metal touched my skin and I flinched. Instinct. It felt like ice against the fever heat of my body. I heard the click of the clasp, followed by the faint, almost imperceptible hum of electronics coming online. Don't fidget, he murmured, his breath hot against my neck. It needs to be precise. State of the art. If you go off-grid, this is the only way I find you. It's not a leash, is it? I asked, looking back at him over my shoulder. It's a lifeline, he corrected. He spun me around, his callous thumbs pressing against the pulse point in my neck. He didn't say a word, just held them there, feeling the frantic, rabbit-quick thrum of my heart. His eyes hardened. He knew I was terrified. He could feel the biological proof of it, under his fingertips. Steady yourself, MILA, he growled. Control it. Now. I'm trying. Try harder. Wear the fear like armor. Don't let him see it. I pulled back, a spark of anger cutting through the dread. I'm not just a victim anymore, Azlan. I killed for you. I crossed that line. I put a bullet in a man's chest and watched the lights go out. That was a rat, Azlan said dismissively, stepping into my space until our chests were touching. You killed a grunt. Your father is a viper. He doesn't just bite, he poisons the well. Don't underestimate him, because you got lucky once. I'm not underestimating him. I know exactly what he is. Then show me. He grabbed my wrist, yanking up the cuff of my leather jacket. Strapped to my forearm was the spring-loaded mechanism he'd rigged up. He ran his thumb over the release catch, checking the tension. Still remember the drill? Only if I can't get to you in time, I recited. Don't hesitate. If he touches you, if his men grab you, you got them. No heroics. Just survival. He triggered the mechanism. Snick. The thin blade shot out, gleaming under the harsh bunker lights. It was nasty, efficient, and hidden. Just like Azlan. He pushed it back into place. Then he grabbed me. It wasn't gentle. His hands clamped onto my waist, dragging me flush against him. He kissed me like he was trying to breathe for me. It tasted of coffee and mint, and raw, jagged desperation. I clawed at his suit jacket, opening my mouth to him, letting him take what he needed. It wasn't about romance, it was a transfer of energy. He was pouring his violence into me, and I was drinking it down. Don't you dare die on me, MILA, he whispered against my lips, his voice ragged. Come back to me, Azlan, I pleaded, breathless. He pulled back just enough to look me in the eye, his hands framing my face like a vice. You are mine, MILA. Not his. Never his again. Remember that when you look him in the eye. I'm yours, I promised. And God help me, I meant it. The armored SUV was a silent tomb rolling through the rain. Vigo was driving, his eyes fixed on the slick road, saying nothing. I sat in the back, the darkness pressing in against the tinted windows. My hand drifted to my waistband, fingers brushing the cold grip of the Glock tucked there. It felt heavy, a foreign weight against my hip bone. A month ago, my biggest worry was a broken cello string. Now I was riding shotgun with a Mafia enforcer, on my way to act as bait for a corrupt senator who happened to be my father. Life comes at you fast. I touched the earpiece hidden under my hair. Status? Azlan's voice crackled in my ear, low and steady. It grounded me instantly. Perimeter Team B is in position. Alpha is circling. Stay sharp, Montclair. Don't stray from the plan. Acknowledged, I murmured. Almost there, Vigo grunted from the front seat. We pulled into the shipyard. My stomach bottomed out. Of course. It had to be here. The same rotting pier, the same skeletal cranes looming in the mist like dead giants. The place where Arthur had handed me over like a sack of unwanted laundry. He had a flair for the dramatic, I'd give him that. The SUV stopped. The doors unlocked with a heavy thunk. This is it, Vigo said. I stepped out into the rain. The smell hit me first, diesel, dead fish, and the metallic tang of the ocean. It was cold, the kind of damp chill that seeps right into your marrow. I scanned the area. It looked deserted, but I knew better. Azlan was out there somewhere, a ghost in the machinery, watching through a scope. I started walking. My boots crunched on the wet gravel. At the end of the pier, near the rusted husk of a warehouse, a figure emerged from the shadows. Arthur Montclair. He looked impeccable. His suit was dry, his silver hair perfect, his posture radiating that bullshit politician confidence that made people vote against their own interests. He stood next to a sleek black sedan, flanked by 4 men who looked like they chewed glass for breakfast. I stopped 10 yards away. Father, I said. My voice was flat. Dead. Arthur smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. It never did. MILA, my dear. You look well. He took a step forward, his eyes scanning me. Tell me, did that beast, Azlan, truly hurt you? You look a little raw. I wanted to vomit. The audacity of this man. He sold me to settle a debt, and now he was playing the concerned parent. I have what you want, Father, I said, sticking to the script. The ledger data. And I want my freedom. Complete freedom from Azlan and from you. Of course, Arthur soothed, stepping closer. Come home, MILA. We can fix this. I'm tired of being a pawn, Father. Azlan will let me go if the price is right. And I'll give you what you need. Arthur stopped a few feet from me. He inhaled deeply, his nose wrinkling slightly. His gaze sharpened, shifting from paternal to something much darker. He looked at my neck, lingering on the choker, then back to my eyes. You smell different, MILA, he murmured. Of gun oil and expensive tobacco. Azlan sent. He hasn't just kept you, has he? You've grown accustomed. My blood ran cold. He knows. I kept my face frozen, but inside I was screaming. I shifted my weight, my eyes darting toward the cranes. Shoot him, Azlan. Shoot him now. Arthur saw the glance. His smile widened, becoming cruel. You were always a pawn, MILA, he laughed, the sound echoing off the metal containers. Just a lure. Did you really think I'd come alone? Or that I wouldn't anticipate your little stunt? Why? I demanded, desperate to buy time. Why frame me? Because Zharkov has a weakness now, Arthur said, checking his watch. And I'm looking at her. He raised his hand. Seize her. Fuck. Azlan pulled back. I screamed into the comms, backing away. It's a trap. He knows. Not without you, Azlan growled in my ear. I'm taking the shot. The guards moved. Fast. I didn't think. I reacted. The first guard reached for me, and I snapped my wrist. The blade deployed with a snick. I slashed outward, catching his palm. He yelled, stumbling back, blood spraying onto the wet concrete. "Bitch," he screamed. I spun, ducking under a grab from the second guy. "Come on, you bastards!" Crack. The gunshot was deafening. The guard closest to me dropped like a stone, a hole in his chest. "Sniper," someone yelled. "Get down." Chaos erupted. Gunfire tore through the air, bullets pinging off the metal containers. I scrambled behind a rusted crate, my breath coming in jagged gasps. "Azlan!" I screamed. I looked back at Arthur. He hadn't run. He was standing behind the armored door of his sedan, pointing up at the cranes. He was laughing. "Flush him out," Arthur roared. His men pulled out heavy, boxy devices. I squinted through the rain. Thermal scanners. "Oh God," I whispered. Red beams swept across the dark structure of the cranes, cutting through the night. They knew exactly where to look. They'd known the whole time. A red laser dot bloomed on my chest. I froze, staring at it. Then a massive boom shook the pier. A fireball erupted from the crane structure where Azlan was perched. The explosion was blinding, tearing through the metal lattice, sending twisted steel raining down into the black water. The shockwave hit me a second later, knocking the wind out of my lungs. "Azlan!" The scream ripped out of my throat, raw and bloody. The fire roared, consuming the sniper's nest. There was no way anyone survived that. Silence fell over the pier, heavy and suffocating, broken only by the crackle of burning metal. Arthur stepped out from behind the car, brushing ash off his sleeve. He looked at me, huddled on the ground, the red dot still steady on my heart. "Such a shame," he said, his voice carrying over the flames. He had potential. I stared at the fire, my world turning to ash. He was gone. And I was all alone with the monsters.
Chapter 24. Azlan POV. The engine cut out, and the silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was heavy. It was the kind of silence that waits before a car crash, thick with the promise of metal twisting on metal. I sat there for a second, hand hovering over the door handle, listening to the cooling tick of the sedan's engine and the blood rushing in my own ears. "Stay sharp, MILA," I muttered, my voice rougher than usual. "This isn't right." She didn't look at me. Her eyes were locked on the skeletal windows of the abandoned textile mill, looming over us like a rotting corpse. "I know. It's too quiet. Keep your hand on the knife. Don't engage him directly. Let me do the talking." I stepped out. The air smelled of stagnant water, wet rust, and the specific acrid decay of a city that had forgotten this district existed. My boots hit the cracked pavement, and I scanned the perimeter. Nothing. No low-level guards smoking by the entrance. No perimeter scouts. No black SUVs idling with their lights off. Arthur Montclair was a man who liked layers. He liked buffers between his expensive suits and the grime of the world. For him to be here, allegedly alone, meant one of two things: he was desperate, or he was so confident he didn't need to hide. I didn't like the odds on the second one. "Ready?" I asked, though the question was rhetorical. We were past ready. We were in the deep end. MILA nodded, her face a mask of cold porcelain, but I saw her knuckles white-knuckling the strap of her bag. We walked toward the massive rusted doors. They groaned when I pushed them open, a screech of metal that echoed into the cavernous dark like a scream. Inside, the smell of old oil and damp concrete hit me. The space was hollowed out, a cathedral of industry stripped to its bones. My footsteps echoed too loudly. Every snap of a boot heel sounded like a gunshot. "Stay close," I breathed. "Don't make a sound." "Where is everyone?" MILA whispered, her voice barely carrying over the hum of the wind cutting through broken windows. "Exactly," I growled. "This is Arthur's arrogance. Or a stage." We moved deeper into the gloom. I kept my gun drawn, barrel lowered but ready to snap up. I was scanning the rafters, the deep shadows between the silent hulking looms that looked like sleeping beasts. My neck was prickling. The tactical layout was a nightmare. Too many sightlines, too much verticality. Then, the theater started. Pop. A single spotlight flickered on in the center of the vast floor, cutting through the gloom with blinding intensity. It illuminated a small, elegant table and 2 chairs. It was absurd. It looked like a dining set, placed in the middle of a war zone. "Son of a bitch," I muttered. "It's a trap," MILA said, her voice tight. "Don't move into the light," I ordered, shifting my body to shield hers. But Arthur Montclair didn't wait for us to take our marks. He stepped out from the deepest shadows behind the table, looking pristine. Navy suit, tailored to within an inch of its life. Not a speck of dust on him. He looked like he was about to address a shareholder meeting, not negotiate with the man who stole his daughter. "Azlan." "MILA," Arthur said. His voice was smooth, amplified by the acoustics of the empty mill. "So glad you could make it." "Drop the act, Arthur," I barked. I stopped 10 feet from the table, refusing to step into the kill box of the spotlight. "Do sit," he gestured to the chairs with a manicured hand. "We have much to discuss." "We're not sitting," I said, my voice a low rumble. "You're finished, Arthur. Your accounts are ghosted. Your reputation is shredded. The ledger goes public by dawn, unless you surrender." I watched him for a reaction. Fear. Anger. Panic. Anything. Arthur just smiled. It was a chilling, polite expression that didn't reach his eyes. He checked his cufflinks, brushing away an imaginary speck of dust. Such vulgarity. "You were always a brute, Azlan. Relying on threats and leverage." "The ledger will be public," I repeated, louder this time. "Unless you give us MILA's freedom. In writing. Legal and binding." "MILA is exactly where she belongs," Arthur said, finally looking at his daughter. His expression wasn't angry, it was pitying. "You, however." "You're the weak one, Arthur," MILA spat, stepping out from behind me slightly. "Hiding in the shadows. Manipulating everyone, because you're too scared to get your hands dirty. A Montclair legacy cannot be stained by a foolish child and her brutish pet," Arthur said softly. "You were always a disappointment, MILA. A bad investment. Emotional. Volatile. Just like your mother." "Go to hell, you bastard," MILA yelled, her voice trembling with a rage she couldn't cap. "You ruined everything." I felt the vibration of her anger against my back, but my focus was elsewhere. Arthur was stalling. He was baiting her. Why? To keep us focused on him. My eyes snapped up to the catwalks. Click. It was faint, barely audible over the hum of the spotlight and the blood rushing in my ears. Metal on metal. A bolt sliding home. Arthur's smile widened. It wasn't polite anymore. It was jagged. Predatory. "You truly believed I'd negotiate, Azlan?" Arthur asked, checking an invisible watch. "How quaint." "This isn't about the ledger, is it?" I asked, my gut turning to ice. "No," Arthur said. "This is about family. And cleaning house." I saw the glint up high. A scope reflection. Down. I roared. I didn't think. I lunged. I threw my entire weight into MILA, shoving her hard toward the nearest concrete pillar. She gasped, stumbling back, her eyes wide with shock. Arthur stepped back into the shadows, vanishing like smoke. Crack. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space. I felt the impact before I heard the echo. It wasn't like the movies. It was a sledgehammer to the chest. A hot, tearing force that spun me around violently. My left side exploded in white-hot agony. The breath was punched out of me. My gun clattered across the concrete, skittering into the darkness. "Azlan!" MILA screamed. I hit the floor hard. The concrete knocked the remaining air from my lungs in a ragged wheeze. I tried to push myself up, but my left arm wasn't working. It was dead weight. Wet heat was spreading across my chest, soaking my shirt in seconds. No. MILA was there, dropping to her knees beside me. "Azlan, no, no, no." She pressed her hands onto the wound. I grunted, a choked, bloody sound, as the pressure spiked the pain into blinding territory. Her hands were instantly red. Slick with it. "Hold on," she whimpered, tears streaming down her face. "Please hold on." I tried to speak. Tried to tell her to run. All that came out was a cough that tasted like copper. "That's enough, Mila," Arthur's voice cut through the haze. He emerged from the shadows again. But he wasn't alone. 4 men flanked him. These weren't street thugs. They moved with the synchronized, fluid grace of high-end private military. Tactical gear. Suppressed rifles. Dead eyes. Arthur hadn't hired the mob. He'd hired a hit squad. "Get away from him," Mila snarled, putting herself between me and them. She looked like a cornered animal, ferocious and terrified. "Take her," Arthur said. Bored. Dismissive. 2 of the guards moved. Fast. Efficient. "No." Mila screamed as they grabbed her arms. She kicked, twisted, sank her teeth into a gloved hand. "Let go of me, you bastards." "Azlan." I forced my head up. The room was tilting. Gray spots were eating the edges of my vision. I reached out with my good hand, fingers scraping across the gritty floor. I caught her ankle for a second, my grip weak, slippery with my own blood. "Mila," I rasped. One of the guards kicked my hand away. Not hard. Just enough to break the contact. Just enough to show me I was nothing. "Stop struggling, girl," the guard grunted, hauling her up. "Azlan. Help me. Azlan." Her scream tore through me worse than the bullet. I tried to get my legs under me, to leverage myself up, but my body refused. I was pinned by gravity and shock. I was watching my life being dragged away, and I couldn't do a goddamn thing about it. Arthur walked over to me. He stood right by my head. I looked up, vision blurring, focusing on the shine of his Italian leather shoes. "You see, Azlan," Arthur said, his voice calm, conversational. "Men like you are simply tools. Hammers. Wrenches. Useful for a time." He stepped over the spreading pool of my blood without flinching. "And broken tools are discarded." "I'll kill you," I whispered. The words were wet, weak. "Such a waste," Arthur sighed. "But necessary." He flicked his wrist. "Silence her." The guards dragged Mila toward the exit. Her heels screeched against the concrete. She was still fighting, still screaming my name, her voice cracking, breaking into raw sobs. "Azlan. No. Please." The sound was gutted. Raw. And then, the heavy thud of a sliding metal door slammed shut. The scream cut off. Silence rushed back in, deafening and cold. I stared at the empty doorway. The rectangle of light was gone. She was gone. Arthur lingered for a moment longer. He looked down at me, a small, satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He didn't finish me off. He didn't need to. In his mind, I was already dead. I was trash left on the floor of a condemned building. "Let this be a lesson, Azlan," he said softly. "To all those who think they can claim what is mine. The Zharkov name dies with you." He turned his back. He walked away into the darkness, his footsteps measured and calm. I heard the engines start outside. The rumble of tires on gravel. The sound of them driving away. Taking her. I was alone. The cold from the concrete was seeping into my bones now, mixing with the fire in my shoulder. I was shaking. Violent, uncontrollable shivers. My teeth chattered. I looked at the floor. My gun was 10 feet away. A dark, useless shape in the dim light. I had failed. I had walked right into it. I had let my ego, my arrogance, think I could outplay a man who owned the board. I had brought her here. I had handed her back to him. Mila. The name was a ghost on my lips. I closed my eyes for a second, letting the darkness pull at me. It would be easy. Just let go. Just stop fighting. The pain would stop. The failure would stop. Then I saw her face. the terror in her eyes as the door slammed. Rage flared in my chest. It wasn't hot. It was cold. It was ice and iron. Broken tool. I opened my eyes. I rolled onto my side, gasping as the movement tore at the wound. I dragged myself an inch. Then another, leaving a smear of red behind me. I wasn't a tool. I was the man who was going to burn this city to the ground to get her back. Arthur had made a mistake. He'd left me breathing. I stared at the gun. I'm coming for you. Chapter 25. Azlan. A choked gasp ripped from my throat, raw and wet, as my legs finally decided to quit the job. I hit the concrete hard. The impact jarred the hole in my side, sending a fresh spike of white-hot static through my vision that nearly knocked me out right then and there. Fuck. The ground was cold. Brutal, unforgiving cold that seeped straight through the expensive charcoal wool of my suit and bit into the skin. I could taste copper. Thick, metallic, coating my tongue like I'd been sucking on pennies. My left hand splayed out against the wet pavement, fingers clawing at the grit, trying to find some purchase, some leverage to push myself back up, but the signals from my brain were getting lost somewhere in the mess of blood and torn muscle. Get up. Get the fuck up. I dragged my body an inch. Maybe two. It felt like dragging a corpse. My suit was wrecked, soaked in brackish harbor water and my own blood, clinging to me like a heavy wet shroud. Every inch of movement tore something new inside, a searing reminder that I was mortal, and right now I was failing. Through the haze of rain and the ringing in my ears, a high-pitched whine that wouldn't quit, I heard it. A scream. Sharp. Guttural. MILA. My head felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, but I snapped it up, neck muscles screaming in protest. The world was a blur of gray rain and yellow dock lights, smearing together like a watercolor left out in a storm. But I saw her. Two of Arthur's goons had her. They were dragging her toward a black SUV, her heels skidding uselessly on the oil-slicked asphalt. She wasn't going quietly. She was fighting like a wild thing, twisting, kicking, a feral animal trapped in a snare. Let her go, you cunts. The words stayed inside my head. My mouth just opened and closed, producing a pathetic wet wheeze. Standing near the SUV, perfectly dry under a massive black umbrella held by a third subordinate, was the senator. Arthur Montclair. He looked bored. That was the thing that made the rage spike hotter than the bullet wound. He didn't look triumphant. He didn't look angry. He looked like he was checking the time, waiting for a minor inconvenience to be cleared from his schedule. He looked at me, sprawled on the ground, bleeding out like a stuck pig, with eyes cold as polished stone. Zero remorse. Zero recognition. I was just trash on his dock. You smug bastard. Azlan. No. Please. MILA's voice cracked, ragged with terror. It cut through the drumming of the rain and hit me right in the chest. She was screaming for me. She thought I could save her. She thought I was the monster who could stop the other monsters. And I was lying here, licking the pavement. My gaze darted to my gun. It was lying 5 feet away. A Glock 19, matte black, glinting dully on the wet concrete. It looked a mile away. I extended my right arm, fingers trembling, reaching for the steel. Just 5 feet. I'd made harder shots. I'd survived worse beatings. Come on, you piece of shite. Move. My fingers twitched. That was it. Just a twitch. The connection between my will and my arm was severed by shock. I clawed at the gravel, scraping my fingertips raw, leaving smeary crimson trails on the ground, but the gun stayed where it was. Useless. Absolutely fucking useless. The goons shoved MILA closer to the open door of the SUV. Her head snapped back with the force of their grip, and the rain plastered her hair to her neck. That's when I saw it. The black velvet choker. The one I'd put on her. The mark that said she belonged to me. It stood out like a bruise against her pale, wet skin. Mine. She is fucking mine. Arthur didn't even look at her. He just gestured with a hand, a dismissive flick of the wrist. like he was ordering a waiter to take away a plate. MILA planted her feet, struggling. I saw her shift her weight, trying to reach for her forearm, the hidden blade. I'd taught her that. Go for the throat, little bird. She was fast, but they were ready. Before she could get a grip on the hilt, one of the enforcers slammed her into the side of the SUV. The sound was sickening. A heavy, meat-on-metal thud that knocked the wind out of her. I felt that impact in my own teeth. A growl ripped out of me, low and animalistic, lost in the noise of the storm. Put her in the back, Arthur said. His voice was crisp. Even the wind didn't dare mess with his audio levels. Secure her. You're dead, Arthur. You are already a corpse. You just don't know it yet. The enforcer grabbed MILA by the hair and shoved her into the dark cavern of the back seat. Just before she disappeared, she turned. Her eyes found mine. Hazel. Wide. Terrified. It wasn't just fear. It was a question. Where are you? Why aren't you getting up? The rain streaked her face, looking like tears, but I knew she wasn't crying. She was pleading. And I was failing her. The realization was a colder blade than the one in her sleeve. I'm coming for you, Montclair. I swear to Christ I am. Blam. The heavy door slammed shut. The sound echoed across the deserted pier like a gunshot, vibrating in the hollow of my chest. Then came the click-click of the deadbolts engaging. Sealed. Taken. Gone. Arthur paused at the rear door. He turned back to me one last time. He didn't say a word. He just tilted his head, a microscopic angle to the right. A gesture of pity. Of disappointment. Like I was a dog that hadn't lived up to its pedigree. Then he ducked into the car. Enjoy your moment, old man. It'll be your last fucking one. The engine roared to life. A guttural, expensive growl. The exhaust fumes hit me a second later, acrid and choking, mixing with the smell of the ocean and my own iron-rich blood. It smelled like defeat. I coughed, and the movement sent a fresh wave of agony radiating from my gut to my spine. I watched the red taillights. Two angry eyes receding into the darkness, shrinking, fading, heading back toward the glittering skyline of the city. My city. The city I thought I owned, now driving away with the only thing that actually mattered. The distance grew. The lights became pinpricks. Then they were swallowed by the gloom. Silence crashed back down on the pier. Just the relentless hiss of the rain, and the wet slap of waves against the pilings. I let my head fall back onto the concrete. The water washed the blood from my cheek, cold and sobering. The sky was a churning mess of charcoal clouds, heavy and low. Fuck. The word was a wet whisper, barely audible. My pulse was fluttering like a trapped moth. Weak. Erratic. The edges of my vision were turning into a tunnel, a vignette of black encroaching on the gray. It would be easy to let go. Just close my eyes. Let the cold take the pain away. But then I thought about Arthur's face. That clinical, detached look. He thought I was finished. He thought he'd cleaned up the mess. A cold, sharp clarity cut through the haze of shock. The senator, for all his power and his intellect, had made a rookie mistake. A catastrophic error in judgment. He left me alive. The stupid cunt. He had no idea what he'd just done. He'd taken everything I had to lose, which meant I had nothing holding me back. No rules. No leverage. Just pure, unadulterated violence waiting to be unleashed. I grit my teeth, grinding them together until my jaw popped. I forced my arm to move. It was agony, searing and bright, but I dragged my hand across the concrete until my fingers brushed cold steel. The gun. I couldn't lift it. I couldn't aim it. But I curled my blood-slicked fingers around the grip and squeezed. Hard. I held onto it like an anchor. The city lights flickered in the distance. To anyone else, they looked like a skyline. To me, they looked like kindling. I coughed again, blood bubbling over my lips, warm and thick. I forced the words out, pushing them through the ruin of my throat, speaking to the wet asphalt and the empty dark. I will burn the city to get you back. The wind snatched the words, but I heard them. I felt them. They vibrated in the hollows of my bones. I will burn the city to get you back. I pictured MILA in that basement. I pictured the terror. Then I pictured what I was going to do to the men who put her there. I held on to that image. I fed it to the fire in my chest, stoking it until it was the only thing keeping me warm. My eyes rolled back. The tunnel closed in. The pier, the rain, the pain, it all faded into a static hum. My body was shutting down, pulling the plug to keep the core running. Fine. Let it shut down. Let it rest. Because when I woke up, the world was going to bleed. The darkness hit me like a hammer, but even as the lights went out, my grip on the gun didn't loosen. Not even a little bit. To be continued. Next book, Ruin.
MILA. They locked me in a concrete tomb and told me he was dead. They thought grief would make me obedient. They forgot who taught me how to survive. My father wants his perfect daughter back, the prodigy, the puppet, the quiet little ornament on his political throne. But I am no longer that girl. Azlan carved something darker into me, something that does not beg and does not break. Aslan's mark is burned into my skin, a phantom heat that no cell, no silence, no threat can touch. I am not waiting to be saved. I am waiting for the monster I love to come and burn this whole empire to the ground. So when the lights flash and the walls close in, I do not cry. I wait. Because if Azlan Zharkov is breathing, he is coming for me. And when he does, this city will drown in the blood of the men who tried to cage us. Together, we are going to dismantle the legacy that built me, and the city that tried to break him. I am no longer his guarantee. I am his queen, and I'll pull the trigger myself to ensure our debt is paid in full.
Azlan. They took her. They shot me, left me bleeding in the rain, and thought that would be enough to end it. Turning the city inside out, hunting every rat who dared touch what is mine. MILA is not a weakness. She is the line no one crosses twice. They put her in a bunker, like she was something to be erased. They tried to scrub my mark off her skin, and call it re-education. Arthur Montclair made a fatal mistake. You can take a king off the board. You can wound him. But you do not steal his queen and expect mercy. When I get my hands on her father, there will be nothing left but bone and regret. And when I finally pull her back into my arms, it will not be soft. It will be vicious. It will be permanent. It will be ours. This is not a love story. It is a war story. And we are about to burn everything down and show them what ruin really looks like. This is the second book in the Crowned in Vice duet. Reading order, Vice Ruin. Available now.
Also by Alessa Steele. A Bird and Her Viper. The Viper's Cage, Dark Mafia Romance. The Songbird's Veil, Dark Mafia Romance. A Bird and Her Viper, Deutsche Ausgabe. The Viper's Cage, Dark Mafia Romanze, Deutsche Ausgabe. The Songbird's Veil, Dark Mafia Romanze, Deutsche Ausgabe. A Throne So Feared, Deutsche Ausgabe. A King So Cruel, Dark Mafia Romance, Deutsche Ausgabe. A King So Dark, Dark Mafia Romance, Deutsche Ausgabe. A King So Brutal, Dark Mafia Romance, Deutsche Ausgabe. A Throne So Feared series. A King So Cruel, Dark Mafia Romance. A King So Dark, Dark Mafia Romance. A King So Brutal, Dark Mafia Romance. Crave of Lust, Deutsche Ausgabe. A Dash of Danger, Dark Mafia Romanze, Deutsche Ausgabe. A Touch of Desire, Dark Mafia Romanze, Deutsche Ausgabe. Crowned in Vice duet. Vice, Dark Mafia Romance. Sinner's Gambit. Sinner's Code, Dark Mafia Romance. Sinner's Game, Dark Mafia Romance. Sinner's Fall, Dark Mafia Romance. Sinner's Gambit series. Sinner's Code, Dark Mafia Romance. Sinner's Game, Dark Mafia Romance. Sinner's Fall, Dark Mafia Romance. Tempting the Devil Duet. The Devil's Dance, Dark Mafia Romance. The Angel's Touch, Dark Mafia Romance. The Dachau Bloodline Series. The Price of Sin, Dark Mafia Romance. The Stain of Sin, Dark Mafia Romance. The Law of Sin, Dark Mafia Romance. Stand Alone. Cruel Boss, Dark Mafia Romance, Deutsche Ausgabe. Devil in a Suit, Dark Mafia Romance, Deutsche Ausgabe. Vice and Virtue, Dark Mafia Romance, Deutsche Ausgabe.